How's it going, everybody? Thanks for stopping by. In about 3 minutes from now, we're going to have an opportunity to check out what Planetside 2 is going to show us here in 2020. The largest update here. And today is August 28, 2020 at 11:57 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. It's good to see you, XP Cronwell. Nycom, thank you so much for the resub. Good to see you, buddy. Rowan, what's up, buddy? And we're gonna get a chance to check out what's gonna happen soon. It looks like we had Tom earlier that stopped by. It's good to see you, Tom. And Zoa, Sir Jera. We had Adam Richardson. Awesome. Adam Richardson. Sorry, I was gonna say Richardson. I apologize. DTS. Masan, it's good to see you. Chetori, Hui. Oh, shoot. And we also have lots of new players coming in. Luke Playstyles Playstation 2. And let's go ahead and bring you guys the faces of those who are currently in this channel. Let's see. Because I don't have it completely fixed yet, this will be very scuffed. I'm going to bring this in. Yep, I knew it was scuffed. We're going to display capture that one. Yep, it's not even showing up anything. I have to basically redo this Discord left side screen thing. Thank you so much, Pixel, for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm going to bring a new Discord overview. So we're going to go display capture, secondary monitor, add that source, and that is not the source I wanted. Good job, Arshee. We're going to add this source. Wow. Live on stream, everybody. This is what happens when you don't prepare your stuff properly before the stream begins. Awesome. We're going to be able to get a chance to hear. I got to point that way. This is tough. I'm going to point them to the right. That way, if I want to point towards them, they're over there. And I can hear their voices. Perfect. Alright, guys, they're about to start in just a minute. Let's go ahead and jump right over there and get a chance to see what the developers are going to talk about here. Hope you guys are excited. Here they go. They have already started now.
So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Yeah. It's been a while. I think you might recognize where we're filming out of right now. It's been a bit since we did our last live stream. Been a couple months. It's also been quite a while since we actually broadcast from the Daybreak Studios here. So just before we get started, I just wanted to point out a couple things. Obviously we're in a very interesting time right now. The teams have been working from home. We've been taking extra precautions to ensure everyone's health and safety. So as part of this, we wanted to ensure that Michael and I didn't have too much interaction. So we're sitting actually quite a bit away from each other, but then we've also put up this plexiglass screen between us that if you manage to play that song from Ghost during the pottery scene, you could. It's kind of like a modern day reenactment that we could have here. But anyhow, so we're taking all the necessary precautions. But we just wanted to. We felt like it was time to come back into the old broadcasting studio and broadcast from here. So we got quite a bit to talk about today because, as I mentioned, it's been several months since our last development stream. During that time, there've been a couple big changes. The team, for the most part, has been working on the Shattered Warp Gate, which is what we're going to be showing you today. But we've also we finally got the mega escalation update out for PS4 that basically encompassed almost 8 months of features and content that had gone to PC that hadn't gone to PS4 yet. So that's out. Going forward, as I mentioned in a couple of posts, PS4 shouldn't be lagging behind any of our PC updates that far anymore going forward. So before we kick this off, I just want to remind everyone we are giving away prizes. As usual, you don't need to put any special keywords into chat. As long as you've been watching for at least 5 minutes, you're going to be eligible. Jay Golembo, our esteemed community manager, is going to be selecting players' names or viewers' names, and he's going to be, through technology, sending them to my phone because we don't have many people sitting in the studio here. So I'll be randomly calling out the winners' names throughout the broadcast. So don't feel like you need to spam chat with any special keywords.
Just randomly calling out the...
Yeah. Rel, just spamming with
I'll
Rel.
just be like trying to actually run the stream.
Yeah, it's a jackal.
That's a
It's a jackal.
comes on. Yeah.
So let's see. Before we get started, also, I posted something on Reddit yesterday talking about really the top issues on live right now. We published a client performance hotfix earlier this week that we. Our technical director had been working on for quite a while, and we pushed it up to PTS last weekend. We had some scheduled play tests. We got a decent number of players in, but obviously nothing compared to what we would actually see in a live environment. But as I mentioned yesterday, it was kind of eerily positive. We always expect to see somebody saying, at least one person saying they have problems or their performance is worse, or you've blue screen, like you've ruined my machine, like something bad comes up. Nothing. We didn't see one negative response to this, and so we were cautiously optimistic that it was actually going to, be as stable as it could be. So anyways, we rolled it out. We got a lot of positive feedback, but we've definitely been seeing some of the reports of people's performance either not changing or actually dipping a bit. So we're actively working on that. We also saw the reports of the IFF issues, which we're trying to reproduce internally and get a better handle on. So we're actively working on that stuff. We're planning on hot fixing as we have fixes prepped and in place any day of the week. So check out that Reddit thread if you haven't already. There's much more details that I listed in there. And without much further ado, I think it's time to show off the goods.
All right.
So Rel is going to be going through a couple different things. First, he's going to be showing off some video, and then we're going to be getting into game to actually check out the live game client. And then we'll be talking about timing in terms of when you should expect this to hit PTS towards the end of the stream.
All right. So in the background, you're going to see a somewhat familiar continent with totally unfamiliar elements. This is Ázimr, of course, on the northeastern side of the map. A warp gate that you all know and love, or maybe not, has detonated. And in doing so, it has brought with it massive repercussions to the Ázimr environment. The warp gate, as you can see, is it's sort of an explosion, frozen in time, and this is beneath the warp gate. You'd call it a hard line, maybe. And with the explosion comes much change. The bases surrounding this warp gate are destroyed. The technology available at the time during this event, it was shut down. Nanites stopped reconstructing vehicles or deconstructing them, and as such, they're kind of derelict, within the fields, all through Ázimr. The icy riverbeds that would typically surround this part of the continent have thawed, and more devastation, as you see, bridges destroyed. Alongside that, the icebergs that would typically be on the outskirts of the continent have begun to encroach, and have created this very interesting environment in the northeast. Abandoned bases now lie scattered throughout all of Ázimr, unable to support their heating elements and other functions necessary to their day-to-day operations. And energy geysers billow these clouds into the air, and they're scattered all throughout the environment as well. And with it, new flora springs up and creates these sorts of oases next to the in the northeastern portion, seemingly overnight, alien flora that nobody's seen before. And the skies are more vivid now, crackling with a cyan thunderstorm, lightning, the auroras are more brightly lit. And on top of that, so as with all of our planet mans and planet peoples, we begin to evolve and continue on the fight. You'll see that this is Nanosystems is a new unveiled technology, the Haven warp gate. It's new technology that's brought to the battlefront. And and the work continues. So
so we've been dropping some hints in game, on social, in Sanctuary. A lot of the community has started piecing together all the hints that have been showing up. So this is really how it's coming together and culminating. And as we go on, there's gonna be a lot more context as to what's going on. So Planetside 2 has obviously been an ongoing battle for years, and that's been its primary focus. And we've never really focused on lore and storyline and an explanation as to why the world is changing, or why what's happened has happened, or what's going to happen is happening. So this is the first time that we're really incorporating a system that incorporates, if I can say incorporate one more time, lore and story elements into the live game.
Yeah, and this is the setting that we're trying to create for you here. And then, like Andy said, well, let's just move on to the fun part. Actually, this is the end of the stream. You did it, guys.
Son of a... I'm sorry.
So where do we want to do giveaways are automatically rolling, aren't they?
Yeah, I think. Yeah. Well, I think I need to formally announce the winners' names.
Okay.
And there. Oh, I see Justin typing frantically.
I'm gonna bring it back to the main camera so I can do some sneaky stuff off screen.
All right. Sounds like Justin's gonna roll three new giveaways now.
Sweet. So with this update, let's get down to the nuts and bolts. So with this update, we have made some changes there. So Sanctuary, the social hub, which has been kind of we had the teaser elements that Andy mentioned before, and once you get back into Sanctuary, once you log in, you'll see some new elements, and just the visuals in general have kind of been updated. So we have like you can see the exterior of the facility is done and then the glass we've replaced with the shield shader, which has created some interesting some different visuals, give it more of a sci-fi theme, and also it performs better.
Thank you so much, Dolan.
Right. The shops have been kind of changed up a little bit as well, and I have my sound off. That's okay. You don't want to hear this guy's voice anyway. Oh, too loud.
Probably.
How you doing, Flick? Take a look.
So you can craft exceptional implants now. That's probably something that I should have gotten to later in the stream, but just accessing this vendor here. And we are a very UI-driven game, so this still remains an option in the UI. It's just that we're creating more tactile feel, through the NPCs within Sanctuary, and that's especially good for guiding new players. Even if it's just opening up a new UI window for them, it helps and kind of slows things down. Helps the pacing. So that's the other shop, and then you got this one over here. There's a new vendor over here for the campaign stuff that we'll talk about later, and we also for the people who were asking, we switched the vendors around so they're under the appropriate monitors again. We also have a new mission board here, which looks super sweet. And if you access that, you'll go into the mission system, which we will be talking about. Should we go through the missions and campaigns first, or should I?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think because that kind of frames all of these changes.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay. So you saw the as we did the fly through in Azamir, there's obviously a lot of changes that have taken place, and we are kind of wrapping those changes, framing them in something we call the campaigns. And campaigns are built off of our new mission system, which is coming as well. So if I go to the campaign section here, you'll see this is the directives tab is it's got our campaign. You can move to okay. Players will be able to join campaigns free via membership, and then with the cert cost if they're not paying members. And campaigns give you access to multi-staged content that we move in. We have a story that kind of plays throughout multiple chapters, and we have 3 chapters currently, and they're targeted about a month for each chapter. And the intent is really to kind of infuse the lore, not only of the world, but also continue to evolve the story of Planetside 2, which is something that we haven't done before.
And also, just to clarify, like, I know that whenever most games talk about storyline and lore, that's typically solo or single player. These are campaigns where the entire world evolves. This isn't some offshoot version of the game or offshoot modes or anything.
Right.
It's a campaign within the live full game.
Right. Yeah. And because of that, the story, the events within each chapter, kind of they tell the story of an evolving world, and it's not so much that that you are the protagonist and you're the hero that are going down a quest chain, but we want to make sure that you continue to be that grunt that's kind of fighting the good fight all throughout. So within the chapters, you'll have access to one at a time for a limited time. Then if we go to play events, there's too much information here. I'm back up. So you'll go through. It's multiple. It's very similar to the mission system, which we'll get into, but we call them chapter events, and each event is kind of chained. Sometimes they branch, and you can do multiple different types at the same time, but it kind of just takes you through the story of that chapter. And we want the chapter content and the campaign content in general to be accessible to casual players as well as the hardcore ones. So we're making sure that that we're not throwing in stuff that you're going to need to grind super hard. There's plenty of other systems that do that in Planetside 2, as you're all aware. And we definitely just wanted to make it accessible so that we can tell the story and kind of share that with everybody. So going through it, you'll also have access to rewards. All of them are not showing currently, but each chapter kind of gives you a reward at the end, and then multiple or if you complete the entirety of the campaign, you get rewards as well. And it's again more casual, so it's not like you're trying to super hardcore grind out of battle pass in other games. It's very go at your own pace. For these segments of time,
and the opt-in options are ultimately you can just pay certs, so you don't need to pay cash for it or anything.
So moving on to the missions, so this is a new system that so for those who don't know, we do actually have a mission system in Planetside 2. It takes you to a defendable base or a capturable base close to your current position, and it's meant to guide players toward the objective. The problem is that it doesn't really do that, and if you haven't heard of this mission system before, it's because just that it's not doing its purpose. So we totally ripped that out and put in this entirely new thing. This is more similar to probably daily challenges in other games, where each at the end of each day, or every 24 hours rather, you get a new variety of missions to participate in, and then as a player you can go through and pick which missions you want to. You can pick which missions you want to participate in. They have different rarities, which are associated with usually the difficulty or the intensity or the likelihood that you'll complete these missions, and better rarities give you better rewards. And we wanted to make sure that we sort of we're able to celebrate the diversity of gameplay within our game. We have a massive sandbox, totally different styles of play between each person. Like if you like infantry or like a specific class within infantry, or if you like to be a transport pilot, or if you like to be a squad leader, we have missions that are tailored to all sorts of those different aspects of the game. Or even if you just want to cruise around the map, messenger or message courier mission. You deliver messages from point to point to point, and
thank you so much
it does a lot of really cool stuff for us, where not only are players kind of being able to gain progress with like ISO is going to be a reward, and certs and weapons as well. For new players in particular, just getting a weapon drop is kind of a big deal. So those will show up in the list as well. And you can kind of go at your own pace or focus on what you're skillful at, or maybe experiment, kind of dip your toes into the waters of some of these other roles, and have clear and concise objectives with which to participate in. So maybe we give it a shot and try to participate in one of these.
Let me bring up some of the questions here.
Yeah, sure thing.
One of the questions was, are there faction-specific missions?
Yes. Yeah. So we have contractors in the game. So if you're a Vondi Sovereignty player, please do not look. Everything is fine. No, but if you're a Vondi Sovereignty player, you will get Vondi Sovereignty missions, as well as requests from Nanite Systems to do certain things, requests from the black market vendors to do certain things. And then in the future, potentially we kind of change things up as well, and add more contractors, or like maybe sub-factions, or just different people to talk to who have different styles of missions. Yeah, so right now I'm on the continent of Azamir. You can see that there's actually, I'm going to remove that for a little bit, just so we can deal with it later. So you see the lattice. If I stabilize the continent, has changed a lot. Oh no! Please go away. Okay. Yeah. So we've changed the lattice to make it more asymmetrical. The northeastern warp gate has exploded, and now we have this new warp gate in the on the eastern section here. So if I go over here, oops. I'll give you a quick look at the new warp gate. So
what is that?
Which one? So you have
an ominous funnel cloud in the sky. I guess we'll get to that.
We'll get to that.
That is so cool.
Yeah. So if we go over here, you can see the new haven. If I can get it, let me in! Let me in! So all of this is work in progress, and we will be definitely giving you a sneak peek with the PTS update. But so this new warp gate is built on Nanite Systems' Haven technology, and they have their dishes here. It's a new asset that Alan teased out quite some time ago, and it's creating this new. Well, it's a mobile warp gate in a sense that you can actually set it up and then respawn there. And you have some bastions that are kind of anchored off the shore or the coastline, that and you're moving in supplies, and kind of gives you that feeling that you're moving into this space. And it's kind of interesting. Warp gates in general, despite going there every game or every time you log in, we didn't spend a whole lot of time dressing up the space and making it super appealing. But this is it's got a really cool feel to it. And I think the layout's a little bit better too, personally. But yeah, so that's the Haven warp gate. And why don't we just take on a mission for the sake of taking on a mission?
All right. One question that keeps coming up is
you
dropped that hint the other day about our modifications to render distances.
Does it so fast?
Yeah.
So while we're in here, not right this minute, but
get
while
a
we're on this
screenshot
map,
of the damn map screen.
You could talk about that a bit.
Sure thing.
I'm gonna get it. I swear
So
to
I'll
God.
accept this mission.
That's the last thing I do.
So when you accept a mission, depending on the type of mission, sometimes you'll have people telling you what you need to do. And I'm going to cross fingers and hope everything is set up correctly. So I jump into my harasser, and it's just going to be super loud. That's this vehicle in a nutshell. Super loud. And we're going to head over to our waypoint. Actually, this one's pretty far away, so maybe we'll cut at the chase. Actually, that's not too bad.
Got it.
So on a message courier mission, one of the more relaxed, probably the most relaxed mission that will show up in your queue, is if you just want to explore. A lot of players tend to want to do that. They explore archetypes, or some of the less killer-focused mindsets will be able to kind of just go from point to point. More difficult versions of this mission will send you to contested territories, so that you will have to interact with human beings. But it all depends. We have a lot of different a lot of different mission types that you can participate in, and also some community-driven ones, which I'll get into later. So this one is probably going to take a little bit, so I'm not going to show it off completely, but definitely take a look at kind of the surroundings. We can move through some of the more abandoned bases.
If you bring the map back up, one of the questions that came up is the grayed out areas, and more specifically, I was going to point out the top right. They're asking if those are out of bounds areas.
No. Yeah, so you're going to go there not only to hang out, but also to complete missions within the campaign, and or missions in general, and then the chapter events within each campaign. So yeah, we'll definitely take you up there. So looking at some of these abandoned sites. Actually, this is from the old Not amp station, and that's this was kind of really similar to this, but all of the abandoned facilities or structures, you'll see like these little lights or the snow cover on the top to kind of tell you that this isn't really in play anymore. It's more of a story element, but there are a lot of functions associated with some of these abandoned bases that you will get to participate in when you look at the campaigns or go through the campaigns. So like taking control of some of those derelict vehicles that you saw in the earlier video is something that you'll be able to do, and for the first time ever, without exploiting, you'll be able to kind of play with some cross-faction vehicles, the main battle tanks in particular. Like as a Vanu player, you can jump into a Vanguard. As a TR player, you can jump into a Mag Rider, and they won't have great loadouts. At least that's not the intent currently, but it is more to kind of bring some of that flavor in. So. Lots of changes. I'm going to head up to the northeastern part. Yeah.
So while you're driving up there, one of the questions again that came up was about just the render distance changes that settings changes that you had pointed out, and we're coming up on 8 years, so I don't think we've actually modified in the settings what render distance options you could actually modify since the game launched. So there's obviously a very wide variety of hardware configurations now. There's obviously much more powerful hardware. So what we wanted to do is start breaking that up into independent render distances based on whether you want to push your render distance for infantry out, vehicles out, obviously terrain out. So I think if you wanted to bring up the settings and show them the options, that would provide some context about what players are going to be able to start adjusting now.
Right, so if you go to the graphics setting, you'll be able to set different render distances based on the vehicles that you're currently within. So you can use the global render distance. This is the normal setup. And then infantry in particular, you can cut it down to 300. So if I turn that on, I got my 300 distance, which is the maximum range at which infantry tend to render. And then if I jump in actually let's set this one down. Let's just do vehicle render distance. That's this, and then we'll make it ridiculously high. So if I jump into a harasser, different, like you can see all the way down here. If I jump into an air vehicle, I can see everything. And yeah, this is definitely a quality of life feature.
Smart.
But code and UI were quick to knock it out. So enjoy.
Unbelievable.
Let's you know what? We'll just stay in the ESF. That's fine.
God, this game's getting some amazing quality of life improvement.
Yeah, we'll head on over. So as I fly over, and I'm going to fly a little bit slow so that we're not getting too much compression. You can see that there is water now that is more or less impassable unless you jump from iceberg to iceberg. Might end up changing it to make it so there's some shallows that you can kind of go through at certain paths. But now the warp gate up here was destroyed, and you can see fragments of it kind of scattered throughout. And this area up here, this ancient Vanu hardline, is an explosion frozen in time, where some of the energy is kind of leaking into the sky and creating these sort of environmental changes that you had access to, or that you've seen so far. And I'm not going to spend too much time in here, but definitely it's pretty sweet. It's pretty freaking sweet, man. Okay. And
real quick, I've done a poor job at actually we're like on the second round of prize giveaways. So let me read off the winners real quick. The first round that Justin had done, Krindusk, Krindusk, Firefly.
Nice.
And Peel, Pille 357. Peel 357. Those are the first 3 winners. And then we have another round of winners. Pansunda, Pansundaa, Hang My Swing Set.
Yep.
I feel like this
Hangman
is like...
Swing Set.
Is it
Hangman Swing
Set?
Set.
Hangman Swing. I thought it was an H. Hang My Swing Set. And then, here, you can read this one. Uh-oh, we're crossing the...
What, Mnemonic Giraffe?
Mnemonic Giraffe.
You know what? Johnny Mnemonic, just as a side note, amazing movie. Great movie.
Hey, so one of the questions, can Mag Riders float
Nope.
across the river? Negative.
They cannot, unfortunately. No, they actually lost that functionality at the end of Planetside 1. Yeah, it's a real shame. So you can see in this new biome here, some of these have begun to kind of spring up around these geysers, almost like an oasis of energy that's kind of molding and shaping the land. And the changes here have some implications elsewhere potentially. If, for example, if the Vonu technology is, a terraforming equipment, which actually we've stated in the past that it kind of is, but then what else could it do if it could do this so quickly? And with the explosion of that warp gate, is that bound to happen anywhere else? And something that just kind of riffing off of that, something that the campaigns bring us is that we're evolving not only in the story, but you might see some environmental changes as well, kind of throughout. And so it's not we're using campaigns as kind of a delivery mechanism for well, I guess just staged content. We want to give you a better a cadence of updates. And doing it in this way kind of allows you to keep up a pacing, and also like lets us do really big scope updates in the background while peppering in some smaller scale ones. And we'll talk about some of the things that we're actively working on coming up toward the end of the stream.
Appreciate it. Thanks for joining the family.
Yeah.
Sit down.
That's nice.
Yeah. So this is Azamir definitely. So as I mentioned before, lots of you'll be able to get into PTS, and there's going to be a lot of polish that's needed, and we're continuing to work super hard on knocking all that out.
So a large portion of the environment changes took place on Esamir, but there's also been some work done on Endar. Do you want to touch on that a bit? I mean, it's not as grand.
No. Yeah, I can move through it.
Okay.
But let me. Okay. Well, never mind. I'll just go to Endar. So, one of the things that I kind of just want to point out here when we talk about the lattice is more gameplay oriented, we were specifically making changes so that the lattice was more balanced, so that you didn't get that stagnation that was typically in the top few bases up here between the northwestern and northeastern warp gates. And that's why we've made things more symmetrical. And we've also taken some of the bases that surround, for example, like Asa Tech Plant, and those are abandoned now. In fact, if I go over there, and I still have this pumpkin power thing.
Wow.
Oops. This is what these abandoned bases tend to look like, where they're just kind of snowed in. And you can kind of move through them with vehicles. A lot of the walls have been torn down around them. And then we've created some new bases as well, but there's a focus on kind of creating distance between each base, so it's not too clustered. Like Asa is a really good example of bases probably being too close together. For example, the Asa, what was it, mining operations or something along those lines. It's like they share the same driveway for this base, which is it's too close. We live in a socially distanced society, and we are socially distancing Azamir. So, outside of that, let's move on to Endar.
Right.
Don't want to show off too much. Like, you guys will be able to explore this stuff on your own. Actually, you know what? I should probably show them the storm.
Yeah,
that's kind of a big deal.
I mean, you're already here.
You missed that one.
Let's
Come
do
on.
that.
I realized that when I mentioned Endar and went, this
I was like, yeah, no, I was thinking there's something I'm missing, right? Okay. Let's see. An electrical storm is formed on the continent. What's this? Okay, so you might not. Oh yeah.
Back to the mini
You
map.
might notice the big, massive looming storm. Oh, my stuff is bugged. Hold on. Massive looming storm heading our direction. So this this is one of the first kind of environmental hazards that we've ever introduced into to Planetside 2, and you'll see that it's kind of affecting the handling of my vehicle. And some of the stuff is going to need to be balanced. This is, holy crap, it hurts so much, but it kind of weighs down the vehicle a lot. And so vehicles will also gather energy over time, and are fixing some issues with the skybox. But oh Jesus, oh sweet baby Jesus. Yeah.
The storm basically makes you fly like I fly normally outside of the storm,
right.
So don't feel bad.
So in this storm, actually, I'm going to reset so that I can get the skybox back, because that's super cool. So within the storm, you will be at risk of being struck by a lightning bolt, and all
you
the
and your vehicles
and
any vehicles
and pretty much everyone. Yeah, vehicles, infantry, all the base assets are kind of being targeted as well. So you'll have the lightning bolts that strike randomly kind of throughout, and then you can be targeted as well, which if you don't rush indoors, it'll strike you down. Maybe I'll get targeted at some point. But this is, again, one of those this kind of environmental anomalies that were created by the Northeastern Warp Gate, or maybe some of the effects of it. And players will have to learn to kind of adapt to this environment, and it'll certainly affect fights. And then throughout the campaign, you'll gain the technology to kind of to insulate yourself, from some of the effects of it, and then also even take advantage of it and use it against your enemies. So some of the examples, not that I have them active currently, but actually, go read a media article. We've showed it off plenty. So right now you can see that my skin becomes energized, and I get nice and struck by a lightning bolt here. And then we give you some explanation as to, hey, these are the ways that you can counter it. Please don't do that. Or stay indoors.
But
and if you go indoors, it'll strike the top of the building instead. So you can definitely use it to your advantage in some ways. And then we have like a lightning grenade that will be able to throw. I'd have to go find the number to show it off. A little lack of planning on my part. But yeah, like lightning grenade is one of the technologies that you'll have access to. You can throw a sticky lightning grenade at people, and it will summon down the wrath of Thor to destroy your enemies.
And then being able to mitigate lightning strikes.
Right. Yeah, so we have insulated armor that you'll have access to as well, and insulated plating for vehicles that make it so your handling isn't affected, or maybe not affected as much. And then kind of is able to deal with the energy buildup that's on the vehicle. So currently, if you're in a vehicle for too long, within the storm, and you can leave the storm and it'll just disperse the energy over time. But if you're in for too long, it'll detonate your vehicle. And we're still going to be tuning things. A lot of this is work in progress, as I said. But yeah, in this the storm is something that you'll be able to again harness later. Like there's some thrusters that you'll have access to probably in the second chapter. And in a lightning arrestor, which is a deployable that actually it creates a safe space for lightning bolts. So if any are nearby, it'll just take the brunt of the attack instead of you having to deal with it.
Do you happen to have the item number for that?
I don't. Actually, you know what? Kemo made this kind of easy. Let me see. Let's see. Look at that. Okay. Nice. Thank you, Kemo.
Panic.
Actually, I'm going to be struck by a lightning bolt before I can do this. Ow! Lights it! Ow! Okay. So, this lightning arrestor that I've deployed, this is one of the elements that you can use to kind of protect yourself. So any lightning bolt that kind of comes down within this area, the arrestor will absorb it. And I'm going to turn up the volume Oh.
I love that sound.
So
gives you this-
satisfying.
Yeah, it gives you this really
So
satisfying
satisfying.
noise when it absorbs some of the lightning. And there's going to be a bunch of tools that you have access to, like the neutralizer device could also remove energy from vehicles. I'm not going to show that one off. The lightning grenade, so as an example here, it is quite loud right now. I'll change that. So this okay, well that's a thing too. So this lightning grenade, I'll toss it. It'll stick to the vehicle. Sorry, it actually overloaded because it reached maximum energy.
Man, that's
but
powerful.
This is, right, this is the lightning bolt, which the arrestor absorbs. And then I'm also being targeted by a lightning bolt. Again, the arrestor absorbs it for me. So there's definitely ways to exist within the storm, and players are going to be trying to figure it out and
you didn't talk about
taking advantage of it.
The behavior of the storm and how it decides where to go in Esmir, right?
Yeah. So so the way that the storm currently is set up is that it will periodically check for populations around the map, and it'll target the biggest fight, and then it'll slowly mosey its way on over there, and then repeat the process. So lots of potentially interesting behaviors that can come from this. If there's too much zerging down a lane, it could potentially scare people off. If there's too many defenders, it could act as a boon, for you defending the base. We'll definitely have to see how it plays out. I'm gonna die. Yep.
Yeah, one of the questions that came up is, do we plan on having any other weather types or weather storms in the game? And I think the answer to that is, let's see how this goes. This obviously is going to have a potentially significant impact on gameplay. We want to see how this pans out. We want to be able to tune this before we commit to doing more weather type scenarios.
Right. This is the most extreme possible example that we can come up with of something that would be really impactful to a play experience. So as Andy said, we'll see how it plays out, and we're totally willing to tune things as the needs arise, and we definitely want to gauge kind of the response to these sorts of things, and also it's kind of, I don't know, to me it's a good kind of reality check for just the environment that you're within, and it kind of shakes up the gameplay experience too for players just by virtue of having one of these on the field. So
one of the questions was asking, how long do the storms last?
Good question.
Yeah.
I'll have to get back to you on that. Not sure.
I think that PTS is going to be the key for a lot of these decisions.
Yeah, we'll definitely see if we can get enough of a live environment experience, and then see what kind of tuning needs to be done. I'm gonna head on over to Esmir or Indar.
And then asking if storms can hit bastions, and I believe the answer is yes. Hitting the hard points, or
I think it takes the hard points.
I don't think we've actually tested that scenario yet.
I'm sure it was in mind, but I do not know the answers to that currently. So, yeah. Let's say so. As far as the storm is concerned, we'll definitely monitor and see how it goes. And there's a lot of there's a lot that we can do to make it fun instead of like a drain on the experience. And that's kind of the angle that we're pursuing right now. We definitely want players to be kind of beholden to their environment, especially because you are on this alien planet and there are kind of challenges that you need to fight through. And kind of the essence of our entire first campaign is that you are kind of realizing that you're not the masters of your own destiny, that there are challenges that are presented, and like how do you adapt, how do you evolve, and while at the same time kind of unraveling some of the mysteries of things and stuff.
I can't remember. Did you talk about the timeline for campaigns, each chapter?
Yeah, I can reiterate. So chapters again are planned to last 3 months currently, or about 3 months currently. 1 month per chapter.
A campaign is 3 months, but a chapter is 1 month.
Right,
yeah.
right.
And there's 3 chapters per campaign.
Yeah, and that could change over time with the second campaign. We'll definitely see the response. So on some of you all of you probably will recognize what base this is, the crown on Indar. Some of the changes, these are low-key changes, not a revamp. It's just some stuff to kind of modify the flow a little bit. TI Alloys, Cerise Hydroponics, and the Crown have all received some noteworthy changes. The first of which, if we go to the Crown, is that D point's a little bit further out. It's going to be a little bit broken when it goes to PTS. Like you can only hit B in a certain area to hit it, but we'll fix that. And then you can also access the underground to the B point from the north, where I'm at now, as well as the south and the east as you have been able to. So if we kind of go deeper underground, I'm going to make myself run a wee bit faster. Yeah, you'll see that there's an underground combat space. You know, pretty linear. There's enough cover to kind of maneuver around, but we wanted to keep the hallways open enough so that you can kind of play around. Stop. And this is where the B point's at now. So instead of having kind of rats in the cellar, as the old B point did, as much fun as it was, and it was definitely fun. A lot of people, yeah, it was definitely fun. But it was somewhat troublesome to the flow, of course. So, and you'll notice that some of the cover is gone as well. So we've made it just a little bit less defensible to kind of make it so you flow through more instead of getting locked down to a point. So that's the other change. Another one is this A point over yonder. Used to be, this one is now a vehicle point that's capturable on the base, and actually players tend to put sunderers underneath this, but I'm sure you'll see more sunderers on top of it now. It used to be here, which you can, if as a defender of Crown, you can jump from the landing pad onto the capture point. Didn't really make sense, so that's changed as well. C point stayed the same, and again D point's way up there. So so basically how this hopefully should play out is that you have like 2 points that are basically a gimme. The third is I shouldn't even say a gimme, but or more easily accessible. And the C point is difficult. You still have to go up the hill, and then the D point is one of those as well. So like you typically get this one, just like you typically get this one, and then the B point will have contention, and the C point will have contention. But you'll also be able to push players out of the base, which it was difficult to do with the B point. And moving on to, let's go over here. So the another point of stagnation was just the rock bridge. Rock bridge was actually implemented during a time when I believe TI Alloys was not revamped, and then well, yeah, TI Alloys got a lot of changes to it, but and during that same time period, this is my fault. I'm so sorry. I put a bunch of cover on the rock bridge, which helped. You know, with that helps stagnate things because people just survive too long. It's really hard to clear them out. So, and especially when this is kind of the center point of the map and these bases are really close together, it's just not something that's that's really conducive to the flow around the map. So, Rock Bridge is destroyed, is no longer. This will mean that players will attack it from the south primarily, and there's a center point here, as there has been, and a center point over here, which people tend to use, and then you can kind of use these hillsides as well, or from the north, which is the march up the Death Hill from Cerise Hydroponics, instead of kind of getting stuck here and then fighting each other, which isn't helpful for anybody except for the defenders, I guess. So in addition to those changes, I made some quick adjustments to add a path up the left side of this Cerise Hill. And as far as defenders from the Crown, unless they're trying to snipe or something, there's really no reason for them to be there anymore because of how the points have shifted over. So that'll change things a bit. And then the inside, some of the cover has been removed around some of these areas, and then this wall has been put into place. And that's to kind of make it so there's more specific routes of attack and less cover overall, which again just contributes to a better flow, hopefully. You'll still want to defend this this point, of course, but it should be hopefully a little bit more difficult to do now. So and the top pretty much remain the same. I'll go to Cerise Hydroponics real quick, because not much was done here. It was mostly like a cleanup. There was a whole bunch of trees that existed prior, and like an awning here that used to be. remove some of those elements to kind of free it up a little bit. It still has the hydroponics theme, but the density, the object density is less, and then also the way that you get up here kind of breaks sight lines instead of what it used to do, which was I think it was open here, and you can kind of just see everything all the times. So a little bit of change here and there, and again, not intended to be a revamp. Also some changes in here. You'll notice some missing plants. But hopefully it'll just make the flow just a little bit better for Indar. Yeah.
Sorry, I think I'm going to skip this round of winners' names. Actually, we'll get 2 of the names.
Oh no.
I'll let Rel say the first one.
Oh no.
So
congratulations. Stop.
Synaptic Neuron, Terran ID or Terranid, and then there's
Terranid. Nice.
There's also another winner that I'll let Justin. I can't tell if Justin's trying to troll me to get me to say this. Is this like Anchorman or something?
I'm Ron Burgundy.
Stay classy. So one of the questions, this is not going to be part of this update, but one of the questions that keeps coming up in chat and has obviously been coming up over the last probably month and a half now is
Outfit Wars.
Outfit Wars, yeah. So we ran 2 alpha cycles. Between each one, we made rounds of changes where we felt like we were making progress and making improvements, but holistically, we felt like there needed to be a more significant change to the system. So there's actually been quite a bit of work going on by a portion of the team in preparation for a future update that's related to Outfit Wars. I don't know, did you want to talk a little bit about some of the highlights from that, just to give you an indication? Obviously, again, this isn't part of the Shattered Warp Gate update, but it's something that's definitely worth addressing because it's been a couple months now since the last Outfit War was conducted.
Yeah. No, we're definitely getting into talking about new stuff. You got some new stuff. You got some new stuff. So. As Andy said, one of the things that we're currently working on is Outfit Wars, and the kind of the mad rush on live gameplay was definitely creating burnout, and it was definitely creating kind of a way too intense experience for whenever an Outfit Wars would go on. Some of the outfits would go really hard into getting all the points, which is the point. We originally intended it to kind of re-engage players, but quite honestly, our campaign system is intended to do that too. So we decided to move the more competitive kind of route, and then also allow more outfits to participate without having to run through the qualifiers, which was the main downside, I guess, to Outfit Wars, is that qualifiers was kind of we could have gotten it better, but it wouldn't have still felt good, and we want things to feel good. So Outfit Wars is going to be more like a traditional kind of like you play X amount of matches and then you gain score, and then the score will match you against players of similar skill levels, and then you'll do that throughout each cycle and then through a season. And this is, I mean that's it. We did it.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Just a teaser. Yeah. We'll be talking about it more in the next stream.
Yeah, we definitely want to, celebrate our outfits and stuff, and as far as rewards go, like this is giving us infrastructure to do those sorts of things, and it is a massive change currently being done. So you probably won't recognize Outfit Wars the next time you see it. Yeah.
But in a good way.
In a good way. In a good, less frustrating, less burnouty way.
So there's a lot of little changes going into this update as well, which we're not going to cover today. But in terms of timing and expectations on when you should expect to see this hitting PTS, I hate to say soon, but we actually have the QA team is going through the potential PTS published candidate right now. We're just going to make sure that there aren't any major issues that we wouldn't want to have, showing off in the initial rollout of the update onto PTS. So that's going on right now. We're going to probably make a decision this afternoon. So there's a possibility that this might be going to PTS today or over the weekend, or it might be early next week. But keep an eye on the official Twitter, PS2 Twitter channel We'll post on Reddit. We will let everyone know high and low that this is when this is ready, and it might be as soon as today. Typically, we like to have the PTS published ready to go as soon as we finish the live stream. But we had a ton of changes coming in at the last minute last night, and we just want to make sure that the build is going to be stable, and we don't push out something that's not quite ready for you.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and definitely go into everything like understanding that we are intended to keep hammering away at it for the next however long.
And then also with in terms of tempering expectations, the actual campaign is going to be disabled. Right. But the missions will be active.
Right. And so we're gonna give you a set of missions to test and play through, and maybe we change them up. We don't. I mean, again, it's about setting expectations. We don't have a huge amount of missions right now with our current pool, but it's something that we're actively working on. So we want to make sure that the missions that you do see are functional, and then also kind of get your feel on how they're they're playing. Is it clear? Do you understand the objective? And maybe mostly that. I was gonna say maybe is it something you want to do or something you don't want to do? But honestly, the playstyles are so diverse that it's really hard to say who's gonna like certain things and who won't. Maybe we can put out a survey and see like what your favorite missions are, like, or just like a poll on Reddit or something. That could be a good way to go too. Also, all the biolabs are destroyed, so yeah. Congratulations. Want to talk about just our kind of efforts moving forward. So we talked about Outfit Wars is something that we're currently actively working on. Next thing that we're intending to work on is new player experience. That's going to be something that we kind of roll right into,
as well as setting up chapter or campaign 2 after campaign 1 finishes the first campaign.
Yep.
Because again, this is really just this is establishing the framework for the future of the campaign system and the mission system. So we can continue adding to it in addition to all the various features like Outfit Wars and content that we'll be adding as well to the game.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I think that's about it.
All right. Well.
Okay. We just
do we just leave?
Yeah. We just pull the headphones off and go. So just to kind of recap, we're excited that this is the first time we're actually starting to incorporate lore and storyline into the game. That's not these solo offshoots. It's actually taking place in the world. This is a pretty big shift for us.
It's difficult to express the amount of work and effort that has gone into this particular update, and hopefully, in spite of my presentation here with teleporting all over the map and not being super too exciting, but hopefully you're able to see that once you get in. We definitely have reaped a lot of benefits from having a larger team size, and we're able to kind of take Planetside 2 in a direction that's more, I don't know, in line with something that you'd probably want to see. Like, this game has a lot of potential, and we're trying to get it to live up to it.
Cool. All right. So again, just a quick recap. The Shattered Warp Gate update, including the new campaign system, mission system, all of the changes to Esamir and Endar that those new systems encompass, all of the new supporting tech that you can use to defend yourself and your teammates against the storm. All of this is planned to come to PTS relatively soon. Again, as I just mentioned, it could be as early as today. It might be the next couple of days. We're literally going through the final build candidate right now, and I think that's about it. We'll be on Reddit and Twitter throughout the day answering questions and anything that comes up. Our focus for the next couple hours is just really going through that final build, but we're hoping we can get it up relatively quickly.
I should have talked to them about the community missions. I meant to do that.
Well, we're not done yet. You can talk to them about the community missions.
All right.
How does your wrist look?
Empty. Sorry.
But
there's so much going on right now that it's difficult to keep track of it. Okay.
This dividing glass is just, it's thrown off our chemistry
Right.
here.
Something about that, yeah. Oh. Okay. What am I doing again? Right. Yeah. So if we go into
community missions.
Right, our missions. So one of the again, Planetside 2 it's a massive sandbox. I'm wondering how many people left the stream. We're just like, oh, okay, they're wrapping up, and then I'm gonna drop some more.
This is like when you go to a movie and you don't sit through the credits to see that final scene
right
at the end of the credits.
Everybody's talking about it later.
But this is way less exciting. At least with us delivering it.
Yeah. So
all right.
You're not wrong. So one of the missions that we have. Let me back up. So missions in general are kind of they're structured in such a way that you have incidental points of contact where you maybe the mission is personal, but you are kind of running into other players that are doing similar missions or going to the same similar areas. And then we have other missions that are more like, okay, now fight. And the mission Mining for Elysium, as you see on screen, is one of those that we're talking about. So if I accept the mission here, actually a mining drill is going to drop from orbit, and
oh my god,
and we're just going to teleport way over to it here.
So I'm going through my team messages, and Alan, our lead environment artist, just sent me in all caps, "Set the time to night, cowards."
Oh, wow, cowards.
Sorry, Alan. But he put a smiley face, so that means it's not super aggressive.
Nah, I think he's still being aggro. I'm just kidding.
We love you, Al.
Yeah. So this mining mission. Okay, here, look. We did it. Hold on, Alan. What's the best time? Is it? It's not 0, is it? Okay. Well, you know what? It's fine. That's on 0. Oh. Yeah. So you can see the.
Oh, Alan's proud of himself.
Okay.
What's the best time, Alan?
That's gorgeous.
So in the background, while all this is going on, you can see that the this drill will be kind of a community event. So we've structured some missions, and the ones that have better rewards, some of them are community oriented, where everybody knows when the drill drops, everybody has to fight over the drill to maintain control. And in this one in particular is Mining for Elysium, and it sets you on fire.
You sold that really well.
Thank you.
By the way, he said zeros is the best time.
Oh, okay. Well, good.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. So this will be kind of able to create conflict in spaces where you wouldn't normally see it. So, for example, in like open areas that are between bases and that sort of thing. These drills will drop, and they'll do so periodically. Then we also have supply convoy missions where everybody will kind of rally in the warp gate, and they'll get their sunderers ready and that sort of thing. And then supply protection missions, which protects those vehicles, and then supply disruption vehicles, where you go after those vehicles. So it's created. It's intended to create sort of like an interconnected web of action that's taking place, outside of the normal lattice moment to moment. Though that's still very important as well. Yeah, that's basically it.
I'm just trying to see if there's anything else we might have left off. Again, there's a lot of little changes going in that we're just not covering here.
Yeah. Oh, war assets are getting revamped. Sorry, no, I mean the resources are getting overhauled. Yeah, so we should probably just leave. Want to just leave and let them do this on PTS, because there's a lot of stuff here.
Yeah, let's have a live update on how the QA team is doing on the build. Let me send our QA lead a message.
What's funny is that we've actually talked about doing a live, start to finish, live stream.
Oh yeah.
Right. Could be this one.
It could be this one.
I hope it's not.
Yeah, so just to share some behind the scenes discussion.
Right.
We were talking about during larger updates like this, literally when the servers come down, doing a live broadcast from start to finish, and then it sounds great until something goes horribly wrong and it becomes like a 12-hour death march stream where but we assuming it went well and it was just a couple hours for the update, we were talking about treating it more like a development stream where we bring in guests on the team to talk about the various things that they're working on, either as part of the update or as part of working on Planetside 2 or stuff that they're working on in the future. So we might do that in the coming soon.
It is a possibility.
It is a possibility.
In some timeline.
Yeah, but we were going to have like infographics on the bottom of the screen that showed like the timeline of like where we were in the process of bringing the servers down and updating.
Yeah, Alan, have you finished the infographics?
Yeah. Hold
All
on.
right.
I'm messing. No, hold on.
Oh, Jesus.
Everyone's still here. Let's see how the build review is going.
Okay. What time is it?
It's new. It's 12:02.
Okay.
People in Europe are like, it's the evening.
I am so sorry to everyone. Andy and myself are way out of practice.
We haven't seen each other in person in quite a while, so this is my opportunity to spend more quality time with Rel for at least a couple more minutes.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So this is either like the scene from Ghost or like I'm visiting Rel in prison.
Right.
Like we're doing we got to do the knuckles to the plexiglass. We could have the phone up.
But Rel in jail.
How are you doing, man? Have you become? Never mind. All right, so they're still going through it. Our QA team's still going through the build. So far, it doesn't look like there's any issues, but we will. There's okay. Yeah, we'll see. I just got spammed with a list of text.
Okay, good.
So
good.
We'll take a look at how that is afterwards.
Coming up, Millhouse.
And bring the Discord names on the left side over. I'm going to copy this. And then we're going to go ahead and go to Watch YouTube and then paste this over here so we can show you guys who are the users who are going to be joining us here tonight. Did I do this wrong? Yes, I did. Awesome. These are the leaders who want to basically discuss this tonight, who are joining here with me. For those of you that are currently here right now with me, these are some of the bullet points that I actually saw here tonight. I also have some screenshots that is not showing up. Wow. Let's get some screenshots over here. There we go. That could work. That could work. Now I got these different screenshots that we can discuss throughout the entire experience. Awesome. Great. Let's go ahead and get the all the influencers who are here tonight to discuss this. Let's go and bring them in and introduce them, everybody. Music's too loud. Sorry about that. Is that better? I think I'm going to minimize that. We're going to go and bring this over here. And make ArsheeTV. Shockdoor and Luke plays Planetside 2. This is for both of you guys. That's for you. And that's for you. And Beast from the East. I love you, buddy, too, man. Thanks for basically coming to this family, coming to this entire environment, giving me a chance to feel more confident and comfortable here, man. Appreciate it, Beast from the East. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and bring these voices in. Thank you so much, Bodafet, for the follow. I appreciate it. What's up, guys? How you guys all doing?
Archie.
What's up,
Hey,
man?
Arshee, what's up?
Ladies and gentlemen, we currently have from 20R tonight, we have AODR, we have BHO, DIG, MM, NCCI, Orax, Saz here tonight with my head moderator, Nikon, that is also coming here from Connery. I'm looking forward to hearing their thoughts. What are their overall impressions of what they saw here tonight? And I have it easy enough for you guys to find all that data on my right side here. You're going to get to see this is the dev stream. That wasn't it. It's not 5:28. Oh my god. It's 8:28. I made a mistake. Give me 1 second. I will be able to fix that in a second. As soon as I resave the document. That was pretty embarrassing.
Or did you accidentally time travel?
Now my Photoshop's updating. I'm just going to leave it. You guys know us today. Alright, so all of you guys that are currently watching the stream right now and you do know outfit leaders who are interested in having this discussion or watch the dev stream, feel free to go ahead and join the channel for need permissions and I'll get you a chance to be dragged in. For now, let's go ahead and get an introduction from the very top and we'll go all the way down to the bottom to Saz and get an opportunity to hear who they are. 1 minute introductions to Luke and Ruwan to understand what is 20R, and then we'll look at talking to AODR as well right after we get a chance to hear their opinions. For now, I put the overview information here. We know that we just saw a campaign system, the Shattered Warp Gate, and you can see the rewards for each of them are completed. You'll see Calamity will be like almost Campaign 1. The Campaign 2 is like Adapt and Overcome. Campaign 3 will be Containment and Protocol. You also saw a mission system, which is 3 missions that you can grab daily for free-to-play players and 6 for subscribers. That way we can actually support the company, giving them an opportunity to have subscribers feel like they gain more for their bang for their buck that they're basically paying. Thank you so much to Supersonic for the follow and thanks for joining the community. Feel free to sit down anywhere you want. And then we got the render distance is now static, which is fantastic. The global infantry, air, and vehicle. No more have to work with INIs. It is a given. The moment you get into a vehicle, you have that render distance changed, allowing you to have a lot more frames than you've ever wanted. S-Mirror map changes. So you guys all saw it on the screens. I have the screenshots for it, so we're going to see more about that. Player versus environment. The Superstorm. I made that up. We're going to talk about Indar changes. The center area, the rock bridge has been destroyed. Players can attack from the south and from the north, which is called the Death Hill on TI Alloys. Crown has more access from the north side. Traditionally, that was the most difficult place to attack from. Series Hydroponics got changes, TI Alloys, and the Crown. And we're looking at the Outfit Wars, also got some changes. We're going to look at some ELO ranking system, which I'm looking forward to seeing how that works out. That means the teams that are very, very powerful, you won't be seeing them. Hopefully, there's enough outfits out there that are participating. You'll get more opportunities to have more fun with your smaller or larger outfits that traditionally doesn't want to play as hardcore as others. 20R, Luke, and Rowan, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right. How about you, dude?
Doing good, doing good. Is this your first time being on the show?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, hey, thanks guys for maintaining TOS for me, and let's go ahead and have you guys tell me about yourselves. What is 20R? What server, faction, and tell me more about yourselves. And I'll give you guys 1 minute, and then we'll go ahead and basically have you guys tell me your thoughts, your pros and cons of today's event, and then we'll go jump down to AODR, then we'll go back to BHO and keep going down.
All right. So we mostly run on Emerald NC. We sometimes hop around the servers and factions on rare occasions, and we're a multi-gaming outfit. We don't just do Planetside. We try to cater to all players. We just hang out, have fun. We don't play super competitively, but not super casually either. Just strike a nice balance between the two.
Awesome. Let me get a chance to go and turn all this off and bring this over to 828. At the same time, what is your position in the outfit compared to your partner?
Rowan is the lead of the outfit. I am, I'm 2 slots below him, pretty much.
Awesome. Awesome. And overall, how do you get people to join your outfit so I can basically give you a little bit of a shout out for stopping by tonight?
Mostly open platoons on NC. We usually run them at an off time where most outfits aren't running things, so when all the people are running around, not having their outfit usually to run in, they sometimes hop in.
Awesome.
And then we pick up some people that do not have an outfit, usually.
So, is this your first dev stream that you just watched?
It's mine.
Yeah, I usually don't watch them. I just read the patch notes after a bit, but glad I watched this one.
Very cool, very cool. And so tell me your takeaways. We'll go ahead and basically start with Luke, and then we'll go to Ruan. Luke, what was your takeaways as far as the event? You got 1 minute. What are your pros and cons? What are you excited about it, and what are you not excited about it?
All right, so I like the new campaign system, which I think will cater a bit better to casual players and offer an alternative to directives for more casual play. I am kind of disappointed, but I see why they did it, that they kind of killed off some of the big farms on SMB and Indar. But it is what it is. I think it's good for the health of the game.
Very, very cool. Campaign system, you guys have heard about it earlier. It was the system that allows you to either have access to it as a subscriber, or you have to pay into it as a free-to-play player, like with Source. I'm not sure exactly how much. And it'll give you an opportunity to tackle it within a specific amount of time, and you can get custom rewards for that month. And so this is something that will give new players an opportunity to feel like they're working towards something versus just doing lattice systems every single night. Is that correct?
Yep.
Awesome.
Just pushing the lattice all day is something that gets boring after a bit.
No problem. Tell me something that you're looking forward to in the future that didn't show up in this update.
To be honest, I don't really have any ideas.
No worries. That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Maybe naval. I don't know.
Naval doesn't exist. But anyways, now Luke, is there any cons to this? Is this something that you're not looking forward to or you didn't like?
Killing off the farms. I mean,
the farms are going to completely change on TI, otherwise, for sure. But do you think it was time
but it is
for
what
that?
it is. I think it was time. I think we farmed a Plantium.
8 years
now
worth.
we can move on to other things.
Very true. All right, buddy. Well, thank you so much. Let's go to Ruan. Ruan.
Hey, dude.
How you doing? How do you say your name? I'm probably destroying it.
It's Rowan.
Rowan. Rowan, tell me your opinion. Pros and cons of today.
Overall, I think it's a very interesting new take on Ezreal. It is one of the oldest factions. Continents in the game, and that to be honest, it kind of does need a complete revamp. I do like the fact that it's a lot more balanced, and that they are getting rid of a lot of Zerging, especially with the Lightning Storm. That Lightning Storm looks quite powerful. I am quite interested to see how that's gonna become into the game and how balanced it will be. But overall, I'm very excited that more parts of the map will be used, more areas, less Zerging. It will be a lot more dynamic, which is something that this game really needs. It gets quite boring fighting in the same areas again and again, and it should bring in a lot of new and old people back in.
Well said. What are you not interested in?
What am I not interested in? That's actually quite something.
Please, I'd love to know about it, because this is the only way to get the feedback we need from the community to get an idea of what kind of game you want.
Yeah, that is true. Well, to be honest, a lot of these things are a lot of positive stuff. To be honest, the negative stuff, I'm just a bit worried that the storm might become a nuisance. That's the only thing I'm pretty much worried about.
You said stone? Oh,
the storm.
The storm.
Yeah,
that for sure is going to be annoying, but it's going to be a lot of fun to see a difference between everybody stuck in one base all damn time, and that storm will push them out. Maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, but maybe people will just see it as like, oh, here comes the storm,
right.
or whatever. Like, who knows? Maybe it will be a great thing. Maybe it will be a bad thing. I don't know. I can't tell.
Well said. Well, thank you so much. Is there anything else you two want to add on before I go down to AODR next?
Let's just all keep having fun in this game. Let's all keep working together, and let's make Planetside continue to grow and be a awesome game that it is and will continue to be.
Awesome. Well said. Thank you so much, 20R. At the very end, I believe there's some outfits here that want to discuss some personal things with you guys, so feel free to stop, hang out until the very end. And we're going to go over to AODR. How you doing, buddy?
There. How are you doing?
Would you like me to tell... can you tell everybody how you say your name, so I don't basically...
Yeah, everybody gets this confused. It's Elito.
Elito. Thank you so much, Elito. So, Elito, tell me about yourself, AODR, where you guys located. Give yourself a little bit of a shout out for coming here.
So yeah, we are AODR, Angels of the Death. We are a gaming clan of over 3,000 people. We originally started on, I think, SWAT 3 back in 1999. And we've been going for 21 years. So Planetside 2 is not the only game we play, but it's one of our major ones. We get a lot of our population from Emerald because that's our main server. We're also TR, as you know, it's the R in the last part of that tag. So we roam around the Emerald TR servers, we run open platoons, and we have a lot of fun.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm middle leadership for our Planetside 2 division. We go off pseudo military ranking system. Everything from Lance Corporal up to Sergeant is our Planetside 2 team. A corporal, as you know, Catfish is our leader. He's a sergeant. So all that stuff is that's about me.
Awesome. And so, is this your first time showing up to one of these dev streams?
Yeah, that's my first dev stream. It's really interesting. Glad I came.
Thanks for stopping by, man. And tell me about your major takeaways, your pros.
Well, I'm super excited personally for the Endar changes. I had this joke where if you go into the crown, you're going to come out 10 players, behind if you come out. Going into the crown, the TI Alloys Series Hydroponics area was always a huge pop sink. And while the farms were very fun sometimes, I had a lot of fun doing those sorts of things. It can be a little bit annoying if you're, say, trying to take another base on the map. You've got 10 minutes left on the alert. That's, 33% to 33%. It's anyone's game, but there's 96 players at the crown. And, of course, it's not going to really go through. So sometimes it's better to have a little bit of that pop, a little bit more flowing, so you get some more interesting fights, interesting alerts. So that's personally what I'm super stoked for.
Well
those
said.
Indar changes, especially Esmir changes too, because they had a similar problem.
I agree. I had a chance to check out majority of the facts that was going on with the Crown and TI Alloys, and overall forcing population numbers are basically stuck there the entire alert times and just all the way to the very end. It was a very, very nice farming place for sure, but overall did not give everybody a chance to check out the game for its full glory throughout the entire map. And seeing these changes, I don't know if it's going to fix it, but it's actually nice to see changes come this way for Indar and Esmir. What are the things you're not looking forward to?
Well, I'm a little bit slightly worried that the whole mission system, where they said, premium members and non-premium members will have different amounts of missions they can do. I'm just a little bit worried that becomes a pay-to-win system, but I have good hopes, however, that it's not going to end up that way. So, let's hope that they don't end up screwing that up. I have good hopes that they won't, but, just in case, that's probably my biggest worry right now.
Well said. Well said. Anything else you want to add before we go to BHO Sandwich Warrior?
Well, here's to hoping for another resurgence of players.
Cheers.
Cheers indeed.
Thank you so much, buddy. Once again, you can basically hang out till the very end. We're going to get a chance to go research the chat. Chat can actually ask you some personal questions as well. Let's go over to BHO Sandwich Warrior. How you doing, buddy?
Hello there.
You want to tell everybody what kind of sandwiches you make? I'm just kidding. I'm just...
Never gets old, man.
I know, man. I just love saying that. I didn't know your name was Sandwich Warrior when I first met you. I've known Sandwich Warrior for quite some time. And is this your first time watching the dev stream?
I've watched the last one as well, but at that time I wasn't down here for the interview afterwards.
Very cool. And tell me more about BHO and yourself, and we'll get a chance to dive right in after that.
Basically, BHO is Boneheaded Overlords. We play NC on Miller. We are the biggest outfit out there for the Empire, but we are restricted to Planetside 2 only, so we have very dedicated players and leadership for this game specifically.
I love it. And your server is?
Miller.
Cool. So BHO is Miller, NC, and Sandwich Warrior. What is your position in BHO?
I am second in command after the leader, Mike Cersei.
Very, very cool. So Sandwich Warrior, tell me your pros of this entire event.
But honestly, I didn't really have any expectations, so just trying to get stuff objectively. I think campaign might be a good idea, for casual players, but I'm a bit worried about new players, because if you're gonna have to pay thousands of certs to get access to the chapters, that's probably not what a new player is gonna spend on. So I'm the Bastion update was the same, it brought a lot of players, but since the new guys didn't really have access to it, they just kind of left afterwards.
Let's
hope they don't make the same mistake once again.
That was a conversation that came up during our meeting that we had with the devs, and Rel came up and said that they're going to give the new players between like 1 and 15 free access to campaigns or something like that. And so they have the opportunity to go and focus on campaigns, get those cleared, but of course there's going to be a big warning sign, hopefully, for them to not to go and grind past 15 and not accept it. You just click the damn accept button, or it might be automatically accepted, so that way that doesn't basically become a problem. But that is the indicator that they're trying to give the new players a chance to have it for free without having to pay, so that way they get a taste of campaign, and then if they want to sub into next month's campaign, they're probably past the battle rank at that moment, and then they have to pay into it with certs or something like that. What would be your thoughts on that then? Wasn't said in during the stream.
Sounds like a decent idea to like solve the issue. So yeah. Let's hope they find a good way to balance that.
What else? What other cons you got?
Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that they actually choose Isamir for the storm. Like it's actually a really good idea to like fend off like big stalemates, but I definitely think much more issues with like stalemate fights.
Are you talking about Maelstrom, or are you talking about this? Yeah, the Superstorm.
no, the storm on Isamir.
Okay.
So
make sure.
But I mean, like, of course, Isamir could, like, it's not a bad choice. It needed a revamp, like with the warp gates. But for the storm, I personally would have chosen Indar for sure.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to seeing what concepts are going to be for everything, and these new changes are going to bring a new player versus environment effect we've never seen ever before in Planetside. So this is interesting. It's a new era coming in, and it's kind of fresh. So we're looking forward to seeing if this actually makes you guys excited, or drives us up the wall, including me. I don't know. I haven't got a chance to play the game enough, but I'm looking forward to get some more gameplay in. Anything you want to add, Sandwich Warrior, before I go to DIG Maelstrom? Sandwich Warrior.
No, not really.
Thank you so much, buddy. And feel free to hang out to the very end if you would like to. Anytime you guys wish to leave, you're more than welcome to. We're going to jump right over to DIG. Maelstrom26, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. How are you, Archie?
Fantastic, man. Tell me more about yourself. I know you personally. I'd like the community to actually understand where you're coming from and what's your outfit, location, faction.
ASL. You want my ASL, do you?
Yes, please.
I'm Maelstrom26. I'm the co-leader for Dignity of War on Miller, the biggest VS outfit of that server. We're quite a casual outfit. We do regularly having 2 platoons at least a night. Ops on our, which is actually right now. Thanks, devs, for putting it right bang on our ops night. We get around about 2 to 3 platoons, so that's always a great thing to see.
Dirty. Go wash your hands. I'm just kidding. Maelstrom, what is your overall position in DIG?
So as I mentioned, co-leader, Illist here is also one of my co-leaders as well. I've been leader of the outfit for about 6 months now. Been leader of the dig community, or one of the leaders of the dig community, for way longer than that, probably 6 years. So we've been around.
Awesome. And let's go ahead and basically get a chance to hear your perspective of pros and cons, and then we'll do the same introduction for Illis to hear him from start to finish. Let's go, Maelstrom, your pros and cons of today's event.
So pros, fantastic Esamir rework. It was desperately needed, especially the Northern Lane. The Northern Lane, oh my lord, only having 4 bases, or so 4 bases between 2 warp gates is absolutely bonkers, so I'm really glad they got rid of that. Esamir Center, Issa has been totally gutted, which is, I think, a good thing. It was just way too contentious in the middle. It was always having that sort of, if you got the tech plant, you lose the alert essentially, because you were just going to be constantly fighting over it forever. Pros, I absolutely love the fact that they have gone above and beyond and added a whole raft of new changes to the sort of adding flora, adding a whole load of assets. The new warp gate looks fantastic. It just looks in general so good.
It's unbelievable to see how much time 6 months this team can do. And I don't know the total number, so I'm going to be asking Andy if he can do another shout out on Twitter or something like that. What is your total number of devs now to make this happen? I want to put the bar up. I want to see what the dev studios can actually push with this numbers that they had. That was really good.
Well, we can approximate. They had about 12 devs pre-escalation, and they said they've increased it by about threefold. So they've got around about 40 devs or so now, I reckon.
Wow. Unbelievable. And so, what other pros you got before we go to cons?
Pros, Indar, Crown, thank Christ. It desperately needed that rework. Very, very happy that now we have A Point moved. It was always a bugger to get that held. And I'm actually quite happy that now that we've got 2 vehicle points in there. And so we're actually going to have some really nice vehicle fights around the Crown rather than it just being B Point being an absolute hellhole to fight in. And also the fact that B Point's been opened up to have a northern entry point as well. That's really, really good. It's going to open some good strategies. I
agree. And what are your cons? What are the things you're not happy about or they didn't basically bring into this update or things they've ignored?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, the missions. I do hope that they don't bring in, well, they kind of are with the mining drill one we saw, but there's an area defense mission that we've definitely seen. That unless they put some sort of mechanism to prevent orbital strikes and war assets being used around that area, it is going to be an absolute orbital strike farm. So the devs definitely need to put some logic in there to stop that from being possible, or put a shield around it or something like that.
You don't like chaos?
Oh, I love the chaos, but nobody will want to do them eventually. It'll just become an orbital strike farm.
I see. I actually don't know why, but somehow when I see the entire, it feels like I'm playing an outdoor game with your community. Like you got a chance to go with your high school friends and just do a fun little event. Who's the first one can touch that? Before you have to go backwards and run away from it, or else. It's like almost like a tug of war where everybody's like fighting and like, oh my god, orbital, everybody runs away for a couple seconds and then runs right back into the middle. It's a lot of fun watching, but I bet it sucks being on the floor. But
oh, it's fantastic. So it's one of the best moments in my life where you see like 4 or 5 orbital strikes going off at once. That's absolutely great.
I don't know. I think it could be fun to watch, but if you guys are telling me it's not great, I'd love to know more of that feedback when it actually does occur. You already have the thought of it. That it's going to happen. Even I do. I was excited for it, but you're saying you don't like it. I have to agree with you. If you don't see that as a good indicator, they need to have a counter to orbital strike, maybe like a Citadel Shield counter 1, where it's a little cheaper than an orbital strike, so you can actually have an RTS element where you can drop that Citadel Shield in time to support your factions. So whoever has a bubble over your head, you can't put a second bubble. And so that means it'll take 1 orbital strike from that bubble.
Yeah, like some games have handled it really well. Like, I don't know if you've played Supreme Commander in the past, but they had like a building where you can sort of have like charges in this building that prevent nukes from hitting it. So they're kind of something similar, like a deployable or something. They're probably not be able to code it in the game now, but something of that measure to mitigate it, but not totally prevent it.
Yeah,
quite nice.
That'd be interesting, but I don't know if that's going to be a priority until it becomes a problem. That's what I'm thinking. But thank you for that update. Anything else you want to add before I go to Illis?
No, go for it.
Thank you so much, Maelstrom26. That was from Dignity of War. We're going to go to the next co-lead. Illis, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great.
Tell me,
is this working? Fun?
Oh, you sound great.
Okay, perfect.
Tell me about yourself. I know that we heard you're also co-lead. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm one of the new co-leaders for Dignity of War on Miller VS. Got promoted and introduced to the team of leaders at Dignity of War not too long ago, I think 2 months ago so far. Concerning the update and the stream, we were already very hyped up, seeing the changes during when they added the Colossus tank. Well, with that and them saying that this is the small update and that the big update is gonna come up, so we were very, very hyped on that. After seeing it today, I've seen the rework on Esamir, which just looks amazing. I'm very happy to the warp gates, as Maelstrom mentioned, being moved, because the North Ends constantly kept fighting 4 warp gates apart. It did help starting an alert for people to get that continent out of the way, but yeah, it changing, revamping, changing like that. It looks awesome. One thing concerning the storm, though, on Esamir is, as they mentioned, I think, if I'm correct, that it's moving after the highest pop in the area. I'm not sure if that's correct.
It's going after the highest pop. You're right. You are correct.
Yeah,
and it will probably refresh to go back to the highest pop. So we had a discussion. If you're a platoon of 2 platoons, like for instance, I brought up SKL or anybody else that decides to run with large numbers, is it going to constantly chase them? It's just like,
yes, exactly.
Help!
Exactly. So, and as far as I was told, it's a slow-moving storm. So I imagine, like, which is popular in Miller right now, as people call it, redeploy side. Is like you just redeploy from one base to another. So I imagine you could manipulate the storm to go like into the middle and then win extra time till it comes or whatever. I've also seen they showed off the new like grenades that use the power of the storm and all of that. They seem very powerful, so it will be interesting to check that out and how they tend to balancing it out. If it's like something you can stop from like causing the storm shock, or is just you throw it inside and it's gonna definitely go off and kill everyone around it. Because I imagine like with large numbers, you just toss it and clear a room in an instant.
The best part about it is the storm will knock everyone out. And it can't kill anybody in a room. It's only for outdoor.
Okay, only outdoor.
So
okay.
you saw there's a moment where Rel will... I mean, I was trying to pay attention to a lot of things. I was adding notes in the middle of the stream. Rel threw the grenade. It was beaming up. And there's a little cover. I mean, we're talking about very sliver amount of cover. He stood right underneath it and avoided the blast. So as long as your head is covered amongst a product, that is like the code, I guess, you won't get hit by it. But if you're on the outdoors trying to run through and somebody throws that grenade and you're all shining up, you either put down that lightning rod or you try to find cover as fast as you can because you're all going to get killed. That lightning rod does a really good job of helping resist that hit from all of you as a single hit from a lightning grenade, which is really cool. Thank you so much, BSD, for the follow. Thanks for joining the community. Feel free to stop by, sit down anywhere you need. So yeah, Ellis.
Another thing I really enjoy, like it wasn't a list, but anyway, was the fact that you can now craft exceptional implants.
Yeah, that was amazing. But
so
do you know the cost of
yeah,
that?
yeah, I saw the cost, and that's what like kind of like.
But hey, guess what? The mission system is going to give you a chance to get ISO. So we only got ISO from the end of the alert, which was equivalent to, I don't know, how much is it, like 300 ISO you guys are getting?
I think it's 100 to 150, I think, ISO per alert.
Okay, so then
Not sure if
I don't know if you win. I won 3 times yesterday just because I don't know why. I'm not trying to, ooh, I'm the best. No. But I only won, so I don't know what it looks like for a loss. I haven't had a chance to check that out. But I got around 200 to 300 per map. I don't know how that works. So that was an interesting thing. All of you guys who are currently watching the stream right now, thanks for stopping by. Make sure you do !! giveaway 1. That is 5,000 worth of Daybreak cash. We're going to give it out for you guys. It's going to end at 1 p.m., which in 24 minutes. So if you guys are outfit leaders, let your members know they have a chance to win 1,000 Daybreak cash in this giveaway. And then there's another giveaway at 1 p.m., which is in 24 minutes, for your chance to win another 1,000 Daybreak cash. I split them up so you can win 2,000 total. And this could really help you guys towards getting some new stuff when this patch comes out. So this was provided by Rogue Planet Games, Planetside 2, and Daybreak. So thank you guys for giving us these keys to give away to you guys. This was provided by them. So we'll continue going. Illist, what other pros and cons you got for us?
Concerning the pros, like as Melson mentioned, indoor, like especially the crown being changed. Like, because those points, the A point, the B point, like they were hellholes, like as well. Like another farm that can get started with the router or whatever, and it just never ends. So reintroducing like the changes to where the points are is going to be very, very useful. Concerning the alloys change, the removing the stone bridge, I think like will change somewhat, like the effects, but I'm pretty sure people will still continue farming on alloys.
I think they will because of the death run up top, and I saw a lot of moments where I don't know if you can defend it well though. I saw that brick wall in the middle of it, like wall that they created as a architect or one of you, I guess. That's gonna really prevent.
I didn't see the actual. I didn't notice the wall. I thought they just removed the stone bridge.
No, there's an entire wall. Like imagine there's a square from the A point, and there's 2 staircases going down, like this. It used to be all open. Imagine now, halfway up to the A point, there's a massive wall that completely covers both entrances from the main spawn and from the bridge side. So that means a full team can come inside, and a full team can come inside, then they face each other face to face. Like, you know, that kind of stuff. Person unknown, thank you so much for the follow, man. Come sit down anywhere you want. Thanks for joining the ArsheeTV community. Yeah, Ellis, I think we're going to see some massive changes to the game, and this is what us all needed. Even a single rock can change the game. That's how much you guys take advantage of everything out there. Thank you so much, Jewish Hot Dog, man. Thank you so much.
Another like one of the pros that someone mentioned to me like a few days ago that they are changing. They didn't see it mentioned during the stream that they are actually bringing the outfit resource vendor to actual like warp gates in the warp gates on all continents. So that's going to be very handy because I know most outfit leaders or platoon leaders or whatever, when you need to transfer those resources and you're fighting in the full continent, getting out of that continent to switch resources and then sitting in a queue to get back in is a big pain in the ass.
I do agree. I just got hosted by somebody just now. Let me just give him some love over there. I just want to make sure that person can hear me out loud. Ladies and gentlemen, we just got hosted by V-Core coming in to this Planetside 2 discussion. Thank you so much, V-Core, and everybody who's currently watching. We're going to get a chance to see the pros and the cons from every one of these leaders here tonight. Come join us. I'm looking forward to seeing you again soon. Can I get one of the moderators to do an at V-Core and check out his stream? We'll stop that. Okay, let's go ahead, continue. I'm sorry about that.
And I just to end it all, like concerning the missions, like that's a very interesting idea. Will be fun to see. I imagine like at the very beginning of it all, we'll have whole outfits like just working together to complete them. So I imagine all the mission spots and areas will get flooded very soon. I really hope they're all dynamic and different. You know, factions have different areas because. Other than that, if they're like always static in the same areas, we'll just have people sitting over there at all times.
Camping all day, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, and
the cool thing about the mining one is if that just randomly spawns randomly, I would love to see it in the middle of a fight or randomly in the corner. That will create fights all throughout the map. I think these active missions, which is very, very cool, because I don't know how this active mission is going to work. Because the way I'm thinking about it, I have it on the screen right now, is I click on the active mission, it pops down. If I stand next to it, I get control. When I accept it as a mission, does that mean all of you guys get that mission? Or only the individuals at that moment that accepted it? So it might be like a 5-on-5 fight versus an entire worldwide alert. So I want to know more about that. I'd love to see that. I'm going to be more excited to grab those types of missions because it creates content for streamers. It creates hype for me because I now get to randomly see people try to fight over my product as a smaller individual. So this might give it some more flavor to solo-based players, which is, I think, what was needed to a certain extent. Thank you so much, Sandwich Warrior, for the host, buddy. I appreciate it, man. Big heart goes out to you. Let's go ahead and continue with Ilst. Ilst, tell me more.
Anyway, what?
You just cut out. Ilst.
He slept.
No! Oh, man. Looks like Ilst has got disconnected. I'm hoping it's not my server, is it?
It does have a very, very, very dodgy headphone cable.
Oh,
which
no
might
worries.
have just done him.
What, Maelstrom, just tell Ilst in the DM if you can, just to go and try to keep speaking. We will get him right after Charlotte. Okay, so we're going to go dive into Charlotte. As soon as Charlotte's done, tell him to keep talking. Not a big deal. If he cuts us off, I'll say we could hear you. We'll finish with Charlotte, jump back to Illist, then back to Dobriak. Charlotte, how you doing, buddy?
I'm a little disappointed after the stream.
Oh.
But
This is good. I get to hear some more con feedback. So tell me more about MM first. Is it M&Ms? Is it like a chocolate? What's going on?
It's international outfit, but the core of outfit are Russian players. We play on Miller for TR.
Awesome. So Miller TR, Millennium Marines. I had a chance to do an Alpha Spotlight with all the gentlemen before me. Charlotte Plett, tell me, what is your position in Millennium Marines?
I'm one of the leaders. So we have a council. We have no leader, but the leaders council, which Chief Marines.
Awesome.
Opinion of older members have more weight, though.
Very cool. Very cool. So Charlotte Plett, tell me, do you have any pros? If you don't, we'll jump right into cons. Do you have anything you're excited about? How about just one item?
Sure.
Maybe that like graphic color.
First of all, they have some good changes. First of all, to the battle flow on Isamir, with changing the links, and also I like that they changed for HUD for different types of play. So when you play on infantry, vehicles, on aircrafts, you can make different render distance. That's a cool idea. And lots of players ask for this, so this is a good change. They also make some changes on Indar. I think some of them are good, but some of them are not good. For example, I'm not sure Crown is the best point changes, because I'll tell about that later. What I can say about new weather features, well, I think I'm neutral for that. It will be a little cool for first time, but otherwise, I think if they, for example, implement snow on Isamir or rain on Hosin, it will be it could looks more cool in far perspective, I think.
Sounds good. Let's get understanding why you think it won't be the hype you need to enjoy the rest of your gameplay with Planetside and other future ideas like that for other continents. When you see this storm I'm actually showing you right now, the reason why I'm going deeper into the subject is because what I just heard from you, Charlotte Plett, sounds like if I add any player versus environment element, you won't be as excited after the first month. You're just like, okay, it's now annoying. Get out of my way. It's like a fly. You're like, okay, I see it. Move. What is your interpretation when it comes to player versus environment or PvE elements? Are you a fan of it? Because if you're not, then that means this is just never going to make you happy.
Well, I think that I'm not very big fan of this, but I think in some games that's a good idea. Most of players of Planetside 2 are players who came here and play here for hardcore PvP. So, I'm not sure there are lots of fans of PvE content in this game. In advance with other games, even shooters, where the game is based on mix of PvP and PvE. Because I don't want to to name other games, but on most games, the main content is like PvE content with maybe mates and other players who play together to make this PvE content. And even in that games, it is some groups of players who make these directives, PvE directives. What I see here, there is solo missions, and players have to do them solo. Let's see. Devs said on the previous interviews that Planetside 2 was in a bad shape until 2020, this year. They make escalation update and they tripled the online. I was very hyped and very interesting in this patch escalation. And when I saw the dev stream, I was very hyped, and I returned to the game after 2 years of inactive, and so do lots of players of my outfit. And in one of the interview, maybe Rel said that 90% of players that came back, there was players who didn't play Planetside for a few years or maybe even more. So yeah, escalation was great patch, and he returned a lot of players, usually outfit players, because for example our outfit, we made even some sending mails to our members and tell that guys, return to the game, try it, it is a very cool update, so you can check it and play with us. And we really increase our pop, I mean outfit pop. So we have, I think in January, one squad in the best times to the 5 squads during second outfit wars. So yeah, and lots of outfits did the same. So yeah, because the patch was outfit related. Yeah.
So it sounds like to me it was a great benefit on escalation for you. You don't see this one being a benefit to you because it wasn't outfit oriented. Is that correct?
No, it is not outfit related. It is patch that harm outfits, because you see
the big storm that can follow you because you're a big group, then it might chase you and it could affect you.
No.
What about, how does this affect you as an outfit leader?
Look, so some of our guys, for example, will activate this new mission system. They will push to make these missions, so they wouldn't play with outfit. They will do their missions. So we will have less people who will play together, and that's why I think it will harm outfits.
I have a question on that. How much? This is the only definition that I've got for it. How much? I know a lot about this, but I want to know your outfit specifically. I've seen outfits do a Monday, Wednesday, and Friday op. Means that that's a day where we do outfit operations and that's it. Any other time outside of that, you do whatever you want. If we have an event going on Tuesday or Thursday, you're more than welcome to join the platoon, but hey, this isn't the actual outfit timing ops. Are you running ops every single day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Do you have that many players running platoons for you guys and they have to be in your platoons? If that's the case, you are 100% right. This is going to affect you big time.
Yeah, we have ops every day during the evening, but of course not 24 hours a day.
How many hours?
I think from 2 to 3 hours, and I understand what you are talking about.
You're good. People will go on earlier, and they actually are getting excited to play the game in a different way, because they play the same way when you're online, and they play the same way when you're offline. I'm not trying to basically boost up RPG here, but this is my thought process. If I have to do the same thing every single day, I'm not going to log in earlier. I'm just going to do it with you. And I'm just going to enjoy those 2 to 3 hours, and I'm off. But now we have people online before, 2 to 3 hours before your event starts, doing their missions because they can do it. They're not playing another game. And now there's other ops, other people who are running operations, see that there's conflict in the game, and they're getting more excited to increase population numbers, because now you have a guy named the AA outfit who does their event 2 hours before yours, and now they're fighting your members throughout the entire day for those 2 to 3 hours. They're still active because of your members are fighting them, and then when your op starts, they're still around, and now you have a larger fight to deal with. That's my opinion. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I understand what you're talking about. Let's say this. Most of our players in our outfit are usual mates who work, and they came to the game after the work to play a few hours with their mates, with their friends who know each other a lot for a long time, and they do not have much time off peak, yeah, for another time. So they have, for example, 2 hours for the game, and usually they play with outfit. This time we have ops, we play as an outfit, and now some of them maybe, not sure about our outfit, but maybe some will go, instead of playing together with outfit, they will spend their 2 hours that they have for the game to make these personal missions, yeah, and the outfit will struggle with that because of that. That's my opinion. I'm not sure it will work in this case. For example, what I can what idea I can tell for the devs in this way. You have lots of outfits. You have lots of groups like platoons or squads. Let them give them the mission to make a good fight. For example, make for example some PVE train, for example, and one faction could escort this train to one place to another, and other factions have to destroy it. Yeah, so all factions or all outfits will be involved in this scenario. They will fight there, and it wouldn't be the fight for the point. Yeah, because playing on the points could be boring after some time. Yeah,
it's been 8 years you've been fighting for the points. Don't you think a little change now is helpful?
Yes, of course. It's yeah, it's a new, something new. So lots of players will fight on this missions. What I see for now, we have a mission with harasser on the stream. You need to pull your harasser and just go from one point to another. I can assure you that after some time, people will know these points, or even if they spawn randomly, there will be lots of aircrafts with toxic.
But you can use aircraft to do the mission too. You don't have to do harasser.
No, there is only harasser to use. It was in description, so you need to use harasser. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's specific vehicles you might be able to get as a neutral vehicle, and then there's also chances of you using your own vehicle. So if it is a harasser at that exact point, yes, you'll probably get screwed. But,
so I think the toxic vets, they will destroy these new players, because, as I understand, this missions was focused on the players, for the new players who will come to the game, and to make their first steps less intensive and hard, they make this.
Awesome. So let me clarify what you're stating, so I can get the chat involved as well too. So, your main issue here is you're an outfit leader, and this is going to take away from outfits that you were excited that the previous update was all for outfits. This update will make it to where outfit priority is now lessened, not zero, lessened. In my opinion, if they create missions that require an outfit to be completed, you guys will now have more outfit-based operations to help your members do a messenger courier trip, to do a drop-off with galaxies when there's no alerts. Because when there's no alerts, you're just going to take over bases to start an alert. So when there is no effect happening on that specific moment, you can help all of your members finish their missions, and they feel like this is the coolest outfit on the planet. So each outfit has their own styles that they can take advantage of this. Some people don't run this way. So I think I see your point. Do you see where I'm going with this? You just have to get creative, in my opinion. But I do see your point as well, where this can actually take away from your outfit operations of infantry-based drop points, or vehicle-based or aircraft-based play styles. But adaptability is actually very important here, because then your outfit won't be recruited as often as other outfits who help out players finishing their missions. It's kind of like the outfit finally has the ability to give back to players, and then those players will be like, I'm going to show up to your ops. You help me out? I love your outfit. I now have a reason to love you even more. Does that make sense?
Yes, I understand what you are talking about, but maybe, for example, I think that defending some harassers which are riding across the continent, it will be very hard, for example.
How fun that is?
Yes,
That is a
look,
brand new mission you've never had in your whole life.
yeah, I understand what you are talking about, but I think what I saw, yeah, the second mission was about something dropped from the orbit and harvesting, yeah.
That one's gonna be a pain in the ass. I don't know if
Yeah,
I'm gonna. Good
yeah.
luck.
So
Good luck to you.
what I saw is it randomly drops from the orbit, and it was deep inside Vanu territory. So for Vanu, it is just easy fight. They just came there and be on the point and harvest for other
Can I
factions.
make it so we're 1 more minute remaining? So I'm going to jump over to Dobriak and give other people a chance to speak, and then we'll go right back over to you as soon as anybody else wants to add anything that nobody else added. Do you mind if we do that, Charlotte? 1 more minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, 1 minute. So yeah, lots of players will be on the same position. Other factions will be in a bad shape in this case, and the faction where this drop pod came will struggle because lots of players wouldn't fight on the perimeter where all fights, and they have less people and they will lose the territories. This is what I see. I don't know will it be during alerts or no, but it could harm factions as well because of that, because lots of players will move from the hard line to this deep in territory just to make this mission. And for last, I want to tell about Indar. Indar is revamped quite good, but Crown is not the best idea to send all the points to the east, because they have 3 main points on the east, and if you attack from the west, where Tealois is located, you need to go through all Crown, and you will be flanked hard, and it will be almost impossible to capture the Crown for the faction who will attack.
If this call out that you just basically said would be very, very interesting to see if they're willing to do a quick update to make it not like ATI always or Crown again. But thank you so much, Charlotte Plett, for all the details and all the feedback you've given us. I do want to hear more from you after we get through everybody, giving everybody a chance to have their feedback as well. Let's go over to the Dobriak. Thank you so much, Charlotte Plett. I appreciate it. And Dobriak from Millennium Marines, help me understand who you are.
Hello, Archie. Hello, everyone. I am one of the Millennium Marines leaders. Hope you understand me. Will all this
you sound great.
Accent?
Yeah, no. We love this accent. It makes us want to hide in the corner and not get.
Sounds cool.
Just kidding.
Yep. Again, one of the oldest leaders in Millennium Marines. I play in Planetside 2 since beta times. So, I see game, how it's progressed from early beta to latest year. Yes, I do many pauses. I not playing every time. Latest years, I trying to stream this game as much as I can or have a will for this. Play typical sessions with my outfit, but not like to lead people last years. It's very rare case. Why? I can explain maybe little later.
No problem. But we just got raided by the one and only. I'll be right there with second Dobriak. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is. The man, the legend, Kamikaze's here tonight. Can I get a mod to do an Atsoa Kamikaze right now? This desk, this lifting desk, is because I took it from Kamikaze. I made sure that Kamikaze knew that I needed that. I had to make it all happen live on stream. Make it, oh my god, it's getting too low. What is happening? Kamikaze! What's up, buddy? Thank you so much, buddy, for the raid. Now I'm actually doing knee squats. We're gonna bring it back. It's fun. Yeah, so thank you so much, Kamikaze, for the raid. This was on Kamikaze's stream. Check it out. He has his own sit-them standing decks. It helped me dramatically to be able to handle longer streams because I can reposition myself, stand up or sit. Also have a lot more room. So thank you so much. If you guys don't know who Kamikaze is, he has an incredible YouTube channel that helps you gain more confidence in Planetside 2. He also does other games as well, like Destiny and I believe Hyperscape. I've had a chance to check out his content. He was also one of the top 5 contestants on the community contest for Planetside 2. Check him out, guys. Kamikaze has a great freaking smile, a lot of energy, and he also Twitch streams. Thanks, bud, for the Kamikaze. All right, guys, let's go ahead and continue. We were just talking to Dobryak from Millennium Marines, who is from Miller TR. He is one of the other co-leads, I am assuming. Is that correct, Dobryak?
Yes, of course. By the way, I currently streaming since, dev stream.
You actually stream too?
A little more. Yes,
awesome.
And I make, when it's possible, parallel translation to Russian for my viewers, Russian viewers. 22 actually.
So you
maybe
stream
they
Russian,
understand
right?
what is happening with Planetside, with upcoming update, or I trying to express opinions from different outfit leaders to Russian players.
That's awesome. You could be a Russian representative. One of the cool things you can do on titling. Titling is very important. It's saying Russian rep for Planetside, and you can basically do that as a short English text.
Maybe it's too much, but I'm trying to invite more people to this really unique and great game.
Dude, that's great. I'm telling you, man, if you're streaming, make sure your titles represent what you're trying to do. And if you're just going to game, that's totally fine as well. But if you're going to go and get a chance to talk about this stream in Russian to all your the Russian community, that's going to be huge. And especially they're going to latch on to you because there's no other streamer that actually does it in Russian. Unless if I don't know, to be honest.
People have some questions. Someone have to answer them.
Mm-hmm. Very true. Well, Dobryak, tell me your pros and cons.
Yep, about this. Maybe I'm not too happy, just like Charaplot, or maybe in another way. Yes, this dev stream showed positive changes and some, as how I must say, not quite right direction, not that direction what I would like to see in this game. Remember, Planetside is game about faction wars. Oh, that's correct.
Correct. It's three-way
we
faction war,
see content, pretty much new content, but not oriented to this part of the game. And I think Planetside 2 still didn't have enough attention from devs to faction wars part. This is most untouched part of the game. If you read Planetside to Reddit, many times people complained about objective play, faction conflicts, and non-existent metagame. This is one of the most painful questions that still not answered. Let me quote some text that I posted on Reddit. Second. Example. Add objectives with some value for us. Give us more reasons to fight. This should be one of upsides of Planetside 2 over other online shooters. We can go for down shooting in the head server at any time. Planetside 2 deserves something more than just simple farming kills, stat certs, and directives grind. Last point already not existent. Let's say that.
Can I try to translate what you're saying real quick?
Minutes on CC. Oh, wait second. My mistake.
No problem.
Simple stay X minutes on capture point to cap the base should be removed. Capture of the base should end with destruction of last enemy spawn point. I know, Planetside to have destructive spawn tube. Scott Burns said about that. Add more things to do. Add more objectives, not just dailies you playing. More things to do for everyone. For solo players, for squads, for outfits, and full factions. It can be shield or terminal to hack. It's maybe hard spawn to earn destruct. It's maybe tower behind the lines to compromise and cut off the flow of resource. It's maybe global victory on the continent, not just look of it. Or in the end of season series of wins over big objectives. What I
Can
want
I interject for just a second? You'll continue. What would happen if the campaign system, the mission system, becomes very successful for single player, smaller groups and outfits?
That's the point I want to talk about. It's in core, it's good idea. Adding reason players to play in unused parts of the map, making them do something except just killing stuff. This is good, but this new content oriented on mostly solo play and solo players. But we not Destiny, we not Warframe, we MMO FPS, massive MMO FPS with tons of players, with coordinated squad, with outfits, with factions. We must use that. Yes, it's cool. Solo players or new players will get stuff to do. Something that lead them to do what to do in the game. But objectives for outfits, objectives for big squads, platoons, small squads, small groups. This what we need. This what we asking for. This what we grind for.
I was literally
outfits
tell you that
need
right
something more than just paint in a different color, different part of maps. This must lead to something. That seasons, yes, they may serve that purpose. But if everything going to be only about solo content, this is just wrong. This is not what this game requires.
Yeah.
Sorry, my English far from perfect.
No, not at all. I'm going to summarize it. I'm going to summarize it for you. This is not what Millennium Marines are excited about because there's nothing outfit oriented in this patch. Escalation was all outfit oriented.
Well, if we go complete this objective, we just don't have time to play together. We complete this new kind of directive missions, or we play together. We can't play and fulfill these goals if we play together. We should disperse and should play alone.
Yep.
This is just wrong.
I just
don't
think,
have to play.
I just think Dobryak
for the 24 time.
I think you're right. As far as an outfit's concerned, there's not much outfit-oriented stuff that was specific to outfits this time.
Well,
this is
still questions. Outfit progressions, outfit rewards, outfits. I don't know. Maybe like in other MMO games, guild buildings. Yes, base build, instance made bit.
Yeah.
Raided maybe.
No, that's
many questions.
That's it. That's
fantastic. Well, about continent changes. Yes, I see a lot of work, a lot of cool stuff, a lot of nice models, but big part of this content are in gray areas. What if there is nothing happening? What if that resource gathering event happened only in active areas? So if only solo players will do something in that gray areas, this is not looking like vast of resources for a small part of community. This is questions I didn't get answer for. Well, water. Water, it's great. We have no ravers on summer, but it's just dead zone.
Right.
Well,
so one of the things
this is where going to another plane. Yes.
Yeah. I was just
I'm
going
not
to say right
the
now,
game I play
Dobriak.
playing. Navala summons.
No problem. I just want to compliment what you had to say. Add to what you had to say. Overall, Dobriak, just confirm if you're on the same page. This is a good stepping stone to giving outfits more of an opportunity to have more objective-based fights. Right now, your objective as an outfit is to put your name on the base, so you can get resources to pull more outfit war assets.
That's
completely,
not enough.
That's completely changing now. You're seeing a new version of it coming out too. All outfits within a specific amount of point gain are going to get resources for the capture of that base. No longer you basically want to defend and hold. You'll get it at the defense, you'll get it at the hold if somebody's trying to push it and take it. I don't really know exactly how it's going to work again. I know you guys are very smart. You'll immediately think of an idea why it's going to be not working or why it's going to be another bad idea. But be patient, because one of the cool things that happened in this patch is they give us a mission system that is actually going to hope to God it works smoothly. Campaign system that hope to God are going to give us a monthly excitement of new, unique equipment that you were there for. And some lore, which not many of you guys care, because you haven't had lore for 8 years, so why now? But hey, this game's slowly turning into an MMO. With that being said, what you said, I'm going to add to that now, is to bring outfit objectives, bring outfit missions, to where when you're actually going to go start your outfit, your ops is on Friday, you can click outfit mission, and now you will probably go against another outfit who has the same mission. And now it's outfit versus outfit one-on-one. How cool would that be? But that's what I'm trying to say. Let it first happen the very basic form of it, which is not basic, this is freaking legendary. But the basic form of it is, let's see how it works with everyone else first. They brought the kinks, and then all they have to do is do outfit mission, and give you guys an outfit op to actually look forward to. And it's like, hey, it's kind of like raid bosses. You know, I had to wait for my entire outfit to show up to take this raid boss quest. And if you guys all do it together, whoever that was online gets credit for it, and not just the outfit. So it's like a huge XP bonus and big morale boost for everybody on the outfit to be a part of it. And I think...
I would like this, but I would like to see that missions, even solo ones, affect online world for everyone. If you get mission important for you...
Yeah,
I would like to see a new object type on the map.
I'm going to give Dobriak one more minute. Dobriak, you get one more minute, because we basically got Millennium Rings all the time.
Let's talk about Ender changes.
Okay, you got 1 minute to talk about Ender changes. Continue.
Okay. Ender changes. There is good parts and bad parts. Let's say good part, it's arc between Crown and Tialois is no more great. But it was like that on game release, if I'm not wrong. So we just got back map state in this place, just as it was. That got, but I would rework part from the crown that looks on Tialois. This going to be another sniping hole, sniping mountain, tons of tanks, tons of spam. Something should be done about that. Same about Tialois. I will do something that done with crown. More capture points, more dispersed capture points.
Okay. So, Dobriak, your 1 minute has basically timed up. I'm going to go back to you after this, though. I told Charlotte.
I not like underground point underground.
I totally understand that. We've seen how the B point looks like for the longest time. We'll look forward to seeing what they actually add to these points and these changes, and then we'll have an opportunity to talk to you at the end of this to have you speak more about it if you'd like.
Thanks for your time, Archie.
Of course. I just want to give everybody else a chance to speak, because we have given Millennium Marines majority of the time here. Let's go to Agent Ross, and then we'll go to Dr. Ace and Orax, and then give you guys that time you guys need. This is an NCCI Agent Ross from PS4 watching this update. I'm curious to hear his point of view. Agent Ross, are you there?
I'm here.
How you doing, buddy? Tell me about your tell me about yourself. Are you the leader of NCCI?
So I am an officer in NCCI.
Awesome. And what's your faction location?
We are on Genudyne, the North American PS4 server, and we are NC.
Very cool, man. And so, what are your pros and cons to this event?
So I actually like most of the updates, but one thing I'm scared of is that if we don't get enough players, I feel like campaign mode and the other updates might draw players away from the main aspect of Planetside, which is huge fights. And if not a lot of people are focusing on the huge fights and instead of going over to the campaign mode, I feel like it could be either bad or if we get a lot of players out of this update, it can be awesome. So yeah.
Well said. Well said.
Yeah. I do really like the Esamir revamp because I also, like many other people, I really felt like it needed it. TI, I have to say I missed the farms, but yeah, it was a healthy change. It was a healthy change. Not one way you wanted, but a healthy one.
Well said. And what is your major takeaways from the dev stream? Is this your first time watching it?
Yeah, I tried to tune in on the last one, but then some IRL stuff got in the way. So yeah, this is my first dev stream that I've
Very
watched.
cool.
and it was actually a very nice
Did you enjoy how they described everything and gave you all that feedback? Have you been a part of other dev streams out there and other games?
Yeah, this is definitely I love like how interactive the devs are, and yeah, I really like the dev stream.
Very cool. Anything else you want to add before we go to Orax?
No, not really. I just hope that the community will thrive for much longer, as this game is unlike any other out there, and yeah.
Very cool, man. Well said. Thank you so much, Agent Ross, and we'll get back to you at the end of this entire event, giving everybody a chance to speak. Let's go to Orax, Dr. Ace, and Lord Inquisitor. How you guys doing?
Pretty good. Thanks for having us on.
Thanks for your patience, guys. I appreciate that.
Yeah, now I just gotta shave off this beard I grew while we're listening to.
No problem, man. They had some very good points for sure, and I can see the passion in what they wanted to make sure that was said. And it's difficult because if you don't have a platform to have that space, frustration gets built up, anxiety gets built up, and it gets to a point where you no longer love the game. I want to make sure everybody here loves the game and the community has a chance to be heard. As soon as we're done with the YouTube, we're going to go and ask questions to chat, and they're going to have a chance to vote on these ideas. I had someone earlier give me an incredible idea, and I want to make that the first first vote. I hope you're still out there watching in chat, so you can remind me what that was. Let's go ahead and start with Dr. Ace Orax. What is that? Are you guys an oral surgeon? What's going on?
I think Dolan will probably handle a little bit more of the details, specifically the ops. Or the outfit, or Ordo Araxis, primarily Emerald TR, a mid-fit kind of outfit. We do a lot of training. My specialty is more in specifically air stuff, but I've taken to some other aspects of our community. We're a pretty close-knit group, but I tend to also do content creation. I stream a little bit, but I also have been doing some more like editing projects. I just had a video release yesterday.
I saw that, the Arizon's video, the memorial, man. My heart goes out to Arizon, their family, and great job on the edit. It was very heartwarming. Thanks. You even had Andy Seitz basically talk about it as well.
Yeah, thanks. It wouldn't have been possible without all the great people. Dim Giant, another good community member, Alpha 141, amazing, recorder, cameraman, editor.
Hands down. Well said. I missed him, Giant. He's been MIA in my life, so hopefully we can get him come back out there again.
Yeah, hopefully. I know he said kind of mirrored my aspects of it. We both really learned a lot working on this project. So it was kind of Ezerson, fallen community member, really kind of continuing to give back to the community in so many ways. It's great to be part of. And that's kind of part of for this update, kind of, Millennium Marines hit on it. It's like it's community oriented. It is, you said it's slowly becoming an MMO. I kind of feel like it always has been an MMO. And this is just kind of adding more aspects of that and really representing that. I feel like my biggest excitement point for this update is having these missions as an outfit. Because I've been a part of a lot of different more traditional MMOs, and in fact right now for Orax I've been leading our some of us have started playing Star Wars: The Old Republic, which is a more traditional formatted MMO, and we've had fun just doing scheduling times in the week to just get together and do our daily content in that game and hang out as more of a social thing. And so I feel like that's definitely something, like having these individual player missions now is something that we can do in Planetside 2 as well. It's so now our ops doesn't, I think you kind of talked about it, it doesn't just have to be, all right, we're going to get on and try to win an alert. Yay.
It's like the
We
same
can
thing
actually
10
say-
times over. Some people
Yeah,
can hold on to their missions and be like, hey, I had this very tough mission. I tried on my own. Can you guys help me outfit? And now the outfit can give back to the community that they haven't been able to. I mean, you guys have tried by saying we have fights for you all the time. We always have a place for you. But now you can actually give back to your community that literally needs your help.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and it's kind of part of that. Just kind of, I'll make this my last point here. Don't want to take up too much time. Because I say, we only have one kind of op is try to win the alert. That's not really true. Because we're a natural community, we want to give good things for our community members. So we try to get creative with our ops. So like we have one guy who does a lot of these really wild, crazy ops. We call them the demo ops, because it was originally going to be just this one thing and kind of just spiraled into this fun, not really not as serious, but dedicated on a specific idea where it's like, all right, this ops, we're just going to go for an hour. We're all going to just pull maxes and jump on bases out of galaxies, or we're all going to get light assaults or engineers and jump out of planes with C4 and blow up armor columns and stuff like that. Themed ops. And one of my favorite one that I've ever run was our basement ops, which will unfortunately no longer be possible. But we're going to go get in the basement at the Crown and just hold it for as long as possible. So rip basement ops, I guess.
No problem. I'm just gonna ask you now the personal question. What is your position, Orax? And so we can get to know you a little bit better. And what is your pros and cons and takeaways? I know you just talked about the mission system. Is there anything else?
Yeah. So first part of that question first. I am one of the council members for the Ordo Araxis. We have kind of 5 or 6 of us that run the whole thing, and then my partner here, Dolan, is the Lord Inquisitor. He's essentially our executive. He's the guy who actually makes sure that stuff actually gets done. So he's kind of more of our direct leader right now, and so that's kind of our position. For me personally, takeaways, like I talked about, the mission system and good things that we can do as the outfit. As an individual player, I like the campaign system. I like that it gives you more continuity. It gives you more context for what you're doing. It gives you more of a reason to come in and play beyond just the social aspects. And this is important, is I don't think it takes away from that social aspect of I'm going to play with my friends, or I'm going to be trying to get really good. This is another good thing with the outfit war changes that they hinted at, but I think it's probably going to be rehashed at the next dev live stream from what they said. But it's giving you those avenues of play, those methods of play still exist, but now in addition to that, I have, all right, I want to come in and play the campaign, and I want to figure out all this stuff. It gives me more context for my actions in the game when I'm not just playing with my outfit. And then finally, I guess as a content creator, having lore there, having story, I already have some scripts in the wings that for projects I want to work on, for more narrative-based projects, and having lore and having a developing world gives you more context to ground those kind of projects in, which I think will only help the community overall. And that's not even to say the potential of having more population come back to the game, which is always good.
I think it's actually pretty cool to talk about the lore in an aspect that you see in World of Warcraft. I know a lot of us don't like it, do like it, but you can say Cataclysm, Classic WoW. There are moments of changes that help identify the changes in Planetside. And we always can talk about, oh man, were you part of Classic, or were you part of this? Now we can say, were you part of Cataclysm? Were you part of, Cataclysm for WoW? Were you part of Calamity? Were you part of Adapt and Overcome? Were you a part of Containment Protocol? If they're just within months, that's not a big deal, but we can actually have these terminologies used like, hey, were you part of Escalation before or after? Now we have a point in time to talk about. So that's pretty cool. What are some of the cons and the things that you don't like?
There's honestly not a whole lot that I don't like. Like I said, minor personal things. No longer having basement ops around because they added another tunnel, so you can't just post up in the one building. Which, and even then, that's just like a personal thing. That's something that I can't do anymore. But
yeah, Digina
it's
really
definitely
loved
a
that
help.
basement for sure. Like you talked about Dim Giant earlier, I'm gonna give him a huge shout out again on that one. The guy was in there all day. It would never leave.
Yeah. So other than that, I think the only real like concern that I have is that they're still kind of, and this is purely like worry concern. It's not. It might not even be founded because they do have a lot of hardworking people over at Rogue Planet Games. So is that they're adding a lot of new systems on top of an already strained infrastructure. The joke of spaghetti code going around Reddit for a while. So my biggest concern is bugs, and they've done a decent job of fixing things, but and they've done a pretty good job of responding to it. But on Emerald, the past week has been not great in terms of server performance. And if you're looking at adding a bunch of new systems on top of the game that are relatively complex, both server side and client side, and then also potentially seeing a new influx of players back to the game, that kind of gives me worries about server performance looking into this update.
I don't know if you saw it, but did you see the server performance update that Andy was talking about and was really focused on?
Yeah, I saw that, and like I said, there are a lot of hardworking
frames
people
by
there.
50 to 100 for some
Yeah.
people.
But I don't know if you know, like last week we had like this past Wednesday, ORX had an op, and the server crashed 4 times in 2 hours.
I didn't know that. That sucks.
Yeah.
Damn. And that was on your server, Connery, or all servers?
Emerald.
Sorry, on Emerald. So Emerald was having only all these issues, or anybody else on other servers were having these issues?
I don't know if anyone else was having
Emerald
those
kept
issues.
crashing all week. It's like 6 days in a row. So it's just the Emerald specific then.
Yeah.
Interesting. Devs have already addressed this so many times and said it's not their fault why the crashes are happening. Interesting. Well, that is something that is not something that can be actually fixed. Kind of like similar to my internet, I guess. When someone decides to screw me over, I'm kind of screwed.
Someone joked about that it's Connery trying to get Emerald players.
From Connery, I've been trying to attack Emerald this whole time. I'm just kidding, no. Yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, Orax, good call-outs, man. Anything else you want to... Dr. A says good call-outs. Is there anything else you want to call out?
No, like I said, that's just the one concern that I have overall. I think a lot of the map changes were great for flow and, really healthy changes. I think that it's a lot of good additions that give both individual players and outfits new tools to work with, and I'm really excited to see how the outfit war changes get implemented. But other than that, I'll just toss it over to Dolan here.
Awesome. Dolan, how you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. A lot of food for thought over this dev stream, that's for sure.
Awesome. I right now have Lord Inquisitor Dolan with me, but his name only shows up as Lord Inquisitor because Discord decides to not help me on that. But yeah, we're going with Lord Inquisitor is Dolan from Orax. Would you let me know a little bit more about yourself?
Well, just to put it in character, I am the Lord Inquisitor Dolan of the Order Araxes. I am the right hand of the strong
with this one.
But no, I've been playing this game since closed beta. I've been a part of a lot of different outfits, both casual and competitive. I've founded a couple outfits of my own. This current iteration of Orax being, I guess you could technically say, the third outfit I've led and helped create. We are a competitive combined arms midfit. We got our start from competing in 2 seasons of Outfit Wars under another name, and then we decided, you know what, we can do it better ourselves, and we created Orax. And then we proceeded to do it better ourselves.
Congrats, man. I'm happy for you guys.
So that more or less segues into first thing I want to bring up, the Outfit Wars tiers or elos or whatever you want to call them. I'm pretty excited for that. Like I said, the core members of our outfit got started in 2 seasons of Outfit Wars competition, and we've been chomping at the bit to get a crack at a 3rd season. So that's something awesome. I'm personally looking forward to a lot.
And so the Outfit Wars was not in this update, but they're looking forward to having them display that. Thank you so much, Panzer Trooper, for the follow. I want to make sure I say this one more time. Make sure you guys, !giveaway 2, that is 1,000 Daybreak cash. All you outfit leaders, if you want to let your members know or you want to take it yourselves, however you want to do it, feel free to type !giveaway 2. Follow the link. Don't just type it in because I don't have the same stream as Planetside 2 does that can give it away from chat. I got to go afterwards and go into my email and send it to you guys from ArsheeTV@gmail.com. That is my email. That will forward you guys the key. Once again, thanks for stopping by and watching the stream. We're listening to Lord Inquisitor Dolan. I was like, where's the name? I don't see it. Lord Inquisitor Dolan, and we're here to talk about the current dev stream. 8:28, this happened today. Current time right now is 1:33 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. In 27 minutes, that 1,000 Daybreak Cash chance to win 5 giveaways will be over. We're hearing right now from the Lord Inquisitor himself, his point of view on pros and cons about the dev stream and the new updates, and he's just talked about Alpha War changes. Continue, please.
So to bring it back to something that actually is included, Esamir. I have a lot of mixed feelings about Esamir. Just looking at a screenshot of the map, it's hard for me to determine, just as someone who platoon leads a lot and squad leads a lot, whether the changes to the map itself are going to alleviate some of the congested and stagnant nature of the flow of battle on the continent as a whole. Because I'm looking at a screenshot of it, and there are 2 bases where the eastern and the northwestern factions can interact, and 2 bases where the eastern and the southwestern factions can interact. And then I may be wrong here, but it looks like in its default state, there is 1 lattice line where the 2 western factions can interact with each other. So I'm kind of skeptical to start, but I want to see how things actually play out.
Now that you mentioned that, I didn't have a chance to look into more depth. I see only the NC, the Boulder Amp Station, has to be taken to secure ISA Tech Plant. And that's, I could be wrong. If Boulder Amp Station is not easy to take, damn. So there's 4 points of connections into ISA. And they gave you 3 neutral bases, but it gave the southern team a very heavily defensive point, Boulder Amp Station, to always have a lattice connection to ISA Tech. And I don't know if I'm happy with that.
I feel like
zooming in a little bit. Yeah, you're right. I didn't see that lattice between Boulder Amp and Tech Plank. So I'm looking at a screen where
I could be wrong. Again, I don't know.
I think you're right.
This is my con.
Yeah.
I would like to see 3 amps connect to the Tech Plant, if that's going to be some fairness, to where you know how to take down an amp to support your tech. But now that we're looking at the idea of 1 team on the south has a very structured defensive position to always attack a tech plant, that is my giveaway on that. But other than that,
I think kind of as a counterpoint to that, like this is one where I definitely want to play, and I feel like Dolan, we might want to schedule some time on the PTS. But we like it seems like Boulder seems like a good strong defensive point. But as a counter to that, if the Southern Warp Gate loses that amp station, they're kind of up the river without a paddle, to keep it TOS. They like it seems like if you lose that amp station, it's very hard to have so many lines of defense.
I feel like there's a lattice line missing between the Pale Canyon and Matson's Triumph. I feel like there should be like a circle in the middle.
There is a lattice between Pale Canyon and Matheson's.
Yes.
Right now, but not on that map.
Okay.
No, not on the map. There is one on that map.
Are we? Do we want me to zoom in on the mini map for you guys to see more?
Yeah,
of it?
can you look at the Pale Canyon
What do you want me
map?
to Pale Canyon? Pale Canyon. I don't even know where it is.
Right there. Yeah, right here.
Yeah, there is one.
It is. It's so faint, yeah. On the left of Tech Plant. It's Matherson's, and just below that is Pale Canyon. It's a Tech Plant, just left of that is Matherson's, and then below is Pale Canyon.
Pale Canyon's right here.
I still wonder why we can get random.
This is Pale Canyon. Yeah. So example.
Why we can't get random lattice after every continent unlocks? Still, why?
It's gonna be an interesting thing. I actually enjoy the fact that they changed the lattice system, only because it just creates finally new strategies to be a part of for the last 8 years. And if they do this every 6 months, to where they change another continent's lattice system, and then again another 6 months for another continent, every single continent's gonna look super fresh and fun to play on. But again, that's my opinion. The con I have is Amp Station. That is the only biggest con I have, is that defense right there. Will give the southern team always have a chance to go and harass the tech plant forever. But I could be wrong. I don't know.
I get what you're saying, but I think as a counterpoint, you should consider that There are like for the Eastern Warp Gate, only really it technically has 5, but effectively it only has 4 bases that can be attacked right off the start. Whereas the Northern Warp Gate look like it's starting with the tech plant, and the Southern Warp Gate, so it has 5 or 6 bases that can be attacked off the start, and the Southern Warp Gate has more, is essentially you get that stronger starting position, but you have more places that you can be attacked from. So I feel like that would kind of balance it out.
You're saying when the continent alert begins and the map opens up, always the top left team will own the tech plant as a support to them.
If this is like how it is,
if that's the case, then I can agree. Yeah, I can agree. That could be a nice way of, hey, this is what you get, but you have now more points of attack on you. Yeah, that could work. But if they lose the tech plant, that'll suck.
Another surprising area is Andvari Ruins. It's like where Biolabs used to be. It seems to be a 1-minute base now, looking at the resource, because it gives 3, so only 1-minute bases give 3 blues on those areas. Like you have Andvari Ruins now and Tapway Station in the same area.
Wait a
so
second.
Also very interesting.
Wait a second. They removed Biolabs?
Yes, they removed the Biolabs. At least it says Andvari Ruins instead, so I imagine the Biolabs exploded or whatever. Yeah, I don't see any single Biolab on this map as well. Say same for Emir. Like there's Emir Biolabs, Andvari, and Manny. So I think all of them became ruins now. But I see Manny completely disappeared.
I completely missed that one.
Relatively speaking, we blew the Biolabs up. I didn't actually.
I think Emir Biolab, not Emir, Manny Biolab might still be up. Just looking at the silhouette from the map, but it's not a base anymore.
Yeah, it's not the base.
It's not a Biolab.
No, it's not even a 1-minute base. It's like if you look at the resources, it's just irregular.
Yeah, it's like splitting the line. It's not. It's in the same way that like some of they talked about it. Some of the bases around Isotech plant, they just are not bases anymore. They're just abandoned structures. I feel like it looks to me like, this is kind of pointless speculation here, but it looks like Manny is an abandoned biolab and didn't get nuked, but the other ones got nuked and are ruins.
I think we will find out soon.
I don't know. I'm excited and scared at the same time. This is all part of the fun. But good call out, by the way. I did hear Rel did say something about Biolabs, but it just went past my head. I was focused on other things. But thank you for that call out. Huge.
Arshee, by the way, I want to add about Esamir map. They rework eastern northern part of Esamir, where a previous Wargate was located. They put so much efforts of their designers to make those destroyed Wargate, new fauna, flora, and as I understand, it is in gray zone, so it wouldn't be used. It's the same like isolation.
The gray zone is accessible. It's just not capturable. So that means you can actually go into those warp gates.
It's not in play.
You can go to that space and do your mission and campaigns.
So campaigns could be made there.
Yes, and those are examples of how to give people a chance to have a new player experience as a new player, which is amazing. I've been looking forward to that for the longest time, but they are still working on a new player experience. They said it themselves. I always complain about it every day. That is my con forever until I see it, and then I'll talk about something else about Rel working out or wearing a bandana. I'm just kidding. But other than that, I'm looking forward to seeing what those neutral territories south and north are going to be like.
Actually, if they do this gray zone, the only one place where the missions could be done, I think this zone would be very intensive play and interesting to play.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
Across the whole continent, it wouldn't be. So
we have two more people basically that went in to talk, and I'm going to finish them off, and we're all open up the discussion for everyone. Let's go finish Dolan. Dolan, when he's finished, we're going to go to BOA Bolters, and then we're going to go over to Casey Man. Dolan, is there anything else you want to add before we go over to
yes,
V6 Bolters?
Actually, yes. Yeah, so like I was saying, I have mixed feelings about Esamir. It looks like, because of the nature of the lattices, it could be just as congested as before. It might not be, because if someone takes a key base like that amp station, for example, it gives them a lot of good avenues to attack into enemy territory. I really like that the biolabs were removed, because anything that removes pop sinks is a good thing in my opinion, because That's one of the main reasons I did not like leading on Esamir in its current state. You've got three choices. You either fight at a biolab, you fight at a biolab, or you fight at a tech plant satellite.
Very true. Very true. I don't know. You could be right. I mean, the observer satellite is the new term that I haven't seen before yet. I think that's the same thing as Ymir ruins. I'm stoked because you guys still have the same stuff on all of the 3 continents. You can do the same thing all day. This is like going to be the most precious place to play whenever it gets there. And your continent is going to be always in queue because everyone's dying to be there. But the cool thing about the mission system and the campaign system, I don't know about the campaign, I'm taking it back, but I know the mission system can be played on all 4 continents. I think the campaign's only for Esamir. I could be wrong. But, yeah.
I want to interject one thing here. I have a question for the devs if they're still watching.
Sure.
Andy, I need to know, can we do missions on Coltier?
Ooh, I don't think so. That was something I don't think they said anything about now.
Coltier revamp win.
That would be amazing though, but I don't think so. Because if it's like kill engineer, I don't know, maybe not. But good question though. That's a good question. I will have one of the devs either on the stream say something, or I'll reach out to them. Let me write it down so I don't forget.
It would make
Can you do missions on Coltier? Is that what you said?
Yeah, a little bit as a meme, but also thinking about it, it would be good for, because Coltier I think is supposed to be kind of more for newer players. So
yeah,
it's small location, great for small typical missions.
That's a good question.
Tutorial mission set, so they can learn how to use missions in the tutorial setting.
They could use missions on Coltier for new players before 15 rank. Yeah.
That was a good question from Shefka too. That said,
before
something earlier. Curious if you can construct on Gray Zone, and if you can, what for? But that would be interesting to see a bunch of construction to say the TR owns the northern area. That neutral zone is ours, and like that's what I really like in MMOs is when you have like this area that is not supposed to be taken over, you can take it over. That's the whole sandbox MMO style. But look at how flat it is. I mean, you can just make walls for days. But yeah, anyways, I'm just too excited to see what you guys are gonna do and create. Let's go finish with Dolan, and then Dolan. Anything else you want to add?
Yeah, the storms. I am really intrigued about that concept as a whole. I feel like the items they're adding will add a interesting degree of interaction with this this global continent phenomenon that's going on. I feel like it's going to be a good deterrent for Zergs down a single lattice. It'll help make sure that all of the population on the continent is not in one place, kind of like how we would see in the biolabs, which are not a thing anymore. But I also have some personal theory crafting. I feel like it may shift the focus on the base that it's currently affecting towards more of a infantry focused point hold meta more than the game already is. And I also feel like there could be some concerns or changes on the strategic theater for the storm removing deployed Sunderers and other spawn assets, which could make some bases harder to attack potentially. So, I mean, like I said, this is just my own theory crafting. I want to see how things actually play out.
Well said. Thank you so much, man. Dolan, everybody, that was for Morax. Let's go over to Nikon. I totally screwed up. Nikon, I thought was being my bodyguard to prevent me from getting shot, but he's actually here to talk about this entire topic. He's from FIFA, a very good player on...
I don't mind if you want to save me for last.
No. Like, I didn't see a tag, so I immediately thought you're in moderator mode, not a.
Well,
rep.
I'm a moderator first, but I'm an outfit officer second.
Right. Please go ahead. Nikon 17, everybody. Okay. That's my head moderator here tonight. Thank you for all the help you've ever given me, man, and helping everybody get tags to come in.
Pros wise,
well, first, who's Nikon 17? Let's learn more about that. Where are you from? What server faction?
I'm from Connery on NC. I play for FIFA, the Iron Forged Alliance. We are all the best soccer players in the world. Quote us on that.
I was gonna say that. I was like, I can't keep saying that. I love it. You guys cannot take him down, by the way. If anybody guys who know the World Cup, Thief is there. Continue.
I hold the rank which is most similar to right hand man for our founding members. That's all you really need to know about me. I dabble in a little bit of everything that Planetside has to offer.
Mm-hmm.
And going into this update, I'm optimistic that it will go well, especially with some of the changes. But we were talking about it in our Discord earlier, some of the things that happened, and I'll go over them later as cons. But very excited for Esmir to see how that'll play out. We've decided we're going to take Jor to Amp Station for Sir Jordo every time we have the option available.
That's a good one. I like that.
And yeah, cons-wise, I'm a little hesitant to know how the storm is going to affect these large fights with maintaining them, in that it's probably going to affect deployed Sunderers, and it's going to blow them up after a set period of time, and that's going to make maintaining large fights very difficult.
So we spoke about it in the meeting that we had.
I totally missed this then.
No, you guys weren't there. This was a meeting that we had with the devs, and somebody brought it up, and they said, how do we help secure spawns? And they have that lightning rod device that you can place outside that is not going to be destroyed by one grenade. It gives you an opportunity to take the hits from the
I was thinking
effect.
more of the vehicle overloading that happens to any vehicle inside of the area, and that would also affect Sunderers.
Yeah. So that's a good question. There is a I don't know how to say it correctly. Don't quote me on this. An item attachment to the Sunder that prevents it from overloading.
Okay, so there's
We're not talking about the
utility thing that you can put
utility
on
thing will happen to
survive.
Sunders, but the lightning strike itself will still get hit. You'll still get hit by the lightning strike on your vehicle if they throw a lightning grenade. You need those lightning rods to prevent that from happening, but there will be something to prevent the overload of Sunders.
Okay.
So you still have full respawn. But the vehicles itself, like we're talking about mag riders or anything that comes into this space, I don't think you'll have that. But yeah.
Cool. Very cool.
Awesome. Anything else?
Second one, with regards to Indar, one of my outfit mates brought up that with the removal of the land bridge, it's very susceptible when you try to engage TI alloys from the northeast, that you're very prone to getting heshed, and that he would hesh like no man has heshed before. And with that, I see a potential for a lot of air-to-ground abuse as well, and I don't think that's healthy for anyone, especially when a majority of the community dislikes air-to-ground when it's against them.
Mm-hmm. No, well said.
Other than that, I'm looking forward to the ELO system, but I see potential problems arising politically with outfits on Connery. I don't know how it is with other servers, but I think it's a necessary evil.
Well said. Looks like somebody finally said it. Carapace is going to be a pretty OP in the storm. So it's going to be pretty cool to see people running Carapace for that specific moment.
Yeah, my Symbiote Bionics build that I always run.
You're just like, no! Only for electrical.
I actually
Maximus will be affected by it
one
too.
thing to throw in, if I may, regarding the storm.
Please.
Considering that the storm will not be able, the lightning strikes will not be able to hit things indoors, I feel like construction bases and routers specifically will have a much bigger impact upon fights overall. Because while your Sundays may be able to get hit by lightning and destroyed, a router inside a point room will not.
Well said.
That's a very
Also, like, park your Sunday in a garage.
Well, it wasn't necessarily the lightning that I was worried about. It was the overloading from being in the storm.
This one right here, guys. I'll show you the picture. Do you see this says overload imminent on the top right? you will automatically blow up if that goes to 100. I'm assuming that's the number, or 50 or 10, whatever the hell the number is. If that goes all the way to max, you die.
And my comment about routers was not related to that, but it is something to consider. I feel like logistics specialist people who just drop routers on fights will have much more of a part to play in Esamir in the future.
Awesome. I do agree. There's 7 minutes remaining. Make sure you guys tell all your members or your friends, families. Just kidding. Exclamation mark giveaway 2. Make sure you guys follow the link. Click on the link, follow the link, and then that will give you an opportunity to be opt-in to 1,000 Daybreak Cash giveaway. In 7 minutes, it'll be over. Nikon, is there anything else you want to add?
No, I will let someone else take the floor.
That's fantastic. Let's go over to Bolters, and then we'll go to Casey Man as the final. And no one else is allowed to join, so that way we can conduct a final for this, and then we'll give it to the chat. And we'll do some votes with you guys in chat to hear your opinions and get a perspective of what you guys think and how you guys are excited about it. I don't know how to do it. I'll try my best to see how we can pull it off. Bolters from B-Way, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going, Archie?
Doing good, buddy. How you doing?
Yeah, good as always. Good as always. So
Tell me about
just get
yourself.
straight
Like,
into this.
where you from?
Okay.
All that.
Well, I'm just I'm an officer of both B-Way and Bork, despite now being retired. I led short stack this year to win the Lane Smash tournament, and also led the B-Way scrim team to get to the final of the Invitational.
How's
and I've
retirement treating you right now?
The Outfit War gold win. Yeah, it's good. It's really good. And I think players coming back to this game, it's a pretty important perspective to have, because most of the time when we see the big updates, we see that it's actually just returning players, not necessarily new players. And so I think I'll be able to give a bit of perspective to this update on that in a second. However, looking at the map of Esamir mainly, in terms of a PL perspective, I think having less options for map play is probably bad for PL, especially considering now, actually I think pop syncs are part of Planetside, part of the lattice system. It's an inherent part of the lattice system. That's why you have pop syncs on every map, and that those pop syncs are actually something a PL should utilize while playing on the map, in order to create cutoffs, and of course, be able to be open to stealing key facilities. This new Esamir map means that the map play is heavily limited in terms of lattice links, because it kind of seems smaller, and that you have, so for the South Warp Gate you've got 3 connections to the north one, and then 2 connections to the east one. The east has 2 to the south, and then 3 to the north. And then, so that means the North Warp Gate, despite starting off with the tech plant, is probably going to be quite vulnerable in terms of the eastern to north flank, because Matheson's Triumph is just awful to attack and take, and so is Snowshear. Sorry, not is it Snowshear? Yeah, Snowshear. So you won't be able to take those 2 bases if you're coming from the south, but from the east, the map is it's not looking too hot, in my opinion, because that's where you're going to be finding a lot of the fights. And then for the South Warp Gate, if Anvari Ruins is another vehicle base, again, that just means it's going to be a kind of indirect excavation to Quartz Ridge kind of style fight between that northern base and that southern base. And until PTS comes out, won't really know, how that's going to play out. Anyway, in terms of the Indar changes, I think removing the rock bridge is an okay idea. Someone was just complaining, perhaps, air to ground might be an issue. Well, air to ground is an issue at quite a few bases on Indar, namely Indar Comaray. You've just got to bring anti-air, and plus it's next to the crown, so normally, if the anti-air guns are up, some pilots don't even bother because the sight lines are so good. In terms of just a normal person's perspective, just playing a game, these new missions are a good addition. It's something else to do in a game which is quite old and can feel quite stagnant nowadays. So that's great, and these new missions are a great idea because they're not really forced upon anyone, and it's very much optional. That way, you can still go around doing what you want to do, even if you don't want to participate in the missions. Which then brings me on to the storms. The storms all have a counterplay to them, whether it be the lightning rod or whatever. And so again, because it has a counter, as long as the counters to environmental challenges aren't too costly in terms of either certs or whatever they want to decide to use, they shouldn't be a problem either. It's just making sure they're not too costly. I think, however, I don't know if this has been brought up yet, but in terms of Jaeger, there's a Jaeger perspective in all of this as well, because of course bases like Pale Canyon are used in PIL2, which is coming up, and has that you've got multiple Esmir lanes as well, or well probably did now with this new iteration they probably won't be able to be used, such as the Phosphor Overlook lane. Well, Phosphor Overlook doesn't really exist anymore. So that in terms of the Jaeger perspective, a lot of things have changed now, and it'll be interesting to see how the devs handle that, because of course the Jaeger community is pretty important in terms of providing something else for the game. So it'll be interesting to see how the devs handle that, because they didn't mention it at all.
I have some potentially info I might have on that. I think, from what I've heard, they might be setting up a second server for events, not just Jaeger, but another one. For what purpose, I'm not quite sure. I've been told it's due to the fact there's too many conflicts on there in terms of clashing of times and stuff like that. But potentially they might add a second, older map or something like that.
I guess I'll just.
That'd be a good fix.
It's not going to help Jaeger's community. This second one is. If it does turn out this way, but if it doesn't, then you guys are good. But I talked to devs about making a Jaeger 2 for the Twitch community or the YouTube community or whatever the, I guess, streamers are, where they have a large community of 1,000 to 2,000, 10,000 people watching them. They can give away accounts, similar to what Fall Guys did. And they give away accounts to this private server called Jaeger 2, let's assume. And then we can see streamer show-offs, where you'll see Markiplier versus, Pokimane versus another gentleman or lady or distinguished guest. The point is, we'll get a chance to see noobs be on a private server of Planetside 2 to enjoy that experience and that fight for a content alert for an hour and a half. And all of them will be freaking out and having a great time, giving away something to their community that is temporarily available to them, while they can have a new player experience while not getting farmed by veterans, and then slowly but surely will download the main game to be a part of your system. That's my my conversation I had with them. That's what the second server is about.
So what you're saying is, in terms of Jaeger, there's not going to be this essentially Esmir is going to be updated still on Jaeger.
But I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Again, I could be completely wrong if developers keep it. But they said, I don't know if I can talk about that. But the point is, think of Esmir for the next couple weeks from now. Take your photos, take your videos, create your memorial videos. Because this thing's completely getting revamped. So Esmir is, salute. Indar in the middle, salute, and make some cool content about it, guys. This is your chance. Before it's too late.
I'm not going to miss Marnie Tower.
That's true.
That was one of the worst bases on Esmir. In terms of, I've just got two more perspectives I kind of want to cover. In terms of a retired player who might return, because I'm very much still got my ear to the ground in terms of what's going on. This update, despite the the new missions system, it doesn't seem like it's going to provide anything too substantial. With the escalation update, we had new war assets, the Bastion fleet carrier, new systems to play around with, outfit wars. I think, despite it being only in an alpha cycle, did bring in probably another 1,000 people. This new update probably, in my opinion, it doesn't seem like there's anything too substantial. Maybe unless the rewards are like really worth it and like really unique, you can only do it by delivering a message to someone halfway across Esmir.
Right. So you could like do like a proxy voice by screaming their name, like V6! V6! You heard that? I completed it. Dev, give me the completion of that. I'm just kidding.
So because there's no real substantial content, I don't think. Personally, I probably won't come out of retirement for such an update, because it doesn't seem like there's anything really different.
In the competitive realm,
it's the same old, which is not necessarily a bad thing, because I think it's quite a delicate dichotomy between new things and changing the game too much, and also still being able to accommodate for the older players who don't really want much to change in terms of the base gameplay, right? So what I think will really bring back and really be quite substantial will be the new outfit wars, and I think the new elo system. I remain hopeful but skeptical, and because I really do hope it works out, because I think outfit wars was probably the best addition to the game, aside from the outfit assets, and so hopefully it's gonna.
Just to clarify for everybody that is in chat and also anybody hearing, that's the best thing for Bolters and his community and his overall aspect of seeing a competitive light to the game, because that's what gives you fire. That gives you excitement to put in the effort and time into this game. Is that correct?
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
I just want to make sure, because I don't want people, because the people in chat will be like, "What? No, I hate Outfit Wars. I was a solo player." I'm like, I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, that's why I think you have solo and community missions, right? They're trying to accommodate for everyone, which is great. However, I think outfits are, I think most players stay with Planetside because of their friends that they make. Just a group of friends, and their outfit as well. Personally, if I was a solo player, I don't see much to do except for maybe drive a tank around for an hour a week, maybe. And Esmir doesn't look like it's going to be that nice to vehicle play still.
We don't know. I mean, to me, it looks like the Northern Territories, Southern Territories looks like it's gonna be a little bit fun to go and solo play down there and enjoy a little bit of a.
I'll tell you one thing: I wouldn't want to be a router base builder.
Oh yeah, it looks like you're gonna have more difficulty now, but yeah.
Bolter. I'd like to ask Bolter a question, if you don't mind.
For sure.
Bolter, as a more competitive player who hasn't been playing anymore and is looking at potentially coming back, I think that is definitely a unique perspective, and I want to know how do you feel about the addition of the campaigns as opposed to a discrete, separate system from the missions and the daily missions, like the campaign as having the story elements and the world building, and not just the world building, but the evolving map elements as tied into the story?
Well, I think it provides a new challenge. As I said earlier, this sort of stuff provides a new challenge and sort of stuff to explore in an already kind of stagnant game, just because of how long it's been around.
8 years.
However,
yeah,
exactly right. So, however, personally, the campaign, if it infringes too much upon people, trying just to do their own thing, whether that be a point holding ops or an ops where you just go around hacking all the terminals, if the campaign is too infringing, I think that'll put some people off, and so it's up to the devs, I think, to hand out the campaign when it's ready, and then on PTS listen to the feedback and then go down that route, which they've done in the past, somewhat successfully, somewhat not so successfully. So hopefully the campaign. They'll listen to the feedback, because that's really going to be the only way that you're going to be able to balance it properly. Because if you force outfits to play in a campaign, some outfits don't really care about lore. Some outfits really do care about lore. There are milsim outfits and there are some very not milsim outfits, right? So you have to. The devs have a really unique and special challenge there, which is balancing the game and accommodating it, so it pleases both sides.
Yeah, so I guess kind of drilling into the crux of what I'm trying to ask here, and I think that's very good feedback for what I'm trying to understand, is as a more competitive-minded player and someone who is, you listed your bona fides earlier. I feel like you probably are a pretty good microcosm of the competitive community for Planetside 2. Like, you brought up issues on Jaeger, which, from my perspective, I see issues with Jaeger only affecting like 1% of the population, maybe. But I could be wrong. I might have a skewed perspective of that. But I think that it is important to have things for the competitive community in pretty much any game, this one especially. So I want to know, like, as a competitive player and as someone part of that side of the community, is the lore aspects, is the storytelling, world building aspects something that you are interested in or excited for?
I think first of all, I'd be hesitant to say that I'm a part of that community. I would say, however, despite that, I would say most people will probably feel like that's just nice. It's another thing to do. Maybe they'll do it for a couple of hours and then they'll go back to playing on Jaeger, whether that be in POG or another organized community event. Because it's, as I say, it's nothing really substantial. It's not something you'd be like, oh yeah, I can have a better time doing this campaign than I will playing in a 6v6. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think that does pretty well.
Okay, thanks. Good question, man.
Thank you very much for answering.
Anything else you want to add, Bolters, before I go to Casey Man from the 666? And then I'll open up the floor to the chat. Get chat to get involved and hear their points of view. And then I want to get a chance to have a vote. There was a question earlier that was said by a gentleman or a lady or distinguished guest. I'm not sure. Really good question. And then I want you guys all to vote on it. And I want to see your perspective. But anything else, Bolters?
Yeah. First of all, I won't be able to stay around. I'll have to run off after this.
No
but
problem. Thank you.
I just want to say that I think that this update, from what we've seen so far, looks like it's moving the the game in the right direction. And that as long as the devs keep on listening to feedback and keep on listening to the community as a whole, from both whether it be a milsim outfit or a casual outfit or competitive players and the not so competitive players, as long as they keep balancing and keep accommodating it, the game will hopefully go back to having escalation level population, which I think is what everyone wants, because the more people that play this game, the better the experience.
Well said. I agree. Let's go over to Casey Man from the 666. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great.
Thanks for your patience. Tell me more about yourself. The 666. It sounds like you're from the Devil or something like that.
Yeah, I'm from 666 Devil Dogs. I'm one of our division leaders. I lead the RRT division.
Awesome.
Yeah, no.
And so 666, where are you guys located? Tell me more about yourself. And what does ROT stands for? Is it like right on time? Help me understand all these phrases.
Yeah, so Devil Dogs were an NC outfit on Connery. RRT stands for Rapid Response Team. The idea for that is we can get to any point in the map less than a minute using Galaxies or Valkyries to rapidly redeploy around the map. And we specialize on dropping on bases, doing point holds against overwhelming numbers, and trying to influence the flow of battles around the map.
Well said. Tell me your pros and cons about this event.
About the update, I think generally the update overall is I'm very excited for it. Campaign, I think is going to be fun. The sounds of it's not going to be very grindy. They're trying to stay away from that, which I think is a great idea. I think Burrell mentioned it should be 2 or 3 days for a casual player to complete, which I think is a pretty good amount. I love how they're changing the maps to fit the lore. I think that's a fun thing to do. Missions, I think it's going to be a great thing to help keep people invested to log in every day. I think that's a good idea. As for Esmir, the change to Esmir, I'm a little more hesitant about that lattice system. I'm not too sure how I feel about that yet. That map we have looks pretty work in progress right now, so we'll have to wait till we get on test server to figure out how it actually looks.
What are you hesitant about it?
I mean, my big problem I'm seeing so far, assuming everything on there is accurate so far, the southern warp gate only has one major facility, while the north and east have 3 major facilities each. So I'm not sure if they just forgot to change some of the symbols over, or does the south warp gate truly only have one at Waterston Redemption there in the center is their only major facility. Every other base they have is either the amp station, construction bases, or single point bases. So I'm not sure.
I might be missing something here, but the southern warp gate gets amp station, the eastern warp gate gets amp station, the northern warp gate gets amp station and a tech plant. So they all have one each, except for the northern base gets the tech plant.
The 3 point base is what I mean. So you have Waterston Redemption in the center for the southern warp gate. You look at the southern warp gate. The northern warp gate gets themselves Snow Shear, Matheson's Triumph, and Manny Tower has a 3-point facility. So I'm not sure if that's...
You're saying the bases that they currently own, that you know everything about. Matheson's Triumph, you know about Waterston's Redemption. Those 2 bases are pretty damn hard to take over, so that already acts as a tech plant in your opinion, right? Or like even worse?
It's just the 3-point bases are typically harder to take.
Base.
Yeah. Good bottlenecks to have.
Yeah.
I'm just concerned because like you look at Southern Warp Gate, that Southern Last only has single point bases going from the front line all the way to the Warp Gate.
I see. Well said. I'd be curious to see if they're gonna. I feel like it's almost like an attack and defense design, but we'll see.
Arshee, you're like...
Yeah, your stream's lagging out.
Oh god. Let me check my speed.
Your stream's going to die.
No. I can hear you guys perfectly. I think it's my stupid upload speed that decides to say, you know what?
You have to go. Yeah, it's buffering for me right now.
I cannot believe it. Well, my download right now is at 200 right now, and that means I can talk to you guys perfectly fine. While my upload speed is at 0.5. I swear to God, if this thing dies on me at the end of this, there's somebody out there saying, "Hey, Arshee, you've been talking way too long. It's time to end it."
Someone, the devs pulled the plug. They didn't like what they hear.
Going for 4 hours already, so not so bad.
I finally reached affiliate.
You did? Congrats, man.
Yeah.
Let me just bring this onto the screen so you guys can see what I'm dealing with.
There we go. It's back.
This is what I have to deal with randomly, guys. I'm not like trying to screw you guys over, but my down is extremely high. My up decides to say, you know what? You, Arshee. I'm like,
you're back.
I am? Oh, great.
Yeah, and now we're going again. And back again.
No!
You're good now.
Let's do another test.
Hopefully it's good.
That could be a thing where like people are like, Arshee's just trying to leave. I'm like, no, that's my internet thing. You know, I don't really like you, Arshee. Oh, that's good. It looks like the upload speed's back up to point. It was just a drop in the middle of a stream. Great. As a live streamer, this is what we have to deal with. We will see this type of behavior because I'm not a $1 million industry where I can have like 15 routers attached to this thing.
Yeah. Worst has the ID. You probably dropped a nut bar into your router.
Oh God! Let me go check real quick. 1 second. Freaking worst case. All right. Love you, buddy. So let's go and let's finalize Casey Man's point, and then let's get the chat involved. Casey Man, anything else you want to add?
Yeah. So besides that base point, back to I think what some other people talk about the number of Lattice links. I think that's going to favor big Zerg fits and be able to have them hold down only 1 or 2 connections. It's not going to help the smaller, more coordinated outfits because you have less options to go around the big fights. But I think that's going to be countered on Esmir at least with Lightning Storms. That's going to hurt those big Zerg fits and favor those small, tight-knit, coordinated groups a lot more. Trying to work around that. So I'm eager to try it out. I think it's gonna be a nice change of pace.
Are you a platoon leader or squad leader? What's the situation for you?
I do 1-2 squads. What I'll lead.
Nice. I can see
Actually,
your perspective. Go ahead, Ellis.
I actually wonder, is it still gonna be the same way as if the continent opens and like it like continent to continent bases, or is Esamir now as it's like
I asked
partially?
if it's gonna be. I asked if it was gonna be permanently open, and it seems like it's not. But
Because I hope it won't become one of those maps that people like similar like in their prime time that people just start to let and just want to like get away from as fast as possible. So.
it could probably be the case. We don't know yet. I mean, like we've seen how everybody reacts to Hassan.
And I actually wonder how alert ends are gonna affect the missions. Like if you're doing a mission, for example, on Esamir, and an alert ends, the whole continent is yours pretty much. So you have nothing to worry about anymore, technically.
I'd hope it reset to your new continent.
Yeah, I know that's another good question. I think you're just gonna get a failed request if you don't get it done in time, and then you just have to restart it again on the next continent.
Though no, I'm not sure if the dev's still watching, but I think the one thing everyone wishes to happen is for continents that don't reach a certain point will pop would close by themselves, because it's so bloody annoying having 3 continents where even one cannot fill completely, and you just have like
they
all
did a
the
good job
population.
when I was playing the game. Like what, less than 15 minutes of opening. What was it, Esmir, or I don't know if it was Indar? They started the continent alert already. I'm like, really? I was like, we didn't even do anything, and it started the alert because there's not a large population to get the maps to keep switching. So
It really depends if there is a partial, but like just them being open, like them not like closing and forcing people out of those continents, so people in like in one area.
Very true. Very true. Is that gentleman still in the chat that had that question by any chance? That I can actually go look back at it. I don't think I'll ever be able to find it. I should have wrote it down. I don't know if they're still here. Guys in chat, if you have a question that you want us to answer, or any of the gentlemen that are above right here, we're going to go ahead and have them answer it for you. Make sure you do an @ArsheeTV and or at the person's name, so we can all, as in the streaming live channel, can read the chat and read out loud and answer that question as a platoon leader, as an outfit leader, as a member of our community. And if there's a question that is going to give me a chance to turn into a poll, I'll put the poll up for all of us to basically vote. But other than that, this is towards the very final. I remember there is a call out from Charlotte that he wants to ask the opinions of you guys as outfit leaders. He wants to know if you guys want to use 2 different links to websites. I don't know if I can share them directly here because I don't have the ability to viably confirm that those are good links. But you can actually post those links in the no mic chat, and then the outfit leaders can make the decision what they think is best. Is that going to work for you, Charlotte?
I think I will tell them in voice what we need to understand for developing.
Let's go ahead and have you basically take 1 minute to talk about it while I go read chat to see if there's anything in chat that these individuals want to act as a poll or have any questions on. Go ahead, Charlotte, you get 1 minute.
About the site?
Yes.
So guys, Mem is going to make social hub and news website about the Planetside, and we are making it as a place where all players will come, have some news, and also have links to all Planetside related websites like FISU, Recursion, etc. So what we need to understand, do you need outfit page on this website? It will be mostly news website, but we also need to understand, are you interested in for example, making information about your outfit on these pages. So new players who will come to this website will see your outfit, read about it, and go on, because it's a lot of work to do with this page. So do we need to do that? Or you are not interested in sharing your information about your outfit, and the work you do in game is enough for you? That's the question. Because
so
what
does the website provide you? Is it like recursion stat tracker where everybody gets a dot and they get that information? They show their who killed you last. What is this website going to offer alpha leaders?
Planetside community portal.
Yeah, it's like, for example, we have now Reddit, right? And it's most people there. But some news about, for example, events are not very liked with the likes, so they just disappear in lots of memes, news, and posts, and so on. So the idea is for each server, we will have few people who will post news about their server's news, and the best one will go to the main page. So players across the servers will read interesting news about the game, what happening on other servers, or maybe it will be cross servers events, or they could join events on other servers, something like that.
Why don't you create a Discord server? Because it sounds to me that that's all capable through Discord. Why do you need a website?
Because on this website we also post lots of information for newcomers about, for example, codes about Planetside, some videos with some first steps to do in Planetside, links to
you want to turn this into a new player experience slash gathering space for all of Planetside. There is another location that they were trying to work on that. It's called the Planetside Guide Team. And their project ended, I think, at the moment. They haven't really pushed it any further. They have a website that shows all the new tips and tricks, how to do redeployment, how to take advantage of new weaponry, what certs did you put in there. They put a ton of work into it. And it was literally over 4 months worth of effort, and everybody did free labor on it. It didn't come to fruition because it just requires a lot of time. Do you guys have that time to make that website, or do you need people to vouch for you, saying that they're going to use it before you make it?
No, you understand? We are making the hub, so players who will join this website, they will have all information about the Planetside 2 related projects. They could go to the
Got it.
page, find
So
information.
I just got Ellis to tell me it's like a Wikipedia for Planetside 2.
Maybe yes, there will be some information, but most information will be on this another sites. We will make banners to promote other websites about Planetside, so players could go there. Know that these sites exist, because, for example, the website you talk about, I even don't know that it exist. There is no information about it for example, on Reddit, so I don't know that it exists actually. Some players don't know that we have recursion that increases the joy from the game a lot, and so on. So it will be the hub, and there will be actual good news about the Planetside, fresh news. Some will be taken from Reddit, of course. Some will taken with communities. So the idea, what we need to understand now, do we need to do outfit page because it's a lot of work, or the news and the hub for other sites will be enough?
I feel like you guys should get involved with Planetside Guide Team and see if you can get admin access, so that way you guys can have access to it as well, so you can do what you need to do. But this website has a lot of what you're describing already versus two people competing against each other. You're going to already give credit to other outfits anyways, and you're going to give everybody a chance to basically have a place to talk. Take advantage of that. Yeah, Dr. Racer typing if you want to know that.
Oh, sorry, I thought I muted myself.
No problem.
Could you send me their contacts?
Yeah, it's going to be, you're going to be representing, he's in my Discord. You can click on him directly. It's Rapid Relief, one of the leads on that. And so here's the link, guys, for you guys to go check out the Planetside Guide Team's location. I don't know why they stopped. But that was the location on that one. And then I'll give you a Discord location. But my opinion, Charlotte Platt, you a great idea. I honestly don't want to see a bunch of mini projects anymore. I'm like kind of the center hub at the moment where people tell me what they're working on and I direct them to work together with people that are doing the same thing. I don't want you guys to waste your time.
Yeah, like
Archie, I think my idea is about many nice content fade away under tons of news, content, memes, and other things. As Charaplut said.
The biggest problem, as somebody who's written a community resource, and that was used back in many years ago, it has too much overlap. There's already a saturation of the market.
Like Reddit or Discord, and then it's like you got other places that are better like that, I guess. Or there's just no point to be going to 50 different places.
I wouldn't. I'm not saying it's not a great idea. I think it's a good idea that you should do this, but you gotta realize that there's already an abundance of information like that.
It'd be better to take those existing pages and update them to be up to date instead of making a whole new one.
Yeah, absolutely. Like making sure the wiki fandom pages are up to spec is probably much better and is probably going to be vastly used more and much better use of your time.
Yeah.
For the wiki for Planetside is completely outdated in very many cases at the moment.
I hope that answered your question, Charlotte Platt. Dobriak, these individuals here, even myself included, I have about 6 different social media channels. I don't even have time to do the other 3 that I made. And let alone when I go to get my information for Planetside, I literally just go on Twitter. Twitter, Andy Sites basically and I are talking on there, and we respond to each other's stuff, and he retweets everybody. So is Justin Golenbach and Rel and Andy Lapidus. I hope I don't destroy your name. And of course Karto before. Everybody was talking about the game there, and that's where I get my content when I see majority of RPG is active in a very cool format that makes you have to speak within 200 characters, which makes it clear and concise. I don't have all day to read forum posts. I just want to know what's coming up next, because I have so much work on my own end to do. So if I have to go to that website to read about tons of data that is coming out, I just want to know, hey, there's a Miller Clash coming up on this date. And if I really want to know more about it, I can click the link and I can learn more. Or I'll just go to the date and time and I'll figure it out my own. That's just my opinion why Twitter is amazing. So if you really want to get information out there, Charlotte Platt, I'd recommend Twitter, because then you will have Planetside 2 retweet your information and get your content out there, and then you can use your website or your Discord or your or Google accounts that you create to distribute that information the way you've been doing it this whole time.
Well, already thought about that. We'll have some buttons and players could sort all the news, for example, just to read about Miller news or Connery news or events news and so on. So it's all about this. We just want to know about outfits. Do we need to do that page or not?
The problem is initial visibility, the existence, knowing that it is there in the first place to look at. It's great that you've got ideas to sort of get server-based information and news. That's quite a good idea, but it's finding the site in the first place. So unless you've got like dedicated developer support, and hell, even Peaceful Alerts doesn't have that, it's hard to discover this stuff.
I think part of what he's saying, this is kind of, I feel like it's been miscommunicated. He's just asking, do squad leader or outfit leaders who are here or who are in chat, would you want to use that as a place to advertise for your outfit? And I feel like that would kind of have a way to, that would be a way to what you're saying about visibility. If say, for instance, if Order Axis was interested in using that as a way to advertise for recruitment, to promote for recruitment purposes, we would also then be an outfit that is then having that as like integrated into our server as like, hey, use this. This is a news site that you can go to. So it kind of be a symbiotic relationship there. I feel like that's mainly what's being asked here.
Well said. Well said. My question right now to you guys is, I'm looking at the chat right now. I hope that answered your question, Charlotte Platt. Dr. Ace, you're typing again. And then at the same time, Charlotte Platt, add these guys to your friends on Discord so you can have private conversation with them afterwards. That way they can give you more personal data that you're looking for. From a friend to a friend perspective, I wouldn't recommend you wasting that much of your time. First, build a content brand somewhere, either on Twitter, so where you can get a lot of followers, to push that content in the right direction, to see that community excited for you to be pushing it onto the website for them, or to other means of interest. Or build it. Do it, build it, screw what everybody says, and if you had fun doing it, there should be no animosity to anybody because you had fun doing it. That's my 2 cents. But we've got people in chat right now talking, and I've got Smokey the Bruin coming in and said, should we get more NS weapons? I main medic. We only have one good assault rifle and 50 variations of it. We're going to spend 1 minute on it. Who wants to take that question up here?
I can say something quickly on that.
Go ahead, Casey, man.
NS weapons are easier to balance, I'll say that, but I prefer having faction flavor. Like, I love having Empire-Pacific stuff.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, that's just short, quick. They're good, but I think faction-Pacific's the way to go.
Awesome. And that was one of the points that we got there. Anybody else want to add before we move? I'm to 1 minute total time.
Yeah, I wanted to add just a little bit. I think you can sort of get maybe... The thing I like about some of the NS weapons is that they have their own sort of flavor on their own that's separate from all the other weapons. For instance, I think the Tengu is the one that's the 4-shot SMG. That's an interesting idea. I like the Tanto, that one's the first shot entire accuracy. I think if you can add more NS weapons that have these interesting little quirks into them, and as long as they're balanced and they're fun, that's always a welcome addition in my personal opinion.
Bolters. We should have bolters.
Well said. Let's go ahead and get the next question. I have Shefka coming in, and he says, will mission chapter campaigning have a goal related to escalation update things? Bastion and Colossus. Who can reiterate on that for me? Will mission
I think only devs.
Say it again?
I think only devs could answer this question.
Okay. That's going to be a question for the devs. I don't have the answer for that. That is something more dev related. Let's move forward on the next question. Rel mentioned that the mobile warp gate will allow us to spawn at other faction vehicles. That's very true. I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah.
That's very
I forgot
cool.
to mention that. Yeah, that's another very great feature that we'll be able to ride our vehicles. We won't need to. We won't need to get.
You go to the northern feature, you'll see a mag rider as neutral. You jump in there as a TR, and now you have a mag rider.
We won't need NSO magic to actually get to ride our faction vehicles.
At least it's proof of concept.
These are people that have done at ArsheeTV because it's easier for me to find. So if you want me to read your question out loud and have these individuals answer it for you, this is your chance. Cayman777 says, do you feel like the NC is the least popular out of the 3 factions, and do you think the devs should promote some time to try and make playing NC more appealing and enjoyable compared to the TR and VS?
I can answer this question.
Go ahead, Charlotte White.
Man, you need to understand there is not only your server, because we have 5 servers, and in each server we have different situation. For example, on Miller, usually Wano has the less population, and NC have the most population. So they need to balance it according to all servers. Sorry.
No problem. Well said. Let's go.
I want to just backpedal considering Lance's question, because the question, like, if the Prowler that he takes, as the devs mentioned, it's gonna be a very default. It won't have anything on it. I think Rel mentioned that during the stream, that those vehicles that you will be able to access from our factions, they will be like very base, like they won't be fully kitted out in any way.
It's gonna be like the Interceptor you can spawn from Bastions.
I see.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well said. Let's go to the next one. Bodo Fett says, is the new Esmir going to be more infantry focused? Will this affect how you operate your platoons? Who wants to answer that? We don't have enough information. It looks like everybody's thinking about it.
It's going to have to wait until we get the PTS update.
Well, I would imagine it wouldn't change much other than there will definitely be more like Zergy areas, like small fits, mid fits who don't enjoy big fights will have a harder time finding fights. Because as like looking just at the lattices in the same areas, you'll definitely have a very focus for either a cutoff or something. Like you'll have just huge fights over
one
there.
massive change is going to be the storm. So quite often, and we've all faced this, where you have a massive Zerg full of cheese just pounding your spawn room. Now, if the storm is overhead, for what I can gather, all those vehicles except Sunders with certain modules to prevent them from being blown up will not be operable or will blow up eventually. So, yeah, it'll stop the spawn room cheese at least, and then I'll hopefully get people out of the spawn room quicker.
Awesome.
I'd rather have the I'd rather have like the storm react to overpop instead of to like just population in general. Like if someone is just massively like 96 plus going down the lane against like 24 people, that like on that focus, like is specifically against the cheese.
Sorry, I just want to bring one old idea. What about changing content state sometime? Maybe as event, maybe as mission, like turning off lattice and temporarily bringing up old hex system. I don't know, maybe in special state to avoid that lattice sinks, pop sinks.
Makes sense.
You mean the dynamic lattices that change like while the battle is going on?
Dynamic lattice or even early game state where we don't have any lattice, we have hexes.
Actually, I have an idea for devs, and I sent it already, just to make another sort of alert based on desolation. So not to fight for territories, but fight for key bases. So, for example, all continent make gray except, for example, 8 or 10 hexes, which we will fight for. And each faction could capture any of these bases, like it on Desolation. So it will be like
doesn't it need a
Desolation
connection
fight alert.
to take it over?
You could do this or not do this lattice. On Desolation, they have lattices, so
Yeah, because if
no
you don't
problem
have
with
if
that,
you
I
don't
think.
have that, first thing's gonna happen. People are gonna go to your warp gate and take those bases over.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that. We've seen that in 2012 when the game first came out. There was just hex connections, no lattice. It was the funnest day of my life. 7 bases can be taken because the way the hexes are designed, the way they're connected, you get 7 bases, and you're just like, just like go everywhere. So
actually, that would encourage squad play more instead of just just a full platoon on a single base.
Yeah, I mean,
you.
It's tough to say. It was impossible to defend. I'll tell you right now, it was impossible to defend any base. Like, you literally would just attack. There was no such thing as defense. You just keep moving forward. And you'll see one group of team that will start from the beginning of their op. They'll go all the way down, all the way to the warp gate, and they'll go to the other warp gate, and then they'll go back up to their base because there was no lattice. You just see hex to take, hex to take, hex to take. It feels like Pac-Man. That's what it was.
Actually, I think the fights on the new SMR would be maybe more intense and more zergy because they destroyed few lattices, a few lanes. So if they do not decrease the maximum population on SMR, and it will be like 850 people for the full continent, we will have very big fights because each faction will have only 4 lanes to fight on.
We have
One of the articles.
We have a Planetside 2 player that's birthday here tonight, and we got to give basically all of us, get some love over there. I'm just gonna play this song for him. Happy birthday over to you, Lord Commissar Drac. I hope you had a good one. I know we live in tough times, but we're all here to give you a big happy birthday, guys. Lord Commissar Drac, happy birthday. And I look forward to seeing you for many, many more years to come, man. All right, continue, please.
Yep, second Maelstrom. What I would like to see is the way how base getting captured. Not just staying on point A, B, C, and wait for timing. I would like to see, as suggested before, fighting for hard spawn, fighting via parts of the base, taking it step by step. Well, something similar to Battlefield Rush mod. If you, I think you all remember this.
So
That will be cool.
a few years ago, the devs trialed on PTS, I believe, a new method called Conquest. Does anyone remember that?
Yep, I remember that cool idea.
Yes.
Disable spawn tubes in the game only because of that. It's not used.
Yeah, so I mean, Charlotte was mentioning about how it changed the lattice system or the map, sorry, to show certain hexes or certain bases. I think there's promise in there, but I think they shied away from that idea because it's just, I think it's too hard to implement for them, I think.
Awesome. I'm going to bring Shefka in here if he has time. He's going to bring up a perspective of what happened on the previous update and this update. If Shefka is interested, I would love to get your perspective of tonight and your opinion as far as the update and what you saw from escalation to now. So he has some really good points that I can go directly and tell the devs, but I need his voice to be saying it. I can clip it, and then we can use that clip to go ahead and have them look into it. And if you have that time, please stop by the Discord on Need Permissions. If you can't, we'll do this later, another time. Not a problem. We're just going to go ahead and read the chat. It looks like PS4 is having a problem with turning off shadows. And you're living in a 30 FPS world. I can't wait till you guys pick up PlayStation 5. And I hope it's more than 30 frames. That's going to be... that makes me want to cry. But at the end, please turn off shadows, is what they're just saying. Because that would give them more of an opportunity to have more frames, I guess, consistently at 30. And anybody else that is in chat that said anything that they want to ask a question about. And if not, we can continue moving forward. What's up, Juggernauts? Thanks for stopping by, buddy. Or what up? I think we basically tackled everything in here. Is there anything else that you guys want to talk about?
I just wanted to add that if there are any problems with the map, I think it may not be a final version. They could add changes during the PTS testing time. So hopefully during PTS, if there are any troubles, that gets kind of fixed out before it gets to live. But I think it'll be interesting to see what will change.
Makes sense. Let me bring Lord Commissar Draken here. Boom. How you doing, buddy? Happy birthday, or happy belated birthday. It was yesterday, wasn't it?
Hello.
I have a feeling you've been having a really good time.
Yeah, no, it's been pretty chill. They held a little something small, but it's not. I don't like going all out too much, especially as you get older. But
makes sense. How? Tell me a little bit more about your birthday. What did you do? What do you do in COVID days in 2020? What does a birthday look like now?
Well, we got 5. It was really small. Because it was also pretty. It was pretty quickly organized, so it was only like 5 of us because I had COVID symptoms last weekend and I had to get tested, so I did not want to arrange anything until I had been tested. Luckily, it was negative.
Oh,
but yeah, no, that put a hold on anything.
I was like pooping my pants for you.
Yeah, no, I just held a little casual, with cake. We played some board games, just chilled. It was pretty good.
Very cool, man. Did you watch the dev stream? I know you probably didn't have time for it.
I have not, but I have read the summary on Reddit, so looks pretty neat.
Awesome.
I will probably buckle down and watch it tomorrow.
Dobriak is going to be heading out. We're going to give Dobriak a chance to basically end it with anything he's got. Dobriak, are you there, buddy?
I see people time to go for me. It's late here.
No, of course. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Спокойной ночи тебе. Удачи.
Тебе тоже спокойной.
Can you teach me how to say that? I want to say thank you and have a good night.
Спокойной ночи.
If you want
ночи.
Good night. Yep, молодец.
It's a good night.
Yeah, good night.
Good night.
Oh, Dick list. He Russian.
No, he's a Lithuanian.
Yeah, I just speak multiple languages. One of them is Russian, yes.
I love it when it listens.
Thanks for everything.
Well, hey, thank you so much once again, Dobriak. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. All right, we've got now Let's get Lord Commissar Drac to finish up his statement and what he thought about the patch. If he had a chance to see it, if he didn't, I can give you a overview screen so you can see what's coming, and you can just read that while I go talk to Chef.
I've read it. I've read it on Reddit. I also have it on my own screen here.
Oh, very, very cool. What do you think? Pros and cons, quick.
Pros and cons. A lot of pros, I would say. I like the fact that we now have Planetside versions of quote-unquote dailies that aren't too grindy, because as the directives have been our dailies until now, a lot of them, especially past the master especially past the is it expert or master that's called? I've RX'd like 5 billion weapons and I don't even know. No, anything past the gold tier is kind of a mess. Like, for example, just for construction alone, you need 2,400 construction spawned of other players to get the last tier on that one. And that's just insane. So these quick dailies that, you have a reason to log into the game. Just do a couple of missions and just play I feel like it's really good for the casual crowd and the veterans as well. Gives it a little bit more reason to log in other than just to farm people all day long. I like the new Esamir lattice, mainly because I despise previous Esamir. I despise current Esamir with a passion. It is a garbage continent, and if you like it, you're wrong. No.
What about the current? Are you happy with the new changes?
I'm excited to see how it'll play out. I like that they're going for the less bases, more open terrain vibe. I've always thought that Planetside has too many bases too close together. It's kind of like this kind of kills the vibe for big open field combat. So I like that they're moving more in that direction. All the new stuff, the new terrain stuff is cool. The abandoned vehicles is cool. More like, I've always wanted stuff in the open terrain, like, destroyed bases, destroyed vehicles, just kind of littering the area. So I like that they're doing that. What else? Let's see. The storm is really cool. And as someone else pointed out, it would be cool if it's over pop based and not just population based. I feel like it's a really good detergent to just circling down a single lane. Makes the puppies actually leave an area. Otherwise, they're just going to get destroyed. Or at least spread out a bit so the storm might clear.
I haven't heard a single person talk about how excited they are about the render distance.
Oh, no, yeah. The render distance thing is really good. That's just really
finally
good quality of life.
It's so
change.
weird. I was expecting somebody to show some passion. Nobody even chat. Nobody.
I kind of forgot about
it. To be fair, I was getting to that. It's down to the mist.
You were. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Continue.
But yeah, no. Outfit Wars, I like the direction they're going with it. It's kind of got this more lane smash vibe where you have matches and you get up against other people with similar score. That's something that's really neat. I'm happy to see that they're willing to admit that what they did before was kind of a mistake. It shows that they're at least listening. And when you war as a resource changes, can't wait to see what they've changed. I hope to get more use out of just stuff other than just orbital strikes and shields. Because right now there's not really much reason to build anything else. Yeah, render distance changes, amazing. Amazing quality of life change. Honestly, should have been in the game from the beginning, but you know what? We'll take it. And let's see what's the last thing they mentioned that I'm really excited for them doing, especially just for the whole monetary position. Yeah, exceptional implants are now craftable with ISO. Obviously, it's still a lot of ISO, but it definitely changes it from that some of the more specialist, like Carapace, the legendary Carapace that everyone chases. You don't have to either dump thousands of certs or multiple digit dollars into crates to get these cases. And I'm happy they're opening it up for more free-to-play currencies to be able to unlock them. I feel like 45,000 a little bit much. I've not spent any ISO in the past 6 months, and I only have around 20,000.
Can you tell me how many? Can you tell me how many alerts you do? How many alerts you actually hit in one day?
How many in one day? Usually just one or two. But
okay, so you're getting about 200 to maximum 400 per day.
Yeah, but you also have to keep in mind that I don't grind ISO because I have every implant and they're all maxed out. So there's not
That's
really
why I was trying to identify. You said you haven't spent it in a long time. You're getting 200 to 400 ISO. That means if my logic comes down just for your background.
Yeah.
If your daily missions do not add up to 200 to 400 per day, you're not going to get faster than what you've ever gotten. You're actually getting a lot slower.
But obviously, these new dailies will include more ISO, so there are more ways to get ISO.
They're taking it out of the alert.
Yeah, but
That's
to
what
be
I'm saying.
fair,
Like,
I'd rather be able.
it has to be the same as 200 to 400 per day to get what you've done. Are you okay with that timing to get 20,000?
I mean,
how long was it again?
I would kind of wish that they'd lower the exceptional price maybe down to 25,000. I feel like that'd be more fair on the free to play players. But I like that they're moving the ISO from the alerts, which is you have to commit 1.5 hours, and you might have already been playing for 1.5 hours when the alert triggered. And if you lose connection like 30 seconds before it ends, your reward's gone. It's just gone.
It's happened to me many times.
These dailies that can take between like 5 minutes to I don't know what the longest mission they can probably put in is. It's still going to be less times like grinded out than an alert. Also because you're not reliant on your entire faction for that maximum ISO gain, which also empowers the individual.
I'm excited about this because there's always been like that gaming feel. I played Lineage 2 back in the day. I played WoW, not as much. And there's always been that one guy in my farming space, and I hated that guy, or that guy hated me, and I'd kill him over and over again. I would not let him basically take that XP spot. And then when he says something to me, now it made my day. Now I'm like ready to camp him forever. But that's just me playing as a gamer back then. This mission system says that they have the ability to both of us seeing each other in the same mission. So I'm excited to see those kind of banters, those random banters you'll have with random people.
I think that what MMOs have learned, especially from games like World of Warcraft and that game you just mentioned, is that I hope that this game will add like Planetside, as other MMOs have learned, is that there is it's not a individual reward where it's just whoever gets to it first. It's a common pool reward where everyone gets the same for participating.
Yeah,
kind of like in an alert. You could have been driving around, farming Corchum for 1.5 hour alert. Your faction wins. You may have not done anything, but you still get the same reward.
Yeah,
and that's the kind of that levels the playing field compared to if it's only whoever gets the. That's kind of like why I don't like the first past the parcel thing with current resources when it comes to base captures and outfits. Because sure, the way it should work is that the outfit who captures and get the tag on the base will get the permanent income, but all outfits that participate in that fight should still get that one time income from being in the fight and accruing a certain amount of XP. Obviously, you shouldn't just fly over a sector and cap it immediately, but if you reach a certain XP threshold, then you should get the income based on the base, what the base gives.
Really
for example, it could be
that.
For example, if it's a small outpost, you might get 25, 30 Oraxium, and then the larger ones you get maybe 15 blues or whatever. Just a one-time thing you can get.
It's actually a really good point because being a large Zerg fit, whatever you want to call it, dig takes a lot of bases, and sometimes I just feel so bad because we might not even be actively fighting at a base. We've just got so many Zerglings going around everywhere that we just have to cap it anyway.
Yeah.
So it's a bit silly how they've done it. So yeah, I think adding a contribution bonus.
Everyone should get the same amount of resources. The ones with the tax get the per minute income. I feel like that would level out the playing field a lot with how resources are currently distributed. Because
someone mentioned worst case scenario. I can't pronounce the name correctly. I apologize. Worst case scenario. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, as he said, big issue right now is war asset orbitals. I should know. I already scored up to 3.6 thousand kills with just war asset orbitals because you pretty much have them every 15 minutes available, and we usually fight in the most giant fights, and it's only usually required to stop as from coming in. So yeah, I really wish they either reworked that some way or maybe added an effect like citadels or something. Someone also mentioned before, that some type of device that cancels out, doesn't allow an orbital, a war asset, specifically war asset orbital, to go through. The player made one.
I would love to see players, actual physical players, even single base players, have an item in their tool slot to put on the floor. If you have more than 10 of them, it cancels an orbital. That means now single players can add to countering outfits or something.
I feel like the orbital itself should be changed from this giant death theme that just hits one spot and kills everything, but should be changed more to this sort of scattered artillery piece that like hits. I mean, like kind of like how the lightning currently works in the storms, where it just hits a bunch of areas, but it doesn't just destroy this one zone and throws everyone away.
I'd rather have like a giant instead of the orbital from the player maybe it's the AMP that you can drop that kills all the shields, damages all like mechanical for the
Basically, you're
maxes,
using orbitals to
structures,
get rid
routers.
of routers. That's what you're trying
Yeah,
to
yeah.
I can tell you.
Yeah, like
no, that's literally the most useful.
That's the only reason why people use orbitals is to get rid of the damn freaking router. As soon as a router's out, you have to fight.
Or Citadel shields.
Yeah,
or Citadel
that
shields
is literally
as well.
what you use it for. Or is just too big of a numbers. But well said. I appreciate that.
Also, you can use, for example, something like a frozen bomb, which could freeze all attackers. Yeah,
that'd be interesting.
I would not be into that because generally first-person shoot, especially one that's not very fast-paced, like because Planetside not fast-paced. Let's be real; it's very slow in movement.
Just kidding.
No CC, please.
But
Please, no CC.
generally, games like this don't benefit from having enemies be able to restrict how you move. Like there's a reason why the slowdown effect on the NS the Vandal clone was really unpopular.
Tranquility.
Because being knocked around in a first-person shooter is, especially one that's not about mobility that much,
is it like Doom?
Not,
like Quake, where you're just like,
yeah. If it's but like this, it's the same with how it was in TF2. In Team Fortress 2, there was like 2 items that could knock you around or stun you.
Yeah.
Because everyone just loves stun mechanics in first-person shooter, and they took them out because players hated it. We don't like being restricted in our movement.
Yeah, and they banned them in competitive leagues.
Yeah, they banned them in competitive.
I was in a TF2 competitive league, and all the weapons that you'll see on the global whitelists are all ones that are stun lock weapons.
Yeah, stun mechanics are not fun for FPS games. Also a reason why I can't stand playing Overwatch. But that is
okay, well said. I appreciate that. Let's go to Shefka. He's going to bring in a different concept, a different topic. It's going to cause a lot of saltiness, maybe not. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I think a lot of you will agree. Shefka, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing, we'll say good to stay gentle.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Well, first off, I didn't ask 95th Screw Squadron. That was in Vigil earlier. That was Lord Commissar Drac. He plays on, I believe, Cobalt TR, and he's looking forward to. I don't know if you have announced your event coming up, but we'll talk about that later. Ares Company is from Miller TR, and I could be wrong. Is that correct?
No, that's it.
Awesome. And would you like to tell me more about yourself and then talk about the subject, about what we just saw?
Yeah, you don't have to say that much more. I mean, I'm the outfit leader of the team, and it's a small team anyway. So
what about your? I'll just give you that. You're too damn humble. He's the FC in the community smash. He's a monster when it comes to not only running his outfit, but running multiple outfits. Organizational skills is on par with one of the top people I've ever seen out there. This man deserves a lot of credit. He knows a lot about the game, so that way when you hear him speak about these next words, he's put in a lot of time and effort and logic behind it. And so he's somebody I trust when it comes to this data. So, Shefka, please tell me what you were basically sent me in a DM. That's why I dragged you over here, so you can actually speak about it, and we could probably turn this into a clip and send this over to the devs. What are you talking about?
The thing I was straightly disappointed in when I saw it on the stream was the map setup of the new Esamir, because from my point of view, what I think as platoon leader or force commander, I see that and I just remember myself that okay, playing as Esamir, I'm a leader of an outfit that bring in when we are in a good mood. We have 2 squads. So when we are on Esamir, it's already the worst continent ever to be, because there is so few lattice links. Wherever you go, after 30 seconds, you get a Zerg on yourself on prime time when it's when that continent is full. So we definitely hate playing on that continent. I believe small outfits, most of them I have the same feeling about Esamir. But anyway, the other continents are still good about that. I mean, it's not that worst. The worst is really Esamir. So when you show up a new Esamir with less lattice links, I mean, it's even more than a nightmare for someone like
As soon as you said that, I was like, "Oh God!" I'm putting my hands on my head. I was like, "Oh."
I mean, yeah. The thing is, when I saw the map, I just thought to myself, "Is that a joke?" I mean, maybe it's a joke. I mean, it's April 1st. I'm missing something, and yeah, I'm sorry. It's kind of salty words, I know,
No,
but
sorry for your feelings.
my question behind it is, what was the thought behind bringing that kind of map to people being experienced to lead people on those maps? So who were the devs talking with to bring this map up? Because I'm quite sure if you ask platoon leaders and force commanders experience as me, you can ask 20 people like them, how many people of them will agree with this map? I mean, maybe one or two up on 20. I'm quite sure of what I'm saying, and I always MP'd some of them, and they all said, yeah, that map is horrible. It will be less battle flow and choke points as ever. I mean, you have a tech plant connected to an amp station, seriously, and also connected to 2 3-point bases. I mean, it's really horrible, and you have what? You will have three-way fights, 3 links, or 4 if you have
4
chance.
to the. Oh, I mean, yeah. You're talking about one. Are you talking about one faction?
It's 3 to 4. I mean, I don't want to count, but still, it's really few.
There's one right here from
the Eastern Warp Gate. The Eastern Warp Gate has a total of 5 lattice links to attack from in default position.
You have a total of 4 connections on Esmir. If you're looking at the northern location, you're going to have 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the same number. You could say it's also
5.
the same number as the previous Esamir, but it's not. I mean, seriously. I mean, I will wait until we play it. We play it. I mean, I'm off the game since a month, but I will go back on the game when it will be live to test it during 2 weeks, and I believe it will be enough to understand that it's worse than the previous Esamir map. It's not for nothing that they brought new lattice around the biolab, because it was choke points that were really annoying.
Yeah.
I don't really see that now on the new map as well. And we just have it was also regarding kilometers. I mean, regarding distance, it was the smallest map, almost, kind of. You have territories that are really huge regarding X. Like you see in the southwest, bases are the terrain is really huge for only one base, instead of some others. So you have wasted spaces over there, I believe, and it's kind of sad that they don't use it. And now, I mean, it's very beautiful. I mean, something is true. It's really beautiful how they revamp it. I'm not talking about what is beautiful or not. I'm just talking about the gameplay, because at least what will make people stay is the gameplay. So I'm just caring about that. And we already had many talks about Zergs and not Zergs, and I mean, everything is important. Zerg fleets are important, but also small fleets are important, because small fleets are always starting new fights. But on that kind of map, they won't be able to start anything. And if you have if you include the storms in it, so I heard people talking at, yeah, storms will arrive on a Zerg fight, and they will leave because it will be kind of hard to fight on there. So I believe it will be like that, maybe a few weeks, the time for Zerg fits to understand how to fight inside the storm, and then they will bring a new meta, but still fight there. So with or without a storm, they will be able to fight there, so it won't move a Zerg. And we just be gain something maybe funny, but it won't change the meta. I mean, it won't change the battle flow that much. I mean, only for 2 weeks for people to be used to.
Yeah,
but it will be beautiful.
I think you've done a good job of at least summarizing what you're thinking is going to happen within 2 weeks to a month. From looking at how they did such a good job on escalation and trying to bring out the Bastion to be less buggy, and they focused on it super severely. We've seen all the clipping and things like that. I'm assuming that they're going to be doing the same thing here. Well, what do you want to see from PTS? That means if you go to PTS and you give out your data over to the developers, what data do you want back from them before they decide to bring it a 1-to-1 of whatever happens right now that you just saw to the game? How do you want to see feedback from the developers?
I mean, the only thing now is, I mean, we have to see that on live to see, okay, am I right or not? And I hope I'm hopeful. People, I'm not really. I hope I'm not right about that, but yeah, okay. So we'll see. But we won't be able to judge that on the PTS because we have never enough people on PTS, or maybe just one day. But it's not enough to try hard something to really see if it's working or not. So I don't believe in the hard testing on PTS. It won't happen. We won't be able to really judge that on PTS. So it has now it's done. So they won't rework it. So it would be too much work. So we have to see that on live and see what will happen. That's all. It's too late, I would say. And my other concern is, okay, escalation update did happen. That is another big update. What's the link between them? What's the link between what escalation brought to us and what this new update will bring to us? Is there a link between those stuff? Is there a link between Bastion, Colossus, and the mission things? I haven't heard during the live stream something like missions is regarding outfits, or there is something for outfits inside the mission, the campaign. I really didn't hear something. Maybe I missed something. That's also
No, there was nothing about that for outfits. This is a solo player grabbing a mission. You can now say, hey, do you have the same mission as me? Let's take it together and work together on it. Or your outfit will get together and support you and transporting you to the destination because you can't get there alone.
Okay, so let's imagine you are running an outfit that not that much active with, like you have a squad 2 times a week for 2 or 3 hours. Those guys are playing other games like many people, and they will come these 2 days. So they have a choice. They continue like to do their ops night 2 times a week, like they are used to, or they will have people inside their squads that like, I want to do my daily stuff. Yeah, but it will kill the squad play for during the time you do that. So
right,
is there a way to do this daily stuff together?
Yes, there is.
Because
that's one of the things
I hope.
There's one of the things that they said earlier is that there are going to be some people that might have the quest for, I need to kill specific vehicles. Another one needs to be a transport. You combine them together by talking amongst yourselves and saying, okay, we're going to go do this. We're going to go basically finish up this person's mission in half a second because you're transporting him. He can't drive, but he can be transported. And it's like that's the thing. Like I'm assuming that you guys will have to be creative, like you've always been, to finish these missions quickly. That will add part of the very beginning of your op. Like if you want to help everyone finish their missions together, you do that. But if these individuals have to log in earlier to play the game to finish their missions, then that's the case as well.
Yeah, but the thing is, my question was simply if people can do it together. If they can, fair enough. I mean,
they can't.
Okay.
There's no shareability. Like I can't say like I got a transport
That's a
quest,
bit
guys.
sad, for example.
I want to push share and send it to you. No, there's nothing like that at the moment.
We are missing since a while, and it was called by outfit leaders since years about outfits directives that we never saw coming in.
Yeah,
and still we have mission and campaign, and I'm still missing it. I mean, about the dev stream. Where is that? I mean, that's my kind of disappointment. I mean, once again, I mean, people say, yeah, escalation was for outfits. No, it was for some kind of outfits. That's all. That's the issue. Once again, we heard Maelstrom. He said, yeah, I can pull an orbital strike every 15 minutes if I want, and it's true. The game is working like that right now, but not all outfits can do that. So yeah, you have to grow up your outfit, whatever. Well, I mean, I don't want to enter that kind of debate. As I said at the beginning, all kind of outfits are useful in this game, but still, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I understand it's hard to find something that is fitting to everyone, but I'm just carrying once again because we had that debate at the end of the new stuff of escalation. Like, okay, they did brought new stuff. Will they work on it because it still looks like alpha stuff? I mean, they still can do a lot of things with Bastion, Colossus, maybe adding. I mean, how many people you say like I would love to see a Battlefield 2142 like with bastions, like you are able to attack inside a bastion. I mean, I believe it's a lot of work about doing that, but is it in project or not? Or is the escalation update stuff like previous big stuff like constructions, like NSO characters? I mean, is that there and that's all, and let's move to another step and forget about all of that? And I'm really caring about that once again.
No,
and
that's
even
good.
more than
I
previous
like
time.
how you've given us a perspective on that. Let me bring. I saw Rapid right now. Decided to hop in as well. Let me bring him in. There we go. Yeah. So one of the things that I'm curious about from your perspective is you saw escalation come out and you feel like it's undone. You've seen the construction come out. You feel like it's undone, and in this and you're seeing a trend, and that trend scares you because we've seen that trend 8 years ago, and it's a consistent known fact. You want to see construction updated. You want to see bastions probably revamped to where we can attack the inside. Did the developers say something about it? If they did, then I can see where you're basically coming from. But if they didn't, I can also see where you're coming from, because that does make sense. It does look like a good idea. But if they don't assume that's a good idea, they won't work on it. So then we'll always have a miscommunication amongst each other. How do we get a point where we can hear the developer saying, we're not going to work on that, so we can think about the next topics and the next things to focus on? So that way you don't feel like you're being cheated on every single patch.
Yes, I understand, but the thing is, where are the link between all those things? I mean, yeah, of course, it's on the game. Okay, you can play with, but it's still missing a main line, a main I don't know how to say that in English. A main guideline,
focus,
a main focus, and all the updates should be related to the main focus. I mean, I don't know if it does make sense, but when I see
It does. I'm just trying to think of like, how can, if I was a developer, I'm assuming that right now, how can I take your information and feel like I've delivered a product where you're happy? Like if you ordered a hamburger, you're asking for a hamburger that is just a burger, lettuce, and tomato, and no sauce, and I give you that burger, you're happy as long as it's cooked to order. It of course has a taste that you're happy with. How does a developer give you a product where you guys can say, I'm happy, I got full, like you gave me what I want?
Arshie, I could answer your question.
Please.
So the thing devs need to understand is that who is the core and what is the blood of the game. Is this solo players? Is this outfit players? Outfits? Maybe some group of players? Maybe players who play only Jagger, and so on. So after they understand it, and it is quite easy to understand because they push out the escalation update. It is a big update which watch about 2,000 people. The dev stream, when they talk about escalation on Twitch, it was about 2,000 people. This update watched almost 4,000 people because people were hyped about this update. So even more people watched this update, the dev stream. So if they see the increasing pop of this after this update, and it will be much more than escalation, they need to focus on solo players. If they will see that escalation update sent much more players online, that this update about missions, they need to understand that outfits are blood of the game. So after they understand what is the blood of the game, or for what players they need to focus, they need to talk with these players. For example, if they see that outfits are the blood of the game, they need to tell outfit leaders to make some meeting and discuss with them what outfit needs. And I am sure that lots of outfit leaders will come to that meeting and tell what they need. We even can handle some pre-meeting and discuss it with our outfits and send only few people who will say the position of, for example, whole servers. Because RPG is indie studio, it's not a big studio. They need to talk to their players. They need to understand what the players need, and after they will have information, from that players, they can do new stuff, because it's a long time, because what I see for now is that they have their own plans. And if you remember, Archie, we asked Rel in his interview, do the team play in Planetside as a team, so they could understand how the play is going, how it's playing. And he answered that it was a bad idea and they do not play the game as a team. And he plays solo sometimes. That is the problem, I think. They need to play the game, or at least listen to players who play the game to understand what the players need. And if they understand and listen to players, the game will be in a great shape. If they do not listen to the players and
before you continue down that path, I know you're on a great tangent. I want to hold you there before we go deeper on that subject. Here's what I know you did great. I'm going to add to what you said. I don't know if there's anybody in a company in any sort of development zone or if there's another gaming company that does a better job than Rogue Planet Games on how they connect with the community, and the community is able to give away their feedback properly, and they work in unison, and they're able to live their lives together and be super excited, dropping a ton of money on them. Let me know what that game company is doing. Let me know how the community is connecting with them. I need to do that research because I don't know one yet. I heard about Warframe and how amazing their freaking streams are, 150,000 people watching it, and how many people get so excited for that custom gear when they're watching the stream. But that's the different game format than this one. So my logic, back to what we were talking about with you, what you said. If the player, of course, this comes down to Rogue Planet. It's going to start with Rogue Planet every single time. Let's assume Rogue Planet says, "Hey guys, we need you guys to know that we want to make a game that is meant for you." If I was Rogue Planet, I'm not Rogue Planet. I want to make sure you guys know that. I'm not Planetside 2. I don't represent them. But I'm imagining if I was. I need you guys as community members to think of ways to bring newer players into the game. If you can think of a new way to bring new players into the game, and we have our population size at 15,000 at high, and it turns to 100,000, I'll make anything you want. So tell me what the hell it needs to get to 100,000 players, and that way I can turn into a AAA title. That is my goal. You guys won't like that. They can't say that as a company. If you owned a company right now, which a lot of you do, or work for a company, the person who hires you pays you 30,000 to 100,000 to 200,000, God knows how much you make. You have to make that person double that amount to even keep you on board. If he loses a single penny, you're fired, or he'll change your job title or concept to make sure he makes money off of you, or else it's really dumb to hire you. And it's the same thing happens with this gaming culture. If we make something for you as a community that are paying me, but that thing I made you doesn't make me money right now, and I'm losing money, I have to fire some developers because I just can't afford keeping them around. And then that means the next idea I listen to you doesn't make me money, I'm not going to listen to you again. I'm just trying to tell you I don't work for Rogue Planet. I'm just trying to give you the other side of the coin. Don't hate me after this. If you want to hate me, fine. I won't do this ever again. But I won't listen to your idea again, because your idea did not help me make money. But at the same time, I, as Rogue Planet, did not tell you to think of ways to make sure I can pay my developers, pay my staff, pay my investors, my producers, and all that. It's not your job to do that. It's your job to give me feedback as a community to tell me what you like or didn't like about the game. And I will do my best to think of ways to first make sure my team is fed and my producer is fed, And then you guys are still excited about what is going on. But we do need to bring in more life to the game, which means 100,000 people is my objective evidence of a Planetside 3. And then that means I did a successful job. Yeah, it might change the game drastically to what you guys remember 8 years ago to get to that 100,000 mark. But if I get to 100,000 players, I've succeeded as a development studio where we can make a Planetside 3 and convince Daybreak to reinvest into a brand new team to go and tackle that. What are your thoughts on that, Charlotte Platt? And anybody else that wants to talk about this?
Yeah, I can jump in on that.
Okay.
And me too.
Oh yeah, you go, Rabbit.
All right. So to respond to the part one of what you said was about 100,000 players. I don't think
I just
Planetside
made
as
it
a
up.
game
I just
can.
made it up.
Well, of course, but
a lot
Planetside
more players. How about that?
Yeah. I don't think Planetside will do well with a significant amount of players. As we've seen with Escalation's update, a lot of outfits got burnt out because they would get imploded and then they kind of fell apart because people, it required a lot of leadership to teach these players, stuff like that, as well as queues for the continents. Continents can only hold so many players, so if you log on and you don't have membership, then you never get to play with the rest of your outfit. Your outfit, like for example, when I used to consistently ingest LD during that time, we went from 300 to 1,200 players. We went from running a platoon a night to 4 platoons. We went from playing on one continent to having a platoon on pretty much all continents because of the queue times were just so horrendous for sometimes. So it was really tough to like play with your friends if you didn't log on at 6 p.m. To before prime time to get through the queue. And then alerts and playing with other, coordinated outfits, you really couldn't because they would be on the other continents. So you would be the only coordinated outfit on continent if you got all your boys on, and then it's just boring because you don't get to work with the other players and you're kind of stuck with a bunch of solo players or not. And you would get stuck in queue not playing on the main continent. So I don't think there's a reality where Planetside can expand farther than the 1,000 active player base.
I mean, I feel like that's a very technical limitation. The we have seen in the past between streamer events and everything else, the server population limit cap is entirely artificial, and the devs can mess with that. The reason why they don't is for server performance, but obviously if the game is doing better and has a larger player base, they can invest in more, bigger, better servers.
I don't know if that even exists. I've already had a conversation, but if it does exist, it probably costs an arm and a leg. Yeah, I'm just
yeah, exactly. Like I'm just saying it's possible. Like if you have the more player base, you probably have a higher subscription membership base as well.
Dr.
So
Ace,
they might have
look at the logic that you just described. Imagine you're about to go and pick up a car, and then the next car is like 10 times that cost. It's kind of like the same thing with audio equipment or visual equipment. The moment I go from a $500 camera, I got to go $3,000 camera just to get a 20% increase. Like, this is insane. Like, there's no logic behind it. I guarantee that if I asked for the server prices, of course, that's super NDA, and then they'll tell me probably it's drastically above that. But to get to that point, you're probably like Warzone level and stuff like that.
It is diminishing returns, but using that same example that you just gave of where, you have a decent camera and then you're looking to get an upgrade as like a filmmaker or whatever, it's a huge cost for like a small % increase in quality. But good professional photographers and photographers and filmographers, they still go buy that higher, more expensive equipment because they're at the point where they are actually going to do more professional stuff. So I'm not saying that it's something that's necessarily going to happen or even maybe should happen for any time soon or at all. I'm just saying I think it's not right to say that that's something that could never happen for Planetside. I feel like that's
Rapid.
looking very small.
You're going to Rapid for that. Yeah, I think the idea what Rapid was trying to say overall is burnout. Outfits were the new player experience. I was trying to tell... I already had in my brain solved them, so I didn't say it verbally. If they solve the new player experience, they're getting close to it with this idea with missions, this idea with the daily missions, this idea with campaign, it is not a new player experience, but they're getting close to it. I believe they're going top down. I want you guys to understand what top down means. The game's already done at the end game state where it's already functional, it's already fun. Now they're bringing the things in the mid level and then back to the beginning of again, where where the new player experience is. At the very beginning should have been, but has been scrapped a million times over. They've tried so many angles, and they just couldn't get it.
Planetside isn't really there for a tutorial. Go for it.
Arshe, so Okay, what I heard from you is that you say that devs couldn't risk if they will listen to the community, right?
It's just I don't know. If I was a developer of a game, Charlotte, I couldn't come up to you and saying, "Hey guys, I need you to do my job."
Okay, for example,
You just have to know what their job is and think of it that far ahead.
Yeah, yes, I understand. But when, for example, devs who make new cars, they have some people who tell that experts, so who knows lots about cars, they know people who buy these cars, and they say them, you need to make such a car for such people, and so they do these cars for such people, and people buy these cars, right?
Yeah, the marketing research team will go and get the identification that, hey, there's a middle ground here. There's a new community being built. We need to think of a car that can settle down with a 3-person or 4-person base for their kids.
Yeah.
Family growth. There's a new school being built. We need to think of a car to capitalize on that. Hey, there's a lot of eco-friendly happening. Let's think of an electric car. Yeah, but the problem is, tell me about it in dev terms. How many gaming companies... that's a whole different ball game. They're not the same kind of thing, but they're very close, similar. But is there a dev company that has done what you're asking for?
Yeah, so now we have escalation update, which were outfit focused. This update tripled the online. So I think it's a good position. So outfits related update could increase the numbers if it is positive for outfits. So now outfits have some feedback. For example, we have a feedback for outfit wars. Maybe you know that or remember that Miller have the meeting after the second part of outfit wars, and we discuss it inside all outfit leaders, for example, about 2 or 3 hours, and we make a feedback and send them to devs about outfit wars, how to improve it. Yeah, we play this game all the day. We are that people that buy the cars. We know what we want as outfit leaders because we have lots of players who play with us, and they tell us what they want. For example, Maelstrom, Elitist, they're players from Dig who have 100 players or 200 players online each day. So
I wish.
Yeah. So yeah. It's players who know they're experts of that people who buy the cars. They could tell the devs. If devs play this game, as in outfits, as a team, they could understand what players need, but they do not play it. Maybe one of 2 devs play this game as a solo players. They couldn't understand what outfit needs really, so they need to ask. So they need to ask experts what they need if they want to people to buy this car. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I have a rebuttal to the whole you need people know what they want thing.
I'm gonna go put a be right back symbol. I gotta use the restroom. You guys can continue talking off stream. I'm gonna bring it back on the stream as soon as I come back in basically 3 minutes. I am dying internally. I drank coffee and 4 freaking bottles. I was wondering why my body.
Archie, just place a bucket under your table.
I could have done that, but then immediately you would hear that. You'd be like, "What's that?" Like nothing.
Turn off your mic.
Oh god, that's true. I could have done that too.
I thought it was the reason of the revamp of your studio. To be honest.
Who doesn't have a poop bucket?
I'm dying internally. Give you guys like 3 minutes. Go, guys. Everybody use your restrooms. These guys are gonna talk privately in a minute.
I'm probably gonna leave as well.
I'm gonna mix it.
Be right back, guys.
Should we?
I'll probably leave.
Click on studio
I
mode.
think that's oh, this is a different view. Hey, how's it going, guys? I wasn't ready for that.
There was a good joke about Aquarium.
How's it going, guys? Currently, if you guys are wondering what is happening, we have just done a massive discussion on all of the points that we got a chance to see on the dev stream. Overall, we're all excited to see what has to come out. There are some outfits, leaderships out there that are not excited for this update because we had a chance to go back on the stream. You can check out those points of view. We're going to go deeper into other subjects. We had these gentlemen here speaking off stream, and I'm going to ask them what they were discussing so we can get onto those subjects as well. Shefka brought up some amazing points before we went on break, and we're going to go based off of that, where we were talking about how do we get the developers of a company that traditionally doesn't associate themselves with the community because the community does not have the best interests of what the company's desires and needs are. Because in the end, we were talking about development companies, gaming companies are, they need to make money to survive. And so without that being said, that's something that I don't think many players actually think about. And so we're going to go change the camera view again, see if that works. And that's the wrong... There we go. That's the wrong camera view. Let's do the other camera view. I need to fix this. There we go. We're back. Woo! Rapid relief. You want to give me up to speed what was happening during the private talk?
Well, I was just gonna just respond to what we were talking about before we went off stream because it was really kind of just a mix of different topics while you were gone.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
But I did want to respond to what we were talking about before.
Can you clarify the topic so everybody's on board with it?
Which is about contacting and getting opinions from the community, right? Where everyone's like, well, we want the community's opinions to factor into Daybreak's, or I guess RPG's decision in developing the map and such things, right? And I think everyone agrees on that's what we were discussing before we went on break.
Correct.
And what my response to that is, and I will play devil's advocate against that point, is the community has shown in the past that you really can't have that occur. Everyone always says, well, let's get the outfit leaders to do that, but the outfit leaders don't have the solo players mentality, and most players are actually solo players. I think they ran a statistic which said 60% of players are solo players. So you don't get to get that cross-section of those players, as well as each outfit has a specialization. Not every outfit plays the entire game, and not every outfit plays the game the same way, right? A Zerg fit might play it differently than an Elite fit, and vice versa. And how are the devs supposed to pick which players, which outfits are the representation without leaving some representation behind? So the devs are always in this awful position, and the same thing is when they get suggestions. I think there's been multiple suggestions they've taken from the community. Let's look at the newbie chat / mentor system. Everyone has said, oh, let's put all the noobs into a chat so we can respond and answer their questions on a global scale. And then everyone's like, well, we need a way to prevent trolls from ruining the system. Let's walk behind a mentorship system, right? So there's been situations where people have suggested, hey, this would be the best thing for us. Another example would be the outfit logs, right? Let's get the outfit logs. Well, they made them, and now I don't really hear many people talk about them after they've been used. They've probably been used, but no one really cares that much about them. As well as there's been a lot of systems, but at the end of the day, the player base has not shown that. How do you say who am I supposed to pick, right? Some guy is just going to say, hey, this person's the right guy, and then how's that person supposed to know the whole game's aspects and situations and properly come to the devs with the proper opinion when it doesn't really exist? That's why the devs are just going based on their thoughts.
My solution from what you're describing is I don't know if ArsheeTV is a show yet, as a gaming community culture. I just want to make a community that allows you guys to talk about anything comfortably, as long as you guys maintain positivity and respect. All of us can have a good time discussing things without disrespecting each other's cultural backgrounds, or our ability to speak English, or our abilities as far as when it comes to our intelligence, or misspelling words. This is not a place for that. This is not a place to educate. This is a place to feel confident that you have the ability to have an opinion being said, and somebody can correct you or help you understand the aspect better. As we get more and more effective at it, I'm hoping we can have a space where this space or another space, or you guys have displayed yourselves above here, you guys who showed up, we'll probably get a private DM at one point in time saying, hey, I liked your points of view you had on the show or another show of Planetside 2 oriented stuff. We would like to hear your personal opinion. Can you send us a document listing these points that we would love to hear from you? Just like when we did the interview with Rel asked for a specific amount of people to give him more data. And that is the only way to be recognized. Either you guys put up some amazing forum posts, you show up to events like this, you apply yourself as a content creator or streamer or somewhere, shape, or form, you show evidence that you have the capacity to communicate or have valuable feedback or data for them. Am I agreeing or disagree on that?
I think actually you're missing quite a big portion of the Planetside 2 market here. There's no stream or show or anything like that that goes to a particular topic and goes, right, you guys, I'm inviting you to the show, have a chat about it like we are doing right now.
Right.
I don't believe there's anything like that. I believe, if I'm right in saying, the devs have asked you to do sort of similar things, to give them feedback privately. Is that accurate, would you say? Yeah, so I think they would listen to something like that more, which is more filtered down. You can summarize the points of the community rather than just being, 4.5 hours now of
right. So the 4.5 hours and becomes 9 hours. We're not expecting devs to watch this. We're trying to find a way to see the overall consensus. What did you guys enjoy? What do you guys do not like? Get the consensus of everybody and seeing, okay, it looks like there's a lot of outfit leaders coming in, that's what I asked for. I asked for outfit leaders and representatives to tell me your points of view and what did you guys like or dislike about it. I knew there was not much about outfits in here, but I didn't want to disclose that. I wanted you guys to identify that. And some of you did say that this wasn't really an ideal update. What is this game? Can the devs come out and tell me what this game is about? Who are you directing this towards? So we can, as a community, can stop getting frustrated thinking that you guys missed the mark again. And so I think Rel or Andy did try to describe that. Let me turn off this AC.
I think they will see what is the main for the game in 2-3 weeks after they release this new patch. Just watching the money they get from the players after the Desolation update and after this Shattered Wargate update. So that's all they need to see. How many money they will get and what they need to focus in future.
Well said.
But I understand that, but I disagree that this is the update that's going to tell you one way or the other. Because, like I said before, as an outfit leader, this update is giving me a lot of tools that I can use to create outfit events, form social events around the new mission system, do things with hinting at the competitive side of things. Like it does service the outfit side of things, the team play side.
It's not as direct as Escalation was. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly. It's not as direct at them, but it's not such a stark.
It's an indirect approach that you guys can think creatively to have fun as an outfit.
Yeah, so it's not like such a stark or contrast that they can look at the data and say this is definitely only for solo players. The only people who are going to come back and get engaged are the solo players. So we can then look at the numbers from Escalation and then compare them to Shattered Warpgate and see what the player base of the game wants, because it's not that stark of a contrast.
Well said.
Yeah. But in terms of playing devil's advocate for the devs, because yes, I do think we need a roadmap, but where they can sort of say, okay, we've got this general idea planned out for the next, 6 months or so, with these kind of goals we'd hopefully meet. But that should be under the pretense that the player base understands that when it comes to video game development, a lot of things can change really quickly. There can be ideas that they may float around. There's also why they're really, as a developer, there's a lot of hesitation to saying yes or no directly to questions about certain features or certain changes or things that might come to the game, because it can fall flat. And then they have to go out every time and say, sorry, that feature didn't become a thing. There was this technical limitation, so we didn't have enough manpower, or the engine doesn't allow it. So they have to. It's really difficult for a dev
You
team.
can't do a roadmap because everyone's just gonna whine on Reddit. It's like you said this, you said this, you said
Yeah,
this.
exactly.
Where is it now? It's been
and
4
that's why I
months, 5
believe
months. Where's
that-
OSHR? All I hear every day is OSHR.
Yeah,
They don't want to do this
several
again.
times that
Yeah.
OSHR is not happening, not currently. But
And yet you still hear people complain and whine about it and
roadmap.
stomp their feet. Yeah.
But that's also the thing that's with
They write
this.
themselves in a hole.
Yeah, they do write themselves in the hole, and that's also why I feel like they often shut themselves in, because this player base is generally pretty terrible at giving feedback. Like because there are so many different play styles and different outfit leaders and whatever. So it's basically the 100 chefs in a kitchen situation, that if you try to listen to everyone, it's gonna turn out a mess. You have to decide what you want for your game and then roll with that. And some people are gonna hate it. A lot of people, you saw, like, I don't know if you guys remember on Reddit. Obviously, Reddit is a whiny echo chamber, but on Reddit, when Escalation came out, there were so many people, posts and comments from solo players saying, this is all for outfit players. What about us who just play a couple hours every day, who don't do that? We don't get anything. It's just stuff for outfits. And now it's a bunch of solo content, and we get a bunch of outfits and outfit leaders saying, well, there isn't really that many new things for us outfits to do. And the devs could just sit back and be like, we can't win. Like, this is an unwinnable scenario. Best thing they can do is give drips of content to everyone so that no one gets truly turned off. A lot of people hate the Bastion. They just see it as a giant farming tool. I see it as a way to get my outfit to say, we need an air force. We need to start training to fly airplanes. And we've done that. We've shut down 52 Bastions since the Escalation update. And it's been great. And obviously not everyone sees it that way, but it's not, you can't just like swipe it over with one brush and say, this thing is terrible because it does that one thing. Same with stuff like outfit orbitals. I see a lot of complaints about that, but when you really look at the gameplay, that only really happens in bases where they were already getting orbital all the time, like TI alloys. Anyway, I rest my case for now. You can, or you can respond either way.
I mean, is it the reason why devs should end up communicate with the community?
I wouldn't say end.
I mean,
they didn't
it
fully
looks like
end
almost
it.
something like that.
They didn't fully end it, because if they did, they wouldn't do interviews, or they wouldn't.
I think the whole communication, like with like the streams and whatnot, like the virus really affected them, because they had the whole setup. Even for Outlet Wars, they had the whole setup made. They were the ones that were initially planned to cast all the Outlet Wars and watch and react, whatever. But because of coronavirus and all that, like all of that stuff got canceled, and they had to refocus on how they can work from where they're at, from home, whatever, and just contribute. Like even they said, like it's a bit harder because you can't just go to another person or just trade ideas, whatever. Like someone knows of an issue, nothing. It's harder to contact with each other, like as a dev team. I would imagine it's very difficult in that way. Plus, and I guess like just different priorities, but they've been trying so far, and as they said themselves, like they will be doing like the dev videos, dev streams way more often from now on as well.
Yeah, it's
But
hard to do dev streams for this company, especially when they couldn't go back to their company and create safety zones. And so we just saw a taste of them at the studio with a safety zone precaution, very similar to ESPN. ESPN did the same thing, allowing them to take their masks off and have that glass shield to get permission from our government to open up business, because they get an inspector to come in to confirm if it is up to code where they can have business and how many people can be inside, or they get an insanely large fee. But yeah, that is the current system. So we might see more and more. I'm just knocking on wood. I'm just saying, good job to these guys for what they could provide while COVID's happening. Their entire team stayed honest and true from the start to now. They did a fantastic job for what we all are going through in COVID times, and other companies are probably doing it too. Not saying just because they did it, we should do it. I'm saying they did it. They deserve a round of applause for what they've created. And all we can do is take the data that we have, identify the mistakes that are occurring in the game, and not to say you're I guess a dumpster fire or garbage or trash. Use better words that you have in the English the language that can convey your feelings a bit better. The more and more you practice this, the better you will be heard, and at the same time, the better communicator you can become. And that's my opinion on that sort of thing. I know all of you are experts in this craft, and have so much feedback on, you truly know what can make this game basically the next level in your eyes. But it's hard to express that without getting frustrated, because the moment you talk about it, you get passionate, and if it doesn't happen, then you hate it. You hate the idea. You hate everyone around you for not listening. So I've seen all different types of conversations.
I'd also like to interject real quick and say I think people don't give the community enough credit. I think part of that is because one of the only real places where the community can really get together right now, and from what I see for a lot of the time to give feedback, is on Reddit, and Reddit is not good for feedback. It's traditionally a little bit more toxic, a little bit more memery.
Google ArsheeTV on Reddit right now. I have
Yeah.
to say, that's just basically to see what people could think of or say.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah.
very creative.
I think
I think the word
it's
a cesspool.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. So, but the community can do a lot of great things. You have a lot of great interactions. A lot of our interactions on Emerald, at least, there's some more competitive personalities on Emerald, but there are also a lot of really nice people, and there are a lot of really, really great. I think this, that memorial event we had last month is kind of a case in point of that, where just with like not even a week passed before we the guy from TNDM said or let us know that his brother had passed. It was also a player, and 4 or 5 days later, we had hundreds of people all turn out just because.
How did you reach
that's
out
another
to him?
fellow member of the community.
How did you do it? I was about to say it, but if you say it, it's more powerful than I saying it. How did you reach out to developers to get help?
I didn't really. Sorry, hang on. We didn't really reach out to the developers directly. I think that the process was Styx came into the Emerald TR Discord, and he said, "Hey, look, this happened. I'd like to host a memorial event. Can anyone help?" And then I think real big props goes to Captain Dan of the outfit 2 RAF, who did a lot of legwork going around, and just because you're in the community, people, and that's what I'm saying. Is the community's really good. It's really tight knit. You just you go around, you ask everyone. I've spoken to you before, Arshee, so I went and talked to you, and I said, hey, this is happening. Could you help out? And I talked to Commander Sirius as well. And I think you went and then talked to the devs, and I also went and talked to some of the other guys who I know who I think have lines on the devs, and just talked to all the other outfit leaders I know. And like I said, it's the power of the community. It's
Right.
Within 4 days, I talked to someone, they talked to someone, they talked to someone, and then 4 days later, 500 people show up.
I asked you to post on Twitter, and by posting on Twitter and adding towards Andy Sites and at Planetside 2, after I had a chance to talk to you, and I actually identified that you have the capacity to use the right language to not be misinterpreted as someone that is a but
Kiss
yeah,
your mother with that mouth?
I didn't say anything at all. I just wanted you guys to assume what those words. But yeah, the long story short of it is, I know you have the capacity to use the right language. That's why I said, talk to me on Twitter at these people's names, and they will respond. And you did it, and they responded, and they gave us access to sanctuaries 1, 2, 3, and 4. They opened up Esmir and lagged the crap out of everyone. And then that's basically the coolest thing they could have done for us.
Well, so what you're saying there, we're talking on Twitter. Like I tagged them on Twitter, like you had suggested for when I released the video yesterday. Which, hey, go check it out. Ha ha ha! Sneaky plug.
Of course, that one too.
But for the original event, I think Andy did tweet, or not Andy didn't, but the official Planetside Twitter did tweet something out about that. But like we didn't say anything on Twitter or anything. I don't think anyone really thought of that, because most of us don't use Twitter.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, is that right now, I know from my evidence I'm giving to you guys, if you believe you can use the right words in the English dictionary that actually describes positivity and respect on constructive criticism, go to Twitter right now, make an account, and start responding to the examples of what they're saying. Do not reply on a Twitter post by Rel, Andy, or the Planetside 2 staff. You can do whatever the hell you want, but if you want to basically get the respect you deserve, you reply to the examples of what they just talked about. But when you want to talk about a subject, say your message and at their names. Don't reply to subjects and saying, "Where's my PS4? Where's my Bastion update?" On something that said, "Hey, I just had amazing curry today." Like, come on. Like, you guys were basically like slapping me in the face in the middle of a conversation here if you guys are changing the subject completely off Planetside 2 and talking about how, something else is happening. But
I would rather see them working instead of replying to all these tweets, to be honest.
Well, if approached correctly, right. If approached correctly, the devs will absolutely 100% give you their ear. So recently, there's been a lot of disruption for the in-game voice system. Some of you may, in the stream as well, may have seen a post I put on Reddit about getting feedback saying,
done,
right,
buddy.
guys, how screwed is this voice comp system? I spent that time collecting that data and sent it off to Andy Seitz. He put me in touch with Chris Farrar, their technical director, and I have an email chain here of 61 emails, back and forth, and me giving continuous feedback, them saying, right, we've done this. Is it any better? I go off, get the feedback from my trusted sources and my other outfits, other people on other servers, stuff like that, give them the data. And over time, it's an iterative thing. If you can prove to yourself, to them, that you can be a contributing resource like that with respect, with clarity of mind, and with absolute sort of resolution of, this is the problem kind of thing, and not spitballing and saying, well, maybe you should do this, maybe you should do that, and not suggesting their job for them, that they will absolutely listen to what you have to say.
Right.
I think something I want to quickly point out, though, that I just want to say is someone had just said earlier about, hey, I would wish they would, reach out to the community and get feedback and talk to players. And then I heard someone else just now also say, I'd rather they don't post on Twitter and they just produce content. So this is the kind of feedback that makes it hard to be a developer, right? Because you get consistently different opinions, exact opposite every single time when you are a developer for this game. So how are they supposed to know what to do when every time they reach out to the community, they say, just talk to the community, and then the other half of the community says, just work instead. Don't even communicate with anyone, right?
And
how are they supposed to
on can I reply to that because
I'd
I was
like
the one who brought
we should go to Shefka because that was his comment about that. Go ahead, Shefka.
I mean, I was the one who said I would love a better communication between players, or ultimately and the devs, and I was the one who said I would rather them see working. But there is a huge difference between replying every day on Twitter and having a system when you have we were talking that when you were in the restroom, and I did suggest something like this. So they choose one trusted player or tweet leaders they have in a region for let's say a region regarding the servers we have right now.
Mm-hmm.
And that guy can be a kind of the link between them and those outfit leaders. So like we had before the servers representative when we were organizing the server smash and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, and those people collected the point of view, the real point of view through meetings, because typing and reading takes so much time. It's sometimes better to talk. You can express a bit more yourself. And they took all those feedbacks on the player, and those guys, those representatives, 5, 6 people, maybe maximum 7, throughout the world, with all those feedbacks, have a meeting with the devs, one meeting, and then they talk together and they give really give the feedback and to the devs, and it's something like the devs can control, and they don't have to spam hours throughout reading Reddit, replying on Twitter, and stuff like that. So it's about how to manage the communication with the community.
Can you do me a favor, Shefka? I know I'm about to basically make your life miserable by saying this right now. If you want to, if you know somebody that can represent Cobalt, Miller, of course you're Miller right now, and I'll go over the Cobalt reps. I go over to the Connery or Emerald. And you guys can send me either a signed petition, something to show me evidence that that person was voted in to represent it, I can easily make that happen with your community manager of Rogue Planet, where then he now knows who to contact for specific questionnaires, where you then can go and talk to the community to get their opinions and then come back and give it back to the community manager. Yes.
Maelstrom.
So no, I'm saying like spend some time thinking about what I said. I think it's you can create that, but we can't give you a voice without your effort being put in. So that will never exist in life. Where let's say Rogue Planet Games has the space, why don't you just give me access to it and I'll go and gather it all? It's the other way around in life. You have to show evidence that you have the respect from your community first, and your community wants you to represent them, and then you have that evidence to show either through petitions, through messages, through a platform like this, or YouTube, whatever the hell you have. You make it your own. You create it your own to show evidence of that, and then we can go and get one representative for each server to get the evidence you need. But I think that comes with too much power. That's why I try not to basically apply any of my efforts when it comes to my opinions and what I think the game needs. I wait to hear from you guys first, because then I guess this quote unquote streamer privilege happens, and I try not to make that happen. No matter how much I try to be the best version of myself for you guys, I can still make mistakes. But I guess the problem is that a lot of topics are missed. Like if you're just going to go and be a representative for Miller and you just only talk to outfit leaders, you didn't get the data for single-minded individuals, single-player-based individuals, or new player experienced ideas. And that could really skew the game dramatically, too.
Yeah, not specifically. If that representative is looking also throughout Reddit and find a way to talk with solo players, it still work. I mean,
No.
still a man who have to manage
If you did have the evidence to show, like this is normally I don't want to tell you to do this, but imagine I was in your position now. Whatever you just said, I'm like, I want to be the representative for Connery. The first thing I would do is get the identification of these are the players who signed up on this forum to represent their single base player or their outfit based movement. This is the data I got from this. This is the data I got from this. Compile it together, show the graph of information of what the consistencies are, and saying, here's the data for you, Justin, and this is what I've got. Can you tell me, based on the data I provided you, what points are you going to be focusing on, or nothing at all? So that way I know I did my job correctly, and then you're going to take the evidence and showcase that to the community on what you're focusing on. Because if you don't pick any of this evidence, I don't want to do this again, because this is not fair.
The thing is, you are missing something about how I see that. You see that as something coming from the community. I see that something that should be implanted. Implant by the devs, by the developer of the game, and because if they really want a good feedback from the community, they have to install the way to get it. If they don't, it means they just don't. I mean, it looks like they don't care that much. Do you see what I mean?
I see. So
I don't remember the.
So here's the next question for you, because you did a good job. So you're asking for the other way around. You want the community manager, which is the only title I can think of, to do his job.
Yeah,
what is the, in your opinion, before you tell the community manager to do his job, because that is the most disrespectful comment that we could ever say as a human, we should think of a different version. Is there another community manager of another game doing something that you like?
Well, actually, Radar X back
that.
in the day did a very, very good job, and he actually approached me and other people to become part of like a community forum almost.
So Radar X worked for Sony?
Sony at the time, yeah.
Okay, so then let's just talk about what I know about Justin Golenbach. Not to disrespect him, because you guys don't know him that well. He's handling over 600 DMs on Discord. He's just got his new position as Rogue Planet communities manager that is also getting content or access to places for events like for what Alpha 141 did for Bastion Smash, what you saw on Jaeger communities for Planetside battles to make those events happen, what I needed to make my events happen. He also gets in contact with press and makes sure he also does all these other different aspects. He's got almost insane amount of DMs because I guess Andy at one point in time gave away his Discord DM location, and he just got bombarded with almost 3,000 messages in one day. And then he also has to maintain the Planetside 2 Twitter, and he also has to maintain the forum. And so there's just so much he's got on his plate. So
But Arshee, he's only a good rep if he listens to my feedback.
That's true.
Everyone else's feedback.
That's true. You son of a.
But
I didn't
here's
say
the
anything.
issue
I
again,
didn't say
guys.
anything. I
He
didn't say
has to go. Arshee just said it. He has to go through 600 DMs a day.
Yeah.
How are you supposed to know who of those 600 DMs is an experienced player or someone that doesn't even play the game at this point? Just saw him on Discord and was decided to troll him, right? There's just so many different aspects, right? There are large outfits that have a troll as their leader, right? Yet, how are the devs supposed to try to understand it and then also develop the game and also play the game and also go home into their families and have dinner and stuff like that, right?
Okay.
We ask a lot from the devs, and it's just tough.
So,
I'd like to
so-
respond to that point.
So again, if I was in his shoes, I fortunately I'm not. I don't know Justin that well, so when I get a chance to learn more about Justin, we can go deeper in that. Let him speak on his own. There's honestly no way that a 9-to-5 job position can actually handle all that timing. I've sat here and I have had DMs, about 30 DMs. So what happens is I get a single DM that then I respond to that leads to an hour to 3-hour conversation from one person. But I got 30 more DMs to go through, and each one can easily lead me to 20 minutes of conversation. Some person wants to verbally talk, and let alone preventing me from doing my job, which is not really a job right now. It's me streaming. That's me as a low-level individual with how many, like 4,000 followers, compared to 150 followers on Twitter for Planetside 2. You saw 3,000 people view them on Twitch. Justin Golubach is a solo individual having to handle 3,000 individuals when Arshee only has right now 54 viewers in channel at the moment. So I'm trying to give you an example, like how much hell he has to go through. But now think of a system that he can adopt, which is not, you're not doing his job, but you're saying something that you're willing to accept. Does that make sense?
So the thing is that there is I found that the game who did use that during their beta, it was Conqueror's Blade. They used that style of community management to have feedbacks from clans and guilds that were trying the game during the beta. And and I remember I just joined a clan for that, just to start the game, just to see what about. And I heard that the two of the leaders of the clan did sign kind of a DNA or something, so they were aware about stuff coming in the game, but they were not obviously not able to talk about, and they were in communication with a main EU community leader, I would say, and that guy was related to the devs. So it only depends if you want to install that kind of stuff or not. I mean, it might of course ask work to install it, but it can work, I believe. I mean, it did for some others. So
it did work. I was actually a member of such a group. I was handpicked by Radar X, basically. Approached because I was doing a lot of work for the PS2 Alerts project at the time. I actually got banned off of the game because I was stat padding. But he sorted me out and gave me an account on Jaeger and all that, and then he invited me to this community group. It worked really, really well. I believe, I'm not going to name names because actually that's probably not quite the done thing. But certain members of the group were very, very, very productive and gave them very good feedback. Exactly. I don't know if it's there anymore because I left due to time constraints. But I feel something like that needs to come back. But the point I was trying to make earlier was they're in between a rock and a hard place there. So if they get too many people, as somebody said earlier, too many cooks to the broth kind of thing. If you get too few people, you're not going to get a representative view of the game. So they've got to be very careful of who picks on this group. And I think that's why they've not done it, because they might not know who those people are anymore, and they might have quit or not in the game anymore, or they simply don't have the sort of drive to do it anymore.
Right.
I don't know.
I would say they could also ask PSB stuff about who are still people active to help for that. I mean, PSB stuff. I mean, I know it's a lot about competitive side, but at least they know some people, even not competitive players, and there are still old representatives that are still in game, still know people who are, outfit leaders who are active or not, and so it's about the research, obviously, but it's still, it's still possible. I believe it depends how much work they will, how much effort they would like to bring into that kind of community management. It's on their hands. If they don't want, obviously they don't have to do. So yeah, it depends. But I think it's still from the beginning should be something coming from the devs and not mainly from the community. If you want to make something that have a sense and a mean.
Do not forget that devs have the final word in all the decisions, so they could have some reps from the outfits who will represent servers or big amount of outfits. They could have some persons who will be reps for solo players and something like that. After that, devs could summarize the opinions, the ideas, and do what they want to do.
The biggest thing I'm hearing right now, it sounds like you need a psychologist to be able to hear all the feedback from the community, because the feedback I've received on Reddit is pretty harsh.
Well, again, that was kind of like what I was saying earlier. It's like why Reddit isn't a good place. It's the same reason why Twitter is not a good place. These are social media forums where the loudest voice is what gets heard. So obviously, the angriest people, the most salty, the most toxic people are the only people you're going to hear. You need to have people who are actually in the community collecting the feedback. And Arshee, you do a great job with that, but that's not your job. That's not what you're getting paid for. You need to have actual people who are employed at Rogue Planet Games or at Daybreak who are actually tasked with doing that.
Anybody that's employed or tasked to do that is going to receive the salty, bitter end of it.
Yeah, obviously that's part of the job description. It sucks, but it's what you have to do. Like you have to, like that's part of the job description, is being able to sift through that.
But in regards to the whole feedback thing, I'm this is kind of going to steer back to something that happened to what feels like decades ago in this conversation. When you guys were talking about somebody who decides what they know in a car, the main thing about every single product,
backseat drivers?
every single thing. No, also that. Not just not really backseat drivers. This is not car related. This is marketing related and how you watch people. The customer does not know what they want until you show them it. People generally don't know at all what they want until they've been shown examples of what they can have. They've shown us now. We
bunch
didn't
of examples of people saying, "I want this," and then the devs implemented, and then everyone on Reddit says, "No, I didn't want that. I wanted it somehow different. Why didn't you make it work better than what I thought?"
That's basically the gist of it. The devs have to have a vision for what they want out of the game, and then they will have to look at the feedback they get for those systems, instead of having to have the players come up with entirely new systems, because the player base is not good at that. People don't generally know what they want from scratch. They have to be shown, like, for example, we didn't know we wanted things like, for example, what's the base things we can put on bases now? Base implants, base assets that we can activate.
Health region?
Yeah, those are the luxury region that basically give you a small bonus.
The base modules?
Yeah, those in practice those in theory give another tactical layer to the game. However, the problem right now with the asset system, in the reason why they don't get used, is they generally cost too much for the average medium-sized outfit. I know we never use them because there's better things to use resources on. And then there's the fact that there's the weight system outside of the max amount system. If we spend a bunch of resources on something that'll take up, it's highly situational, and it'll take up a bunch of weight, quote unquote, in the system that'll prevent us from having extra shields or extra orbitals, we're not going to use that system. Therefore, it won't really be used. And that's the kind of stuff that needs feedback on. What I would do is just scrap the weight system entirely, because we have an amount limiter already. We already have a you can't have more than like 2 orbitals, for example. You could always just cut that down to you only have 1 in storage at a time. The weight system just kind of feels unnatural. And that's the kind of feedback I think they benefit a lot more from than us having to literally come up with the game solution from scratch. They have to present what they their vision to the game
structure
is,
looks like.
and then
if it was a single orbital capacity, and then they had to wait 15 minutes to grab another one, and then single orbital capacity, 15 minutes to wait for another one. Yeah, it will slow down the orbital usage.
I was just spitballing, Archie. It's not anything set in stone. But it's just the example that we already have a limiter in the amount we can have. There's no reason to have a second limiter that just prevents us from using literally anything else the system has to offer. I would love to use cheaper vehicles, but I'm not going to spend resources and wait 5 minutes for them to build just to have them around.
The reason why is so big Zerg fits that have 7,000 plus players can't just craft everything and have everything always available. And so you have to pick and choose. And the reason why they did that is because when people go into outfit wars, there's a strategy, there's a metagame of what you craft when going into it. If everyone has all the resources available, everyone's on the same level, but you said you wanted more strategic, tactical ideas, right? By putting a limiter, you have to think, okay, well, I can only use so many things, right? What you want actually is you want there to be an increase, kind of like inflation, right? There's more now things in the game, so I want to play with more of them. So hey, maybe just give me a few more weight costs.
But it's kind of the issue. But the issue, I get that issue, and I can see how that also works in theory. But that's the same thing when it comes to, for example, what is most meta in vehicle gameplay. For example, you will generally always choose what's best for most situations, and that is also how the asset system currently feels. The most useful items are orbital strikes to dislodge routers and large populations of vehicles and bases and players. Then there's the Citadel Shield to box yourself in and defend, and maybe in a rare case a Steel Rain to drop maxes on a point without having to transport them. That waste system just makes it so that we will focus the resources that we have available into the most generally usable item, because having to limit your weight system and maybe risk losing something else because you weren't able to stockpile a shield because you had 5 extra weight from a vehicle bonus thing you crafted earlier because you might need it in the future. That it kind of limited. It limits the program. It limits the amount of things that get used, and it kind of feels like wasted dev time, which is also what people complain about. They make all these systems that don't get used, so it kind of.
Are you always sitting at capacity for weight?
Usually, yeah. We generally have to. We generally go through a cycle of we have the resources, we fill up the things we're going to need the most, and then they get used during combat, and then we refill those things if we can afford it, because we're probably going to need them in the future, especially with the crafting timers. Like, we might need a Citadel Shield to win this alert. Like, that could be the make or break thing. So we generally always want to have a few on stock so we can be ready to use them. Because we also don't want to have the situation where you have one thing in your inventory and you're never going to use it because you're scared that it's just going to be wasted.
Yep.
Compared
That's
to
what I was
another
thinking of. That's what I was saying. If there's a one orbital availability to you, it would be get to where there's not going to be orbital spam, and it's more strategic, where hey, the Terrans that are attacking this base just use their orbital. Let's apply our Citadel Shield now. We have 15 minutes.
Exactly.
Let's push. And we want them to use the orbital. We're going to use this tactic on purpose. Bring a bunch of armor. Let them use it on it. We're not using armor as a tactic. We want them to waste it. That is more strategic. I like that idea a lot. It basically... it makes me excited that I feel like I made them use their ultimate attack in an MMORPG game, where they use their defensive shield, and now I know they have a 1 hour cooldown. And I'm going to dodge it, or I'm going to go rush away from it and then come back.
If I could interject here for a moment.
A simpler way to fix that system is just put a cooldown on whether it can be used in the hexagon or not. I think I think there's been already implemented features that have cooldowns on hexes, but I'm not sure about that right now.
I think we got a little bit sidetracked from the original. I think it was very important, if I could, because it's talking about the role of community feedback, which to simplify is just talking about the difference between design feedback versus development feedback. Design feedback being, all right, this is what, I'm going to go give you feedback on a whole new system or a whole new structure that I want to get put into the game, versus development feedback, which is kind of what you were just talking about, where I like this particular aspect of the game. I think the numbers just need to get tweaked. Like, maybe this needs to have a little cooldown, or maybe we should have a little bit more weight for this system, or maybe, we need to give this particular weapon more damage. That's like development feedback, whereas the design is something that I don't think that the community really should have too much input because of what was just said before we got sidetracked, where, the customer doesn't really know what they want until they see it.
And that's kind of the thing I was going with. For example, I really like the base asset system. In theory, I like what they're going with it. I like the ability to deploy tactical for things in tactical situations, like we need more tanks now, and we don't want to spend all our nanites. Better buy a cheaper bonus or infantry healing. But I would never have known that I actually wanted that before they added it. It didn't strike my mind. I didn't really think about it in that way, and that's just the case that they brought out a system that I personally really like. But there are some flaws with it. But I would never have thought about suggesting it before it was added. And that's kind of like, I feel like, yeah.
If I could kind of add on to that, you're like that's a really good example, because it's a really fun system, but we just had this whole 10-15 minute discussion between a couple different people talking about the ways that it could be tweaked and improved, the development feedback that we have for the devs there. And I think that's really valuable feedback. The problem I see with kind of linking it back to the problem of how the community, how the devs should be or perhaps might be wanting to look at collecting that feedback, I don't see any singular good way that they have right now for that kind of feedback to get accumulated, other than community people like Arshee going out and having these streams where we all sit down and hash it out. And I think we can all agree this is far from the most efficient way to get this kind of feedback collated. And I think that I don't know exactly what it is, but I feel like there is a better way out there somewhere.
Guys,
I've spoken a lot.
I'm sorry, need to go soon because it's almost 2:30. What I can tell at the end, I think devs need to get new ideas. For example, to increase the cap of the war assets weight through the outfit directives, for example, or make for outfits something like playground where outfits could play capture the flag mode, which RPG devs already have, because they do that for Planetside Arena, or much more. Maybe they could do some idea contest like it was for video creator contest. So
now you're talking. Idea creator contest.
Yeah, so
I like that. Because then it will give us an opportunity to see a clear, concise format of what you envision the game should be, or what it could go to, and then the developers can actually pick their top 5 that is within their, or maybe just 2. I mean, they don't have to do top 5 because probably nothing even comes close. And that way, it gives us a chance to see who's good at giving feedback, who's good at creating the community's overall aspect of. I like it. I don't need to go deeper into it. I like it a lot, and I think that's incredible. I am going to pitch that, if you don't mind, guys.
If I could play devil's advocate on that for a second.
Okay, guys. Have a nice day,
Have
or
a
evening, or night.
No, for sure, Charlotte, but get out of here, man. It's like, what time is it for you, man? You son of a... I didn't say anything.
Yeah.
1:27 a.m. I'd assume.
It's 2:27 a.m. for me right now.
Oh, well, sorry. Charlotte, get out of here, buddy. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, it was a great discussion. Have a nice.
Problem. I hope the website thing helped you out as well. Take care. Go ahead,
yeah, as you were talking about this idea of a community contest for a new idea of something to get added to the game.
Who was the one that said that?
That was Charlotte Play.
Damn it.
And I think
Charlotte Play, if you're watching, go put that in the ArsheeTV feedback section or somewhere where I have your name attached to it. So I don't want credit for that. That's your idea.
But kind of to play devil's advocate on that, that's kind of exactly the problem I was citing earlier with the difference between design feedback versus developer feedback, where this is design feedback. This is the community would then be coming together to create a contest to give the devs a new idea to maybe start work on. That's giving the devs more work through our feedback, as opposed to giving them, suggestions and tweaks and refinement on the ideas that they already have and are already working on, and making it's It's feedback that is giving them more work as opposed to feedback that is making the work that they already have easier. Because I think it's pretty clear they do have a good direction for the game. Yeah, that's what I
we
was
don't
saying.
want to go to Reddit and just look at the top comment. We don't want to go to Twitter and look at the top upvoted stuff, right? So by doing this, we're saying, hey, Reddit and Twitter, give us your top voted stuff, right? We're going back into the loop that we just said we didn't want to go into, which was taking feedback from the majority of the community, which isn't quote unquote educated as some people put it.
Well, I don't even think
which
it would be
is,
the
again,
majority of the
back into
community.
that loop.
It could be that in just like how Archie vetted the questions for the Rel interview.
Oh
that
god,
would
I
be a
had
good,
to change like 50% of them. Oh my god.
I know, but
Imagine that times
what you
100.
could do is that we could open it up for what systems would you tweak or change in Planetside and then people would write their suggestions. You could vet out all the ones to say nerf Vanulol and then present the most competent ones to
Yeah,
the
the
devs.
3 suggestions that we have after that round of
Because
nerfs.
then it's not based on who upvotes the most, because everyone has ideas that are either popular or unpopular. Because like if you want upvotes on Reddit, you just go in and say nerf hash. Like that's instant. That's an immediate instant karma.
Get your whole
But-
community to vote for it, like the whole outfit.
Yeah.
Like, come on, boys. everyone vote."
But if it's just singular
Yeah.
people, where if we can use Archie to vet what gets suggested and then present it to the devs, then it's a more
So
then obviously
I'm going to tell you
yeah.
guys a conversation I had privately with devs, not specifically who. Imagine right now you guys are watching my stream, and you already do this perfectly. Every one of you guys do this magically. I didn't ask for it, but you guys do a good job with me. I don't know if you guys do a good job with the developers. Because there's so much that I don't know, maybe I could communicate very well, and I also don't have such a large player base or community base yet. Until I get to 3,000 people watching, I don't think I can keep doing the same thing. I have to think of a new idea. But right now, I'm capable of doing it. You guys give me a light switch idea. When I say light switch idea, it's like, Arshee, your camera is basically giving audio feedback. I fixed that. It's a camera switch. If you guys came in and DM me saying, Arshee, this entire wall is completely crap, you should have made this black instead of white, or you should have gone basically blue instead of yellow. Then I'm like sitting here like, do you know how much time this took? It took me 2 weeks to design. You want me to revamp everything? And you're like really adamant. You're really angry at me. And you want that to happen. The reason why you don't have that same passion towards me, of course, is because you're not paying into the ArsheeTV, or you're not paying into Planetside 2, or you want to see this every single day. So that's the example, is if you turn off your passion, the amount of excitement you have for this game, you still enjoy the same way. And think about it in light switch examples for them. They will start respecting your comments because you thought of it as, hey, this could be a simple solution. I noticed it and want to let you know. And immediately you'll start seeing them actually respond to your comments. You'll start noticing them actually reaching out to you further by saying, hey, I like the last 10 things you've given me. What do you think about this idea I'm thinking of on my own? I just want to hear your thoughts. That doesn't mean give him a 45-page paragraph. It means continue the light switch example until he wants more from you. Until he wants to know more than the light switch. He'd be like, can I get more in depth if you don't mind? Then you ask him a question saying, what do you mean by more in depth? Can you give me more clarity on that? Because I can give you a 45-page paper if you want. And he says, that's what I want. Boom! Now you've got your reason to now type up 45 pages for him to read it. That's my tips and tricks over to you guys if you want to have this capacity. You don't need to be on Twitch. You don't need to have
light switch
all that
ideas. What Chev? I think it was Chefeke before he left.
Shevka.
He's a Chef. No, what was it? Chefka?
Chef.
No, what? No, he's
Charloplet,
still here.
Charloplet.
Yeah,
Charloplet.
I was making up names like that. No, he gave a light switch idea where, okay, we have this outfit weight system, but it feels kind of limiting.
Yeah.
To make, because it feels limiting. Not enough tools get used. Only the best tools get used because everything else kind of feels like a waste. What if they had to implement a outfit directive system that your outfit could progress with together by doing stuff together? It could be capturing a certain amount of bases or gaining a certain amount of XP together, fighting in a squad. Then you could, through the directives, unlock extra amounts of stuff to basically buff your outfit, essentially.
Wouldn't that benefit Zerfits more though? Don't you
Yes,
think?
but if we only ever think that only Zergfits will benefit and stuff, then we're
true,
never
true.
gonna get anything done.
I'm
say,
sure there is
"Oh,
a
but
way to
only-"
balance it.
Yeah, there is a way to
towards-
balance everything. Which this is just me laying a broad idea, and it can be nitpicked. It can be nitpicked to absolute pieces. But if we do that with every idea, we're never gonna get anywhere. But obviously.
But by the way, so sort of like, did you realize, just a question as well, like considering what else, like, in honesty, like, how many of you actually even use modules that they added with the Colossus update? Has anyone
The
ever
base
used them?
modules.
Yeah, the base
uses them
module.
occasionally.
We've used them just to try them out, but again, it brings back to the thing where they don't feel worth the resources nor the wait for the situations they need to be used, because you often need to wait 5 minutes for the. Actually, a solution would be to make them instant craftable, because it's usually something you need right now, not something you need in 5 minutes when the base been captured.
Absolutely. That's an example, great example of a turnkey idea, light bulb idea.
Yeah, that's a light switch idea. If you make it if you make the modules instantly craftable, you don't have to sit them around and waste. Obviously, you'd still need the 5 weight to just craft them, but they wouldn't sit around for like 30 minutes, preventing you from building an orbital because you might need it.
I think important to note here is that like why that is good advice is because you're not just saying, hey, I want you to change this thing now. You're saying, hey, this is the problem that I'm identifying. This is what the problem is. This is why I think it's a problem. This is what I think you can do about it. If you're being detailed like that, that's the kind of thing that actually helps developers or any kind of creative project.
And I'm not demanding any of these solutions.
Yeah, exactly.
They could come up with a completely different solution that might be even better than anything else we can suggest. And that's just something we have to accept. But sometimes, sometimes better ideas will come up.
And because you identified, say, like in this exact example, because you identified, this is how it feels. This is why it doesn't feel good to have and this is why we don't use these modules. The problem is we're not using the modules. This is why it doesn't feel good to use the modules now. This is a thing that, making them instant craft would be a possible solution because the timer makes it so that when we use them, they're not going to, they're not going to be in case. That giving that kind of detailed feedback it really gives the devs the idea that, like, or at least if I were a dev, that would be the kind of feedback that I want, because I could just say, all right, I see what you want and I see why you want it, so that gives me the information to then maybe I do what you're suggesting, or maybe me being the dev and knowing more than you do about how the game is run on the internal side, I can then like take that feedback and actually make it something useful, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm not explaining that way.
Okay, so let me just confirm this because I haven't got the clarification on my end. I'm not even a dev. So I want to summarize it down to Dr. Ace is community manager. We're using it as an example.
Sure.
And everybody in this entire channel needs to find a way to get Dr. Ace the information that you believe is going to give you the game and everyone the game they want, or they want them to work towards. Correct? Is that what we're talking about, right? We want the community manager to be able to get the information, and all of us in this channel, let's assume we're playing a role, we're not the representatives. All of us in the channel are supposed to find a way to get Dr. Ace that info. He's not in this channel. He's never going to be in this channel ever in his life. Let's just imagine that. The access that we have to him is very limited. What do we do as a community, or is it the Dr. Ace's job to figure out how to find us?
I think it's a little bit of both, honestly.
Yeah, obviously, I think the one thing Reddit and Twitter can have that bit benefits is that they can lurk. They can just kind of lurk in them and just maybe have a quick read throughs, and if anything if they spot anything that could be useful, they will probably think about it.
When can we get the community? This group, not Dr. Ace. Dr. Ace, I love you, man. You're just gonna keep.
I get what you're saying.
Manager. Everybody here, you still can act as non-player, by the way. I mean, you can still act as us. So how do we tell the devs? We love your update. We went through all the entire community, and everything you've brought out is fantastic. Is there ever going to be a day where you guys, as a community, will say, we love everything, continue going down the path you're taking it, we don't need any more feedback. You have all the reins. I don't think there's ever been a play like that, right?
Yeah, I think perfection is the enemy of good enough, but also I think perfection is never attainable. I think something that's really important to think about here is like what I was talking about earlier about how the difference between different kinds of feedback and why I think it's very important for us as the community to know what's good feedback and know how to give good feedback to the devs. But then I think the other side of that is from the dev side. I think that in my honest opinion, I feel like they could do a little bit more to give us, the community, a better channel to give them that good feedback. Like I said, it's both ways. We the community need to do better at giving them good feedback, but it would be helpful if we had a good route to give them that good feedback. That is not Reddit or Twitter, where just like someone saying hesh or nerf hesh lol is what gets upvoted and that's what gets seen.
What?
Oh, sorry. Did I get
No,
DC?
You did great. You did great. I'm just laughing at chat. It's like these guys are thinking of the most amazing comments that they can. For me, it's only internally for me. I don't think it's that funny for everyone else. I think it's funny, hilarious for me.
Create one.
To expand on what you were saying, Drak, that used to exist, and I'm quite disappointed it doesn't exist anymore.
Sorry, what does exist?
Sort of like community forum, essentially, what you're saying.
Yeah,
we had
like
Lanzer,
community forum would be
Lanzer, we
one
had
way.
Lanzer here this whole time, being super patient. Lanzer, how you doing, buddy?
Pretty good, Archie. How are you, man?
Tell me what you're actually noticing. Is there anything you want to add to the conversation, or go back to a subject you had no chance to say anything on?
Well, it's all good. Hey, FYI, Archie, I don't know if you know this, but Maelstrom, he used to be a Planetside Battles admin.
Oh, nice.
He was one of the main engines behind how we were able to automate a lot of our broadcasting, and yeah,
a lot of blood, sweat, and tears went into that script.
And now your children are taking over it.
But
You
but in any
everything
case,
that walked. Damn it, man. Just kidding.
what I was what
kidding.
Dr. Ace was referring to earlier, I agree with him that both it's a give and take. We find a way to get it to them, they find a way to get to us. But in our case, we're so large of a community with such a diverse voice that even Radar X back in the heyday and Mags, when she was the community rep, was just, it's overwhelming.
It is.
Overwhelming.
I sat down with Justin for just 2 minutes, and the first thing he's telling me is like, "Give me a second," and then he basically continued. He showed me examples of what it's like to not have a clue on what is important and what's not, and what to ignore and what to continue going forward on. Because everyone says in their message, this is important. Everyone says, if you don't do this, you're screwed. They think of the most catchphrases. I mean, no. Imagine what is it on YouTube that they do a lot of this technique? It's called
clickbaiting.
Clickbaiting.
Yeah.
Every freaking message is a clickbait. And it's like, as soon as he says, like, he tried to do the commenting style saying, thank you so much for your feedback, and immediately 15 more posts comes from him. So it's like, maybe I should just ignore it, and then ignoring it gets more feedback of saying this guy's not doing his job. And I'm like, you're really, I mean, honestly, I don't even have a solution for you, because I would try responding to all of them, but then I would get a message from Andy, who's my boss, to tell me, I need you to go do something else. I'm like, oh crap, I didn't do my job of the four, and then this, and then that. I spent so much time on Discord. Oh crap. And then I had to jump away.
I think that, sorry, if you were going.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, sorry, in that situation, it definitely needs to be more people, and that's kind of not even on any individual at RPG. I think that's partly they're just a little bit maybe understaffed, underfunded, possibly. Like everyone is these days. It's hard times, but like
somebody else will take Justin's job if he basically says he can't do it.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm not even saying I don't think it's a single person job. I don't. I think it needs to be more people.
My recommendation is similar to the way that Planetside Battles was born. It was born out of a need that wasn't being fulfilled, and we did the best we can with it. But in the end, we built something to which we then built more stuff off of. And as you guys were talking about this, it occurred to me that there may have been something back in the day, but not in recent memory at least, where if we built almost like a Planetside Labs that was a community concerted effort to distill what should move forward and on what basis it should be considered serious. That's something that you, I, the rest of us in this channel could put together and organize it in Google Docs. We host regular meetings with meeting minutes. It's the sort of thing that would require time and effort to make a success. But in the end, we would have distilled bullet points, data sheets, and even tweet-worthy remarks that make it easy to digest what we feel would be a better step forward in the reaction to the devs.
I think that we generally need to return to it. Well, we need to return to the period where we have community selected people that we trust, who we know enough about the game and its systems from all types of players. Like we could large outfits, small outfits, solo players, vets, some who maybe aren't vets, and they need to come together, and then they basically do, because I often sit and browse Reddit a lot. I sit and I just read as I subreddit and just soak everything in. But a lot of people, but a lot of that could be distilled into bullet points about, okay, there's a sizable amount of people who this idea, and that could need adjusting, and that feedback would be way better from the devs, like you said, if it got compacted into bullet points instead of them having to browse the subreddit for hours on end.
I hear what you're saying, and at some point you just have to go do it. I was not qualified
Very
to
smart.
do what we did
Yep.
with Planetside Battles. Maelstrom was way qualified, but he came way later. Like Aluga, Dutzer, and I, we were not qualified to be hosting 240 matches and then 480 on 480. We made it happen, and then people came, and we therefore became qualified by experience. But no one dubbed me the community leader to host a match between Jank and ADK and Dipso. I just did it.
Yep.
But I
Same
still
as-
feel like there
just-
needs to be some barrier. There needs to be some kind of buffering that shows that you know generally what you're talking about in regards to the game.
Right.
Different
That's
things
fair.
happen to the game, but people still need to be able to learn, understand. Okay, this is the game in its current state. This is how everything is working. This is the mechanics we're working with. This is how population generally behaves. Knowledge like that.
That's fair. I
For
think that's a
example,
very fair statement to make.
I generally do everything: infantry, tanks, construction, and aircraft. But I am by no means an expert in all of them. There's some guy in another outfit called Blazing Missile, outstanding pilot, could destroy me in a second.
Let's
I would
try something real quick. I'm just going to change the subject so we can make sure you finalize it, so I can get something to eat, because my stomach just went. It's like so. Then let's just try to summarize one thing.
Okay.
Everybody in this entire channel, 50 viewers, and including your guys in this voice chat Discord, if anybody is willing to create something where a community manager can do XYZ with, send me a DM. I'm willing to go look over that data and identify what you think you can just provide. Now, this is something that happens to a lot of us as streamers, content creators, as actors, and all that stuff, or as producers. You would go to Netflix and saying, I have an idea. It's going to be a hobo on the street, acting like a specific person that is going to go and do XYZ, and give me a budget for that, and I'll make this into a freaking AAA title. Netflix is going to be like, no. We want something that's more safe. Because safe is what keeps a job who's executive producer, CEO, not to get fired. I mean, or whatever the person's title is. So you have to do it like Lanzer said. You just got to do it, and then just pitch it to everybody who's interested in it. And then somebody's going to grab it. So instead of going to do it first, don't do anything yet. Let's spend more time thinking about what you guys can do to make the community manager's job easier. That's the first step, because I've already given you guys hints about how much it sucks to be him. And so if you can find ways to make his life easier, I will then in turn think of what we can do as a community to give you guys the feedback you guys need while we do the show, or you guys have your own format, or you guys want to create a website or a Google Doc sheet, or a voting poll, or a document that gets sent out to everybody in the world where they can actually put checkboxes on what they want or what they don't want. You guys think of what you guys want. The moment you guys actually come up with the ideas and I identify what I can actually work with, thank you so much, OxyRig, for the follow, man. Feel free to sit down. We're just in the middle of a debate right now. There's a lot of seats everywhere. Just kidding. Thank you so much, Oxy. They're all taking. You need to stand, okay, Oxy?
But it's also important, Archie, that we have a clear-cut mission for what we're doing, because is this going to be where we think of entirely new features or try to correct the ones that are already there? I'm leaning more towards the camp that we should try and give as much feedback to tweak and fix what's already existing. But others might be like thinking of entirely new systems. But there needs to be a clear mission statement with what's going on.
And the way you do that is you meet with whoever is like-minded. You write it down. You write it down. Write down what your mission is. Then write down the goals and the tactical steps that you would take to achieve that goal. And my recommendation, pick one thing you want to start on. Just one.
Yeah.
Pick one thing, make that your proof of concept, and then you build off of it. If you just imagine this elaborate empire without having any foundation, then you're going to be grasping at straws and searching for needles in haystacks.
The same
Pick
thing
the
happened.
thing that you want.
The same thing happens with Charlotte. Charlotte wanted to make a website. And he came up to us as outfit leaders to use that as a proof point. Is it worth my time with my outfit leaders and my members to create you guys a new place to have a forum other than and avoid Reddit? Because he has already thought of the idea to create a space for future events and like epic cool places, and then maybe have a good talking forum to help Planetside 2's community manager have a place to read and distribute that information to the lead developers of Rogue Planet games. Now, that's what we're talking about right now, which is amazing. You guys came up with that idea. And if you guys do have some points of view or pitches, I'm all ears for it, because the whole reason behind these conversations is to give you guys a voice, to brainstorm, and to see, was this a patch that everyone's excited about based on talking points and based on visuals, and then you got to play it on PTS and then confirm this is for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you were of the mind that you wanted to make this happen, if you're sitting there listening now, or you listen in the future and you say, this is something that I can make happen, my recommendation is step number one, go find someone else who has contributed either models like Admin Nebula, you can data, which is Maelstrom. He's created PS2 alerts. He's trying to keep active, stuff like that. And what you do is you PM them and say, hey, I'd like to put together a structured approach of contributing to the community and the devs. You figure out what that's going to look like for you, probably Google Docs. Sit down, have a meeting, write an agenda up before you do that, and then churn out a product. And the first few times you go to Arshee or what's the new person's name, the new community manager?
Justin Goldenbach.
Okay, the first time you go to him or Arshee, you might not even get a response back. You might get shot down. It could be any number of things. But eventually, you will prove your proof of concept, and then you'll grow. But it takes time and it takes effort. And if I decide to make the time, I do it myself. I used to write a bunch of articles on different tactical stuff to improve way back when I was writing the gaming articles for Planetside 2 on, MMO and Gamersphere, all that. But yeah, then Planetside Battles happened. So if you're listening and you think you can make that happen, go do it. Churn out a product.
Right. And this is actually incredible, because one of the things that a lot of people are going to recognize is hard work doesn't get paid off. That's actually not true. You just don't recognize that it pays you in different ways. Because if you work on one subject, I should get a return. You do get a return. You just didn't know what the return was. You got a return based on feedback, based on this wasn't what they wanted, or it wasn't actually implemented properly, which then means you quote-unquote failed. The more and more you fail, means that that was basically not the lucky chance of 1 out of 100 different ways you could have applied it. This is now a point of reference that you can go back on when you actually want to go tackle something in real life, saying, hey, I've already tried this. I know all of these mistakes I've made. I know how to approach it correctly now. You need those moments in your life if you want to be successful in the eyes of yourself on anything you want to tackle. So failure is actually part of growing. I failed a lot. I've made so many mistakes. God, I can't even tell you guys. I have all my failures on my belt, and I talk about them all the time because without them, I don't think I could be who I am today without those mistakes and failures or time wasters or amount of research I did that led to nowhere, or ideas that I had that I wanted to do that doesn't even it doesn't even work.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's fun to go down the space and in this talk. I do want to summarize everything else and finalize it for all of you guys. Overall, it looks like everyone's excited about this new patch. Some comments from people were saying that they are not excited for it because they want this game to be more along the lines. I'm gonna switch to this camera real quick so we can talk that way. Namta, Twitch. Oh my God! Shut the. Namta, you actually start streaming? Okay, Namta's from PSA. This guy is the first person I met with like a couple other people like Netch and Apollo. I love how Namta sends me a follow now all of a sudden. That little... I didn't say anything. Let's switch over here. And I'll talk to you right here. And I'm going to tell you guys a couple things. First of all, we had the opportunity to see... Here, if I can pull this up. Alright, there we go. We have the overview is going to give you a chance to see the campaign system, the mission system. I'm reading basically off that things before. The campaign system is going to be a monthly thing. You will either have a subscription to be a part of it, or you have to pay into it with certs, which is a free-to-play system still. Mission system, you get 3 missions daily, or you basically are a subscription, and now you have 6, which gives you a chance to have ISO, A7, custom camo equipment, things like that you can accept. And those missions are not the same for everyone, but some people might get the same mission, some people might not. I'm going to turn off this AC so I can talk. They fixed up the render distance, so that way you don't have to have a bunch of INI files. That will give you an opportunity to look at global render distance, infantry, vehicle, and air. That means if you jump into an aircraft, instantly you'll be at 3,000 distance. If you jump into a vehicle, it's 800. If you jump into infantry, it's 300. You can choose whatever you like. Esmir changes. You guys all saw it. Top right is going to be a neutral territory. Bottom middle is neutral territory. 3 new positions on the warp gate. A lot less lattice structures. Probably more intense fighting. Larger populations at those fights. Maybe some people like it, some people hate it. Player environment. Player versus environment. We saw the Superstorm, not the Maelstrom. Maelstrom's always been here. Sorry. This is going to be pretty cool. This will give you an opportunity to see how this will actually go and tackle larger populations. It will follow them, not all the time, because it will hit the spot and sit there probably between 5 to 10 minutes and then move on to them, whoever that is having the largest population. And so that is actually really cool to at least break it up and or enjoy being inside and holding down the fort inside. And then we also saw what the grenades can do. You have a lightning grenade that can kill everybody on the outside. It doesn't kill anybody indoors, or if you have a lightning rod. Vehicles will explode if you do not have the a specific tool inside of your vehicle. I think Sunders are the only ones that are going to get it, that it doesn't blow up. If you put that in the actual slot, you can actually handle the storm attacks. Every other vehicle will blow up after you sit in the storm for too long. So you can go in the storm, do your work, and then go back out. Aircraft gets heavier. There's like a slow feature on your vehicle. You just get pushed down. You saw the Thumper. The Thumper will actually get a debuff on everyone if it hits you. It's like a snow debuff, and your run speed gets even reduced even further. There's a stack. I have no clue. We saw the Indar changes, the center area. The rock bridge is destroyed. Players can now attack from the southern region and the northern region. It's called the Death Hill on TI alloys. Crown is more accessible from the north. Series Hydroponics got changed pretty mildly, I would say. TI alloys got some incredible changes. Inside of it, 50% of the entire room has now got an entire solid wall. then you would both be seeing each other in the middle, which makes it very difficult to be campable. Crown got some changes. I don't know much about that. I didn't watch that section because I was focused on typing so much or trying to pull up a Photoshop document. Outfit war changes. Elo ranking system is going to be seeing something new here. If you're an outfit who has now applied themselves to go to Outfit Wars, you will now have a chance to see a win and loss on your name. The more wins you get, the more you're going to be connected to this, I guess, the same outfit that has the same win-loss ratio as you. We discussed a lot about ways to take advantage of the system, and they're putting implementations on how to fix those. And so that Outfit Wars that we saw in the past might not come out anytime soon. They're thinking about it. They really had, I guess it was really cool to see that come out, especially for the competitive-based players that traditionally a lot of people don't give a crap about. But I think it's really cool because as a shoutcaster, it makes the top players have a place to basically put in the effort and time and energy to play this game to the next level. If it was just a casual-based game, then you don't need that. But I think this game has been around for 8 years. We can see some more cool stuff. That was my fun, but I don't think many people enjoyed Outfit Wars because of solo player. I'm a solo player too, guys. I used to own an outfit, pretty big Zerg AFX Aftershocks back in the day, from 2012 to 2015, and I was an outfit leader for the very longest time. I trained. I did a lot what you guys did, platoon led and squad led, and yeah, it was a lot of fun doing all those random concepts that I see you guys doing in the outfit spotlights. I enjoy watching every one of your tactics. Some of you guys think of some insane new ones I've never seen before, and some of them that I'm just blown away by, and some of them just went right to the grind and kicked butt, just a simple drop point and made it happen. I want to say thank you to everybody who stopped by. There's these individuals here. Let's go switch the screen again. And we have them right here. Lanzer, thank you so much for being here. 95th Square Squadron, the 666 Devil Dogs, Ares Company, Dignity of War, Maelstrom, Illist, Shevka, and then we had Rappin earlier. We had Charlotte earlier. I don't know who else was earlier. There's a lot of people that were here earlier. Thank you guys all for stopping by. I appreciate it, guys. And honestly, give you guys ourselves a round of applause for the amount of work you put in here to give you that feedback to the community, to the developers, to everybody here. You guys deserve it. Thank you. And everybody in chat for hanging out. You guys are freaking awesome. Great feedback on your end as well. Alpha, thanks for stopping by and giving us some more of that feedback as well. Worst case, for giving us all the perspective of what it's like. You made me laugh really hard when you said, hey, yeah, the new player experience with 4,000 directive score on level 5 or below is a great way for a new player experience. That made me laugh too hard. And then Ellis, you said the same thing in chat about the cat 1 dislike video. That was pretty funny. Long story short, thank you all for stopping by. Again, this is very rare for me to have conversations like this. We might tackle the debate again for Planetside 2 debates. We have the topics of previously that I did not finish. It was an 8-hour discussion, and it just couldn't finish in time. I was trying to tackle all the questions and finish it, but it's impossible. So the next time I do a Planetside 2 debate, I'll talk about the format. I'll put in the timer saying maximum 3 hours. No matter what, I'm cutting it off so that way people can leave, because this is really addicting, I guess. And then that way we can actually identify who are the questionnaires and what are the questions that we're going to be tackling. If the person doesn't show up for their own question, I'll have the speakers talk about those questions and we'll go from there. If I don't get enough votes for it, then I just won't do it anymore. But it all comes down to the community on what you guys want when I do these things. I'm actually going to start tackling Planetside 2 a little bit more. I'm going to actually start playing the game and shooting mans. I have the space for it. Feel more confident playing the game again. And yeah, so if you do stop by the stream and check out ArsheeTV, I'm shooting people. I'll just basically be reading chat and just getting used to my mouse pad and my format that I have here. It's so weird. It's just so foreign. I don't even know how to play games anymore. But hopefully I get
Actually, I
used
just
to
want to say thank you for this, because not many people, I think, could sit down for 6.25 hours and literally talk about a game. I think it just shows great passion to the game and the community. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. And
You
yeah,
missed when you did it for 9 hours.
Honestly. That was, yeah, it's hard. You guys deserve it. A lot of the things that happen 9 times out of 10 for me is when I hear your passion, I hear your frustration. I can't ignore it, and that's something that is an actual issue of mine. And so, I don't know if it's an issue or a good thing, but it's an issue because I want you to be happy. I want you to be confident that you can accomplish what you want. You just need to think of it in a different perspective, and I want to give you that ability to have that perspective, because there's ways to either devalue what you want because it's not something that is attainable, or find other ways to communicate it. Because then that's the way you can live life more successfully, in my opinion. Because then you won't basically be so strained up in there. But other than that, that was a lot of fun. Thank you guys, everybody in chat. Everybody was super freaking helpful, and I think we can go and send a raid over to another Planetside 2 gamer and get them excited that they got a raid coming in and showing some love back to Planetside. Is there anybody that you guys can name so we can actually do a vote as chat who we want to raid together? Just start naming Planetside 2 streamers, guys. I'm gonna go and share you this this screen right here, so we can actually choose together as a group what we want out of it. Let's go ahead and pick one of these guys as who we want to raid. No, I just got raided right now.
Yeah, it's raid yourself. Why not?
I thought it was like I just got raided. I'm like, no, I'm leaving. No, not right now. God damn, that would be terrible.
I nominate E-Dubs McCool.
Okay, let's do that right now. Let me go and...
Yeah, someone with the webcam, hell yeah.
Let's do it, hold on. Let me create the vote real quick. Boom, 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 boom. There it is. Comment, creator dashboard. We're gonna manage a poll. And we're gonna have the title called Who to Raid, new poll. Who to raid, vote now. Okay, so what's the name of it?
E-Dubs McCool.
E-Dubs McCool. All right, so that's one. I'm going to put Rapid Relief in there because that's obviously the person that was here. That was
Grayson, he's got a camera as well.
E-Leaf. Who else? Let me see chat. Anybody on chat say anything? Nobody in chat is talking about another streamer, so let's continue. All right, so what was it, Dre, you said?
Andre Son. 2 viewers.
Son. Let me go to
Andre's
one down.
Yeah, second down, second row.
Second row.
Second row, second last one.
I don't
Scroll all the way
like
up,
it.
second row, last one.
Oh yeah, up. Second row, last one. Oh, that's not. It's 2 views. How is he up there when it's supposed to be? Okay, it's not based on. Oh, high to low. Yeah. But look at this. This guy has 6 views. Oh,
Believe it or
never
not,
mind.
the Planetside community hasn't got a large.
Oh God, I just noticed that. It's like only 2 views on everybody else. Damn it. Okay, that's not good. All right, so let's go ahead and basically bring some love over there. So Andre's son. What else? We got 2 more spots that we can add as names.
Nerd says eating flapjacks.
Nerds says eating flapjacks. He looks fun. Okay. And what else, guys? E-Dubs?
Locomom says
E-Dubs?
Hangman. Yeah, E-Dubs McCool is my recommendation.
E-Dubs
Locomom-
McCool. And then Hangman Swing Set. Perfect. That's the last
Hangman
one.
Swing Set.
That's a great name.
E-Dubs has been around for
Where's Hangman Swing Set? I don't see him. Where are you?
Man.
And swing.
Oh, he's at the very bottom.
Okay, perfect. These are okay. These are all Planetside 2 streamers, right? I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
And then eating flapjacks.
Eating
there we go. That's it. Okay, they're all Planetside 2 streamers. All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and basically start the polls. 2 minutes. Go ahead and make your votes now, and you will be able to go and we'll send that raid over to those people. You guys will have a chance to vote them in at the very top of the stream of the chat. Click on the top, click on your vote and who you want to actually see. Feel free to do that now. And that will give you an opportunity to have a voice on who you want to raid and how you want to help out your Planetside 2 community that are streaming right now to be excited. Let's go over there, spam some emotes, let them know that you're excited for them to stream the game that you all like, that we sat here and debated on, and watch the reactions, man. Traditionally, that's going to make their day. That is really, really cool, and it's all thanks to you guys that made their day. It looks like Edubs McCool is right now with 8 votes, Rapid Leave with 1, and you got Eating Flapjacks with 1, and Hangman Swing Set with 1. Andre's son currently with 0. You have right now 1 minute remaining. I repeat, 1 minute remaining. In this situation, we're going to go ahead and play some intense music for this.
Ladies and gentlemen, in less than 30 seconds, you'll have an opportunity of a lifetime to raid another Planetside 2 player. Your vote is what makes it count. Time is ticking. E-Dubs McHugh! And the music just stopped. Never mind, it's back. Ladies and gentlemen, E-Dubs McHugh has right now 11 votes. Rapid Relief with 2. And it looks like the victory will go over to E-Dubs. Congratulations to you, E-Dubs, and here comes the raid! I'm looking forward to seeing you guys next time I go live on stream. Thank you all for stopping by. Until next time on Dragon Ball Z. I mean, ArsheeTV.
All right. Thank you guys so much. Until next time, and I hope you had a good time with me. One more time, Lancer, Drac, Shepka, Maelstrom, and Ellis. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Maelstrom, man, it's good to see you.
Thanks, guys. That was a lot of fun.
Hell yeah. Thank you for lasting so long with us. Holy shit.
Yeah, I was like internally thinking about like, how do I leave? Just kidding. That was a lot of fun.
I was surprised how you kept your face straight, like well, people were like talking for so long.
Yeah, there was a moment where I think Charlotte Platt and Dobriesh were just going for so long, and I was like,
I felt so bad because I know the fact, like people, like they're trying their best, but like that thick Russian accent, like just makes it so much more difficult.
Yeah, when I have a Miller thing, it's always like that.
It's the only thing I would say is that I don't think they get hurt enough. That's one, and that's why they keep going. 2. If I show them enough respect, which I have been every time, that saying, I'll give you the time you need to speak, but you got to give others the same amount of time to speak. And I don't know if English is a second language, so the words that come out of their mouth is not going to be clear, concise. It's going to be detail-oriented, and until they feel like they've said it all, they feel like their message was not across. And I know plenty of foreigners that do this to me all the time, because I'm Persian, and I have Persian family members. There are 300 of us out there that just speak about what I have to do, like the reason why I need to be a doctor, the reason why this, and I'm like, okay, but can I? No, you didn't let me finish. I'm like, oh my god, you son of a. And so I had to deal with that behavior for a long time, and then I realized how to give them the respect they deserve by doing it probably 2 or 3 times, and then I let them know, hey, just letting you know. You have this much time, but I will give you more time. But we want to make sure everybody has a chance to speak first. Is that okay with you? And if they approve, there's no way they can be upset at me. It's going to come down to their tactics and their ways to express their message quicker.
And if they say no, then they look like assholes.
Pretty much, yeah. That's pretty much it, yeah. Or they just don't attend. That is the only choice you got, because that is the current situation right now, that everybody wants equal timing. Everybody wants to have a chance to be heard, but at the same time, Dobriesh and Charlotte Platt are extremely passionate about the game. They actually have some amazing ideas. Probably one of the best people to talk to as far as when I get the ideas. The problem is it's extracting it. Trying to take that data from them. If you don't have the energy to talk to people, that you're going to feel drained talking to them, because they will give you so many detailed points, and then you have to compress it down every time for them. And it's not their fault.
only-
They're not. They don't
the
need to
only
be
real-
avid English speakers.
Only real fair thing to really do is to say, right, everyone has a 5-minute limit, and
Yeah.
we'll give you a reminder. You'll have 5 minutes plus one. If you go over your 5 minutes, you'll be told, like, right, in 1 minute, we have to cut you off.
Yeah.
Say your piece. There you go.
I have a feeling that I could do better for Charlotte Plet, and those that are similar to him, is that saying, give me the bullet points, and then let me put it on the screen. That way people can go and read at their own pace. And then we'll just go ahead and basically leave that up there while you're speaking about your 5 minutes. So that way anybody can pause the video and look at your bullet points. And that way, if you guys all have your own design that you want to do that as well, that you don't think you could speak about it in time, you can send me your documents as well.
Hey,
And,
is that what you were doing earlier, Archie?
That's a bummer.
Say it again?
Is that what you were doing earlier? That I was seeing